Well, good morning, everybody. How are we doing? And a happy Thursday. It is indeed the last Thursday. It is the last stream of the week. It is the first Thursday of the new month. So it is indeed the 2nd of July. First things first, let us know how your week has been so far. So for me today, this is my last trading day of the week. I tend not to trade Fridays. It may actually be my last session. This hour may be my last session of the week because it is NFP day today. Because I don't trade on a Friday, especially on NFP day. So I'm going to be very, very careful on whether I choose to trade or not on today's session being an NFP day as well. So with that being said, make sure that you're going to absolutely smash that like button, subscribe to the channel if you are new here, and come out and say hello to us in chat. Come say hello to chat, come say hello to myself. Let us know where you're trading from, let us know where you're viewing from, and let us know how your week has been. Meanwhile, I'm going to take this hoodie off because I am absolutely boiling. Didn't realize how warm it was going to be this morning. Oh my God. Oh. There we go. That'll do. I'll hang it up later. I can't be able to faff with it now. Oh, it is sticky and humid today in the good old Cymru. Anyway, I'll tell you what. Let's have I'm going to get a screen share. So you don't have to stare at my ugly mug while I say hello to chat. For those of you who think I'm beautiful, thank you, but we all know it's not true. Let's go. Let's go get a screen share up. Le bosh. There we go. Awesome stuff. So, first things first, we have got Leo. What is good, Leo? Big shout out to you, my friend. Greetings, MJN Holland here. How are you doing? Lofu, hello. Waving to you as well. What is good? How are you doing? Hello, world. What is good, Leo? Hello to you, my friend. Welcome back, fam. If you're just joining us, smash like and subscribe. Yes, exactly. Make sure you're smashing that like and subscribe. Since Monday kicked off the week, how has your trading been so far? Exactly, guys, it is Thursday, and like I said, it's the last stream of the week here at The5ers. It is also my last trading day, and it is also an NFP day, so my day may be done, maybe completely finished early. So let us know how your trading week has been. And then let's have a bit of a chat. Let's have a bit of a performance review in style of the performance coach coming on a little bit later on today. We have indeed got Rich Wells coming on later, who is the performance coach for the Fivers. So it would be good to start getting in the mindset of performance and analytics when it comes to our accounts. Profitable, thank you. Absolutely amazing. Good to see that you've had a profitable week, Leo. That's amazing. Azrael Trade, good morning, guys. What is good, Azrael? How are you doing, brother? Henry, good evening. Yes, Henry, what is good? Big shout out to my friends down under. Some action on USD JPY. Let's have a look. Oh, wow, yeah, okay. What news have we got out today? I don't think we had much. Today we got Swissy. That was 7:30 this morning. We've got, of course, NFP today, hourly earnings, month on month, unemployment rate, unemployment claims. That's interesting. So yeah, from 1 p.m. onwards, I'd completely stay away from the markets. But that's me personally. That's what I'd be tempted to do. Those who trade close to news, those who trade news, those who trade NFP, those absolute trading hooligans out there, then be very careful. We did have an hour ago, on Squawk, we had US dollar falls nearly 1% against the yen in sudden swing before bouncing back. That was on first Squawk, and so that was unexpected news coming out an hour ago. So, Henry, that would have been the volatility that you were talking about just over here, I believe. No. Yeah, it would have been about here. So, yeah, I'm imagining That would have been that unexpected news coming out. Cowish, good morning, London boy. Or what is good? Cowish, how you doing, brother? Good morning, fam. How you doing, Adil? Andil, how you doing? It is indeed NFP day. Yes, it is indeed. So let's be very cautious. Ty Keith, what is good, Ty Keith? Good morning, Will. How you doing, brother? Morning. Week was standard break even so far and will not trade today. I love that. You know what? I especially love that because, like you just mentioned, your week was standard break even so far, meaning. And let's talk real quick. I don't want to take too much time in psychology and analytics because, like I said, I want to save that for Rich. But let's start getting in the mood of understanding this. A lot of traders will see a standard break-even week, and then as they head towards the end of the week, they feel like they need to make profit. They feel like they must be up, or they must have had some form of action in the account. Now, if you're break-even, if you've taken like 2 trades, even 1 or 2 trades, it doesn't matter how many trades you've taken, but if you have a break-even week, sometimes you feel that sort of resentment towards the account and you want to have swings in it. You want to be up for the week, and you feel like if you're not up for the week, you're not a real trader. That couldn't be further from the truth. Break even week and the ability to say, I am not trading today, the ability to accept that your break even week is going to be a break even week. So Daniel, I'm not sure if you're trading tomorrow. If you're anything like me, you're not going to be trading tomorrow. So therefore now you have fully accepted that you're going to have a completely break-even week on that account, which is amazing. Because what you've done there is you've accepted the ability to not overtrade the account. You're not going to overtrade the account, and you're going to stick to your process and stick to your plan. That is absolutely amazing. We've got Pathol. I'm going to butcher your name. Pathogor Hill. I'm so sorry if I've butchered. I'm just going to call you Path. Hello. What is good, brother? How you doing? This week is good. 3% up, and I'm not trading today and tomorrow. Yes. Love it. Again, up for the week and finishing on that. You're finishing on some good profits. You're not going to trade today. First things first, ask yourself why. Or you know what? I'm going to challenge you even further. Tell me in chat why you're not going to trade today. Same goes with you, Daniel. I can completely understand. In my opinion, I can understand why you wouldn't want to trade today and tomorrow. But you know what? Just to one-up it, Daniel and Azrael, because you've already mentioned that you're not trading today and tomorrow, I want you to actually tell me why you're not trading today and tomorrow. It's looking like you gave your mic death sentence. Really? Can you guys let me know if you're hearing me okay? Let me make sure that I'm on the right settings. Yeah, I'm on the right settings. That's really weird, Couch. Let me know if you guys can hear me okay. I know that I'm a little bit laggy. Again, I don't know what's going on with that. I'm going to try and sort it over the weekend. But yeah, let me know if you guys can hear me okay. I don't know what's going on. I'm getting technical difficulties with my setup at the moment. I think it's time to start considering a new PC. David Agbo, what's good? Good morning, fam. Personal trader crypto. Dilliam Wavis. What is good? Personal trader. Tripto. There we go. Yeah, I tried to do the same, but you've got 3 names, so that made my brain think a little bit more. What's good, personal trader crypto? How you doing? Okay, so let's have a look at this. Because I haven't read it. So many prop firms are now coming live on YouTube, similar to the 5ers. At the same time, it seems that the 5ers are gradually losing the uniqueness, and some traders are leaving for other firms. It's fair. I don't know what you want me to say to this, but yeah, absolutely. It looks like firms are doing something similar to us. So if you guys want to go out and check other firms out, I encourage that. Why not? I can still confidently say we are the best firm out there because you've got Will Davis opening you up every single morning. So, look, you know, there's other TV programs out there. There's other news outlets out there. You know, we're not there to, you know, we may be an industry leader. We may be a trend setter. But look, we can't force other props not to open up YouTube streams and do what we are doing. But all we can say is that you're not going to get anything close to what you get here in other prop firms. But look, I encourage you to go out and explore it yourself. You're not going to get the types of personalities. You're not going to get the types of interaction. You're not going to get the types of giveaways when it comes to, you know, competitions, one-to-ones. They're not going to get you live on chat on stream. You know, so look, like I said, go out and explore it yourself. Go out and check out what these other prop firms are doing, and we'll see you in a couple more streams later, because you guys are going to be back. Because like I said, you haven't got this absolute, you know, beauty of a man opening up the stream every morning. Okay, that's enough cringe from me. But no, all jokes aside, you guys, you're not going to find anything compared to what we do here at the live at the 5ers. But check it out. My all week is break even. I'm stuck in break evens for a long time. Xauusd, dude, that is amazing. Do you know why that's amazing? Is because break even stage is that last hurdle before profitability. A lot of traders hate the break even stage, and the reason they hate the break even stage so much is that they go from break even to unprofitable because they break rules. If you can stick to your rules and you can follow your process and you can make sure that you have that confidence to have that longevity in your break-even stage, you'll come out the other end. So just stick with it and be patient, my man. Like, I know it feels like a long time, but trust the process, and I promise you, you will get there, providing you keep on working at it. The markets are secular. You will get your chance. You'll get your break. So don't stress about it. I'd much rather be break even for 2 years than unprofitable for 2 years, because unprofitable, it goes unprofitable, break even, profitable. So, dude, you are one step away from game changing. So do not stress about it, my friend. Unbiased Trader, good morning, 5ers community. Yes, Unbiased Trader, what is good, brother? Could the 5ers be making something special? Could the 5ers be and make something special? We are something special, and we are making something special in the background, indeed, my friend. But like I said, I can't go too much into that because, you know, all sorts are happening in the background. Number one rule in my journal: don't trade news days like NFP, CPI. Brother, I absolutely love that, man. Big shout out to you. Yes, exactly. Do not trade big news events like the NFP and the CPI. Your voice is breaking out like a robot. All fixed. Dude, that's really weird. Guys, keep me... Okay, from my side, all good. Keep me updated with how my audio is and what things sound like my end, because that's really strange. And obviously, because I haven't got Rich with me yet, like I said, he's in another meeting. He's a busy old boy. But because I haven't got any guests in with me, or I haven't got any co-hosts right now, I don't get any feedback. So let me know, guys, on how I do sound. To answer your question, Will, I will not be trading today as I'm currently fighting a small drawdown and leaving the week on a break even. It's far better than risking trading major news and risk a loss. Smart man, Daniel. Absolute legend. Yes, exactly. Tell you what, guys, I am going to leave it there for 2 seconds. I'm going to start the next comment, and then I will come back to it. Let's go check out XAUUSD, which is gold, and then we will be heading deeper into the markets. So, you know the rule, guys. First things first, stay happy, stay healthy, stay hydrated, get yourself a bottle of water, and, of course, in Will Davis style, always start your stream with a coffee. L'espresso. Very, very yummy. Right, start your day off right with a nice espresso. I was actually chatting with my community today on coffee. You decided to wake up and ask everyone what their favorite coffee was. So that seemed to be the topic of conversation this morning. It wasn't the charts, but was coffee. So each to their own. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna ask you guys in chat as well. Let us know, chat. What's your favorite coffee? It can be coffee. It can be energy drink. What's your favorite caffeine intake this morning? So drop it in chat while we check out gold and let us know what your favorite caffeine intake is. Right, so gold on the 1 hourly is looking rather nice. We got this bullish price action here. It was super nice yesterday. Part of me wishes that I caught the whole move, but look, I stuck to my plans, and that is I'm more proud of myself for sticking to my plan than I would have been for catching the whole move. So yesterday we caught a beautiful 2% trade on gold. We didn't catch anything on the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ ended up actually dropping and completely invalidating my trade idea. So luckily we didn't take that, but I was very tempted to, and I nearly took it. But again, luckily we didn't actually, we just dropped and there was just no volume in there. So close call on the NAS, but even if I had have taken it, it would have been a complete stop loss as well. So for those of you trading NAS yesterday, and for those of you who are buying it, unlucky. For those of you who are selling it, you would have eventually hit TP, but it probably would have taken a little bit of time. Okay, as we start looking at the momentum of the markets, now we can see on gold. Gold has been really nice recently. It's almost been like that textbook price action. We can see prices come through into a nice area of interest, moved off it beautifully, broken above 3 areas of interest here. In fact, actually, let's be a little bit more specific with these areas of interest and grab our trend line. There we go. Okay, so it hasn't closed above this, which is, in my opinion, a little bit worrying. But as we jump down to the 15-minute, I'm sure we have closed. But when it comes to the higher time frame being the hourly, we haven't actually broken and closed. We've just broken and wicked. Nevertheless, we have got price moving and breaking above this consolidation, above this wick high, and it's pulled back. It's actually pulled back perfectly as well, guys. It's pulled back into a major area of interest when it comes to a nice support zone as well. So it'll be super interesting to see what happens here. We have pulled back. Let's put a fib on it as well. Super interested to see if it's come back into a fib zone. No, it hasn't actually. Okay, so it's not pulled back deep enough into my golden zone with my fib, although it has pulled back nicely into not only a break and retest, but a consolidation zone at that as well. So it's pulled back into this zone, failure to break lower, moved back higher, broken above areas of interest, pulled back further again into this nice area of support, a nice area of interest, and now it's reacting from it. So right now, as we are speaking, it is currently within a trading range. Now, if you're wondering how is that a trading range, I don't mean a consolidation range. I mean it's trading within a current high and a current low. That being range low or swing low, whatever you guys want to call it, and a range high or swing high. And again, whatever you guys call it, it's entirely up to you. And I was speaking to a student of mine yesterday, and talking about language and theme in trading is hugely important. When it comes to theme in trading, what I mean by theme is your color theme of your trading view. Your color theme matters because your color theme is how your eye perceives the market. And what you want to do is find the best color that allows you to be neutral in the markets without actually getting excited at certain colors, but it also allows you to see patterns in a certain way. So I know with a white background, I struggle to see pattern formation because it just hurts my eyes. I'm squinting at the screen. Whereas on a darker background, this is like a medium gray black background, it's soft enough that my eye isn't straining and finding it difficult to look at. Same with bold colors, guys. You can see that I've got like neutral two-tone gold. I've got like a really dark grayish gold as a bearish candle, and I've got like a medium light body gold as a bullish candle. Now, what this shows me is they're both gold, so I don't care about, ooh, if I get a gold candle, it's bad. You know, I don't relate any colors with any emotion. It's literally a case of now what it's allowing me to do. The colors are so neutral that I am just looking for like pattern formation. And what I'm talking about is like shapes, consolidation zones, impulses, wick sizes, candle sizes, etc. So what that allows me is to be a little bit more neutral in the market. Same goes when it comes to, you know, the looking at and that's what I mean by the theme of it. Now, when it comes to themes of the markets, that is what I'm talking about. So when it comes to actually labeling things as well, so when it comes to labeling, like terminology, that is also equally as important. A lot of people talk about fair value gaps. It's an ICT concept. Now, fair value gaps, a lot of people get excited about because yes, it's a very trending concept. They can be called imbalances. They can be called market gaps. They can be called spaces, areas. You call them whatever you want, but the most important thing is you're calling them something that works for you. Don't ever be afraid to call them a space and someone laugh at you and go, ho ho ho, that's not a space, that's a fair value gap, that's an imbalance. You know, that's a zone of interest or a zone of pullback. You know, the biggest thing is you want to make sure that you're identifying them and labeling them something that works for you. Like if you're labeling something as an order block, great. If you call it I don't know, an initiation candle, then so be it. If you call it an initiation candle and someone says to you, that's an order block, congratulate them on what they call it. Say, well done, I'm glad that you call it an order block. I call it an initiation candle. You can call it truly whatever you want to call it. Now, the same goes with, and a lot of people talk about like doji candles, and I think it's like hanging man candles and stuff like that. I just call them wick rejection candles or low body candles. I don't call them doji, dragonfly, and stuff like that. I don't have names for them because that's just way too much for me to learn. You know, I like to keep things very simple. So when it comes to theme and when it comes to labeling, keep things as unique as you want, but make sure they're as simple in your terms so you understand what you're truly looking at. So this is what I mean by trading range. So we got a swing high, swing low, a range high, a range low. This is why it is important, because if I call it a range high, you call it a swing high, you're not going to know what I'm talking about. I'm going to know what you're talking about, but you can actually identify and go, oh, that's what he's talking about. Oh, that's a swing high. Okay, cool. Congratulations. So yeah, once we've marked out these, absolutely brilliant. Now what we need to identify is, are we in a consolidation range? Are we in a trending range or trending market? We're above the 50 EMA, which is beautiful start. We've reacted beautifully from this zone here. So we're clearly in a trending bullish momentum stage. So what we've got to ask ourselves now is, can we find 15-minute price action within this higher time frame range? Or are we going to have to wait for a break above or a break below the range? Because this is current price. Now, this isn't a high, neither is it a low. It is current price. This is current. This is current. This is previous. This is previous. Now, again, not saying that this is right, not saying that this is wrong. This is how I see the market. So my current low is this low here. My current high is this high here. The reason for that is we haven't put in a high or a low after these two here. So let's drop down onto the 15-minute where we have started putting in previous current highs and lows, or highs and lows post this trading range. What this allows us to do now is be a little bit more shorter term. Now on the 1 hour, it's a little bit longer term. It's a little bit more, maybe even swing trading strategy. You're able to look at the markets and go, right, okay, if price breaks above, oh, my computer's just switched. What is happening? Of course, right. Guys, my computer's gone completely black, so you're going to have to bear with me for 2 minutos. Is it going to come back on? Typical. Right, bear with me, guys. Yes, we're back. Okay, right, that was really frustrating. Okay, sorry guys, we are back. Like I was saying, so when we're looking at the 1 hourly time frame, we can identify that, okay, now that this is a trading range, I need to see a break and close higher. And if I want to see a break and close higher for continuation price, you're going to be waiting some time. Although when you get that price, it's confirmation. You're like, yes, this is lovely. Cool, I can place a trade. Once you place a trade, you're going to be waiting a while for price to get up there, or you're going to be waiting a while for price to play out. Very swing trading, very much long-term trading, or longer-term trading. Now we're on the 15-minute. It's still longer when it comes to the intraday. It's not quite 5-minute trading. However, we have got a little bit more information inside. So we can identify a little consolidation zone here. Price breaks above, pulls back into this range. We've got a buy opportunity already here for those trading Asia session at like 2 o'clock this morning. No, actually, I'm going to go back down to a thinner pen size. Again, what happens then? We've got a break and close above. Perfect reaction from. Pull back into this area of interest. Absolutely lovely. Breaks and closes. Does it break and close above? Just about breaks and closes above as we start to actually go into the market open. So as we head into London open, we actually completely drop in volume, which is really interesting. So we've started consolidating now throughout London session. Now, as you can see, Asia is trending to the upside. So we do get bullish momentum coming through into Asia. But as we open on that London, as we open through London session, price and volume and price just drops. What can we look for now is if we're identifying that channel to the upside. So we are channeling up in this bullish momentum. So let's just identify this here. There we go, just like that. And again, we can find wicks. We can try and take the mean of the mean zone. And what I mean by that is try and take an average. Like, don't be like, oh, I must place it perfectly here and here and here. Just take an average channel. If there's a wick above or a wick below, that's absolutely fine. If there's an anomaly break and close above, that's fine. Just take an average to help you identify the direction of trend. So we've got price channeling to the upside here. Can I shorten this a little bit? Yes, I can. Beautiful. Now what we've done is completely dropped and we have started to consolidate. So now that we've started to consolidate, we're able to identify prices bullish on the higher, prices bullish on the medium, and prices consolidating on the medium. If we drop down to the 5-minute time frame, what can we see? Again, price is still bullish on the channel. Price is still consolidating within a consolidation range, not a trading range or a trending range, but a consolidation range. So let's get consolidation low and let's get consolidation high. By getting consolidation low, we're able to find where we break out of the consolidation. And if by finding the consolidation high, we're able to find out where we can break out of the consolidation high. So what we ideally want to see now is an alignment with the higher time frame, with alignment with the middle time frame or the medium time frame, and alignment with the lower time frame. We're able to now try and find a bias, which for me currently is bullish. Now what I want to see is, can we break and close above the consolidation range on the 5-minute? If we can, then we've got a potential buy opportunity here. So break and close above the consolidation, following with the trend on the 5 and the 15, and it also starts heading up towards the range high, or the trading range, the current trading range high on the 1 hour time frame being the higher time frame. So for me, this is the only opportunity presenting itself right now for gold. If, however, we do drop below something like this, then I am going to completely scrap the idea of longing this right now, and I will shift my bias to potentially a short opportunity. So in the meantime, I'm going to grab my 10K play account up, and let's see There we go. Cool. Let's see if we can get a nice opportunity. Why does it always kick off my position sizer? I don't know why it does. I got to reset up my position sizer now. Bear with me, guys. There. Load. Will's template or Will's risk. There we go. And okay. Perfect. Cool. There we go. Now let's go back onto gold. Sweet. There. Sweet. Now that we've got our 10K account up ready to smash this out, it's literally just now a matter of waiting. So let me know your thoughts, guys. Let me know what you think about gold. Let me know if you're long in, if you're short in, or if you're waiting. I know a couple of you are not participating in the market today, which I am fully supporting of. That's why, like I said, it's a 10K play account, which I'm up just under 3% on. So we're just going to wait and see what happens. Awesome stuff. Right, let's have a bit of a catch up with chat. Like I did say, I want to do a nice little analysis on gold first. But yeah, let's have a bit of a catch up with chat. I will take a trade because according to me, GU is going to be far up and NQ can be bloody red. I want to capitalize it, but with a very small position. Yeah, that's fair enough, man. As long as it's following your plan, and as long as it is part of your processes and you are making sure that you're having that tick box, then yeah, do fully support that. But make sure that is the case. And if you do have a rule of I'm not going to trade on a news day, then you're not following your plan, my friend. So make sure that you are only following your plan. Doesn't matter how sexy price is, doesn't matter how perfect price is. If you've got a plan invalidating the most beautiful, perfect session or most perfect trade opportunity, then I'm sorry, but no. Think about it this way. I know this could be a little bit controversial. If you're out and about at an event and you see the most gorgeous, the most beautiful, the most textbook type girl on planet Earth, she is everything that you have in a type. You know, she's I don't know. Let's say you like tall, dark hair, dark eyes, blah 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 blah. You know, she's everything on paper, but you're married. Sorry, buddy, you're already married. You've already got your perfect type on paper. So stick to your rule, my friend. You're already married to your setup. You're already married to your rules. If you see the perfect setup, but it's outside of your rules, maybe your rules being that you don't trade on a news day. Sorry, buddy. You're a married man, yeah, or you're a married gal. You know, stay away from the temptresses or the tempters in the market. Oh, please don't switch off on me again. Okay, no, it's back. Thought my computer was going to switch off on me again. I also have a heavy deadline at work, so not want to trade half-heartedly. Dude, I love this as well. You know, don't ever half-ass trading. You know, if you're going to be in the markets and analyze the markets, you can, especially the more confident you get and the more competent you get, you can trade and analyze within half hour. And if you're not seeing anything that you like, then just walk away. But when you've got heavy deadlines, dude, just stay away. Just stay away from the market. You know, your deadline, like you said, is a deadline. It'll come to an end. And then what happens after the deadline? You've blown your account because you were being a muppet and you just wanted to scratch an itch. When it comes to your deadline, but you, like you said, you're sticking to it here and you don't want to trade half-heartedly, what happens after your deadline? You've got an account to go back to. So yeah, dude, I love that. That just means the others are behind the curve. Exactly. They're trading under the trend line, personal crypto trader. Love that. Yesterday, we had a very interesting Discord coffee discussion, which made me think about hard break filter. Thank you, Victor. Absolutely legendary Victor, mate. Yeah, Victor's an absolute legend, man. Like I say, in the Discord, there are, awesome participants, and there's also, the hosts of the YouTube as well do actually do like webinars or like their own little sessions in the Discord as well. So if you haven't already, get yourself an account and jump into the Discord. Bottle of water. Exactly. Go get yourself a bottle of water, mate. I love a little cortado. Dude, I don't even know what that is. Yeah, man. I'm assuming that's a coffee of types, is it? Dude, I'm gonna have to Google that. Oh, okay, nice. Oh, so it's like an espresso. Yeah, so yeah, okay. Oh, dude, yeah, mate. That looks nice. Yeah, that looks nice. It looks creamy. It looks like an espresso size, but with milk. Freshly ground and brewed coffee, 100% Arabica. No milk, no sugar. Just about to have a cuppa now. Ah, Usam, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Yeah, no, I'll have a cappuccino just before, like around 12ish. I try not to have coffee with milk in the afternoons, but again, I'm trying to now have black coffee in the morning. It'll probably get to the stage now where I just completely cut out cappuccinos and just go straight into espressos or Americanos. But I do love a cappuccino. So like when I'm out with my partner, I love a cappuccino and a cigar. Just peak human experience. I'll tell you what, the perfect day for me would be wake up, hit the charts with an espresso, smash out a TP on gold and on NAS. 2R, 4% up. Bosh. That would be the best trading day. Finish by lunchtime. Go out with my partner for a coffee and some lunch. Maybe afternoon tea, like cream teas or something, like some scones. Cappuccino, big cigar, bosh. Come home, and then maybe, I don't know, what do I do when I get home? Hit the spa. Get in the hot tub, sauna, steam room. Actually, no, you got to start your morning with the gym. So you scrap that gym, then smash out like a chest day, then hit the markets with an espresso, then go out for a coffee and a cigar with a partner, have some lunch, get back, hit the spa, early into bed with a movie. That is the perfect trader's day. I don't care what anyone says. That is peak human experience right there. But yeah, no, big shout out to my coffee drinkers. Every single one of you know that I do love my coffee. The coffee of a scholar and a gentleman, indeed. Yes, indeed. Morning, Will. There was some liquidity this morning. GU has had some great buys. Let's have a look. Oof. Yeah, beauty, man. Absolutely lovely. I tell you what, those trading. I think I could have caught. Could I? No. I would have missed it. Maybe I would have gone on the retest. So we had this consolidation here, which is beautiful. As we get into the London Open, as we come back and pull back into it, maybe you could have had a consolidation breakout. I wouldn't have traded this breakout because the breakout would have been way too big for me. But what we could have done is actually gotten back in on the break and retest of the breakout. But I think you would have been missed. If you're going to go with the body closes, yeah, you would have been missed. Bugger off. There we go. Yeah, you would have been missed on this trade if you went for the body. But if you went for a wick, you would have been tapped in beautifully. This would have been a little too tight if you ask me. I probably would have gone with this low. 1 to 2R. 1 to 2R would have been the previous candle high, previous wick high as well. That would have been, that would have been stunning. But yeah, so yeah, buys were looking beautiful for those trading market open this morning. There's also a nice setup forming just over here. The only thing that worries me, let's draw it out. Let's draw it out. If we break and close above this candle, let's draw a trade opportunity out. It's just a little bit too premium for me. I'm a little bit worried on whether are we going to get a pullback into any of this. That's the only thing that I'd be a little bit cautious about. But providing we can keep that bullish momentum, if we can get a break and close above here, it may be a nice breakout for GU, maybe a nice 1 to 2. So let's draw it out. But yeah, is Vinny? Yeah, absolutely, man. There's some nice bullish price action for those trading GU this morning. Could have caught some awesome price. Why is my computer turning off again? I think I got a dodgy HDMI port. Inspired by yesterday, I am making 2 big shifts to optimize my performance. 1, strategic rest. Taken intentional hard breaks during Easter, summer, and Christmas to reset. Absolutely, dude, I love this. Absolutely. I know a lot of traders that take summer breaks. Summer markets can be difficult to trade. So summer breaks and Christmas breaks. I won't trade over Christmas. I'll take like 2-3 weeks out. But I will trade early Jan and late December because early December, early Jan, because I have had some of my best trading weeks or best trading months during December and January. But yeah, no, 100% strategic rests are super optimal because think about like analysis paralysis. If you're having analysis paralysis, think about what that could do to your whole trading career. Like if we sit at the markets for too long, we start seeing stuff that aren't there. We start gaining and looking at the markets and we start getting tired. We start looking at the markets. We start getting bored. Think about analysis paralysis on a daily, but on your overall time frame of trading, you're going to get boredom. You're going to get sort of trading paralysis. You're going to start getting that trading mundaneness. It's good to take a break. Same goes with holidays. I don't care whether you love your job and enjoy it and it's the best job in the world. If you are consistently working 7 days a week, even if you love your job to the max and you feel like you don't ever need a break, within the year, you're going to find that you need a break at some point. Because that mundane, you need a shift, you need to break things up a little bit like LJ was talking about with gym sets yesterday. When it comes to the gym, it's good to spice things up a little bit and take a break and hit a different gym, or shift up your training routine, and instead of going bench press first thing, you're going, I don't know, dumbbell flies on chest day instead of bench press at the start. It's not because you're tricking the muscles. And a lot of people say, oh yeah, trick the muscle. You're not tricking the muscle. What you're doing is just changing your routine up so the brain is like, oh, this is different. So that's optimizing your routine and optimizing your performance with strategic breaks or with strategic change. So yeah, unbiased trader, 100% agree with that. Quality over quantity, limiting my trading days to Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays with a strict cap of 3 trades per day, maximum of 9 trades per week. Dude, I absolutely love this. I do the exact same. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for me are optimal. I will trade a Monday, not on my main account, but I will trade a Monday, or certainly Monday afternoon. I tend to stay away from Fridays completely, and I tend to stay away from Mondays completely as well. But if I had to be super specific, I stay away from Monday morning and I stay away from Friday evening or afternoon session. There we go. We got the break and close above. It wasn't a nice break and close above, but let's go ahead with, let's pretend to hypothetically place a trade here. There we go. So we are potentially in on this trade here. Again, could be in on a break and retest, maybe on a bit of a pullback. I'm thinking GU can probably get to 133.53.30. But let's see. Let's see if the momentum can continue. I'm not in this trade purely because I'm a little bit worried on what price could do and whether it can pull back down to this zone here. Especially if I put a fib on it. Yeah, I reckon we can come lower, but for those of you trading that bullish momentum, then who knows? Bro, where's our co-founder LJ? LJ will be in 15 minutes, so he'll be here in about 15 minutes. If you have a chart set up and you want us to look at, drop it in chat. Absolutely. If you do have a chart that you want me to check out, I'm checking out GU because it's Vinny who wanted to check out GU. So if you want me to check something out, then I'm more than happy to. Novel Navigator, hello Will. What is good, brother? How's your day? Really good, actually. Didn't sleep too well. I've been struggling with my sleeping pattern recently, so trying to wake up with that positive energy. But a little bit like Stephen Bartlett said, he allows his body to wake up when it's ready. What I'm trying to do is something similar, but at the same. So what I'm doing is when I don't sleep as optimal, is I'll actually go to the gym in the evening, or I'll try and rest a little bit. Now that's what seems to be happening to me at the moment. Now, it doesn't seem to be helping or working at all. So I think I'm going to say, Stephen Bartlett, you're full of crap. I'm going to now probably start doing what my brother does, which is a little bit more savage and brutal to himself. But if he hasn't slept well, he'll wake up at the same time anyway and keep to his schedule, meaning that he's absolutely exhausted by that evening. And he says it seems to work. So from tomorrow onwards, I think I'm going to be back up, like getting up in the morning, like 6 in the morning, opposed to like 7, half 7, and then just smashing out the gym, whether I'm tired or not. So that's how my day's been, but I'm still, feeling optimal. I'm still feeling good. It is going in my journal that I'm not sleeping well at the moment. So I'm trying to understand, is that going to be affecting my judgment in trading? It doesn't seem to be at the moment. But we'll see. I'm just playing about with things at the moment. That's why I say, lifestyle alignment really does go hand in hand with trading. So that's something that I'm just working on at the moment. Other than that, my day is going peach perfect, my friend. Louis, good morning, team. What is good, Louis? How you doing, brother? Where is Mr. Dr. Strange? Azrael Trade. Dr. Strange is in a meeting at the moment, so he probably won't be in this morning's session, but he will be coming through. He'll probably be in with LJ a little bit later on. LJ is going to be coming in about 10 minutes, and he'll Dr. Strange. Rich will probably be in about 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes as well. My position on news days when a setup is presented is always risk of 0.5, usually 0.75 on normal days. That's really interesting. That's really interesting that you say that. So when you say your position on news days, talk me through that. Like, why are you when would you open a trade and why? And we're talking about news days and NFP days, CPI days that have low volatility or low volume until the news. Speaking of low volatility and low volume, it's Vinny. You're bang on with your volume on GU, aren't you? Damn. Good damn, son. Yeah, let's see what can go on here. Maybe I should have taken this. Okay, gold as well, by the way. Those that were looking at gold earlier, this is what I'm looking at. It is coming up, so we're just going to wait for a break and close above, and hopefully we can have some volume in, a little bit like GU. Hopefully we can have that momentum as push up as well. But yeah, no, I rate that. So 0.75 on a normal day, 0.5 on a news day. I like that you're reducing risk on a day of news. Void, I swear, man, Void FX Flow. I'm assuming this is the same Akram. You keep changing your profile pic and your usernames. I don't even know if it's the same Void anymore. You're near a selling zone now. On what level? Are you talking on GU or are you talking on gold? Because that was 9 minutes ago, and I can't remember what I was analyzing 9 minutes ago. If you're on GU, I reckon we can move a bit higher. I reckon we've got... Let's have a look. I reckon we've got another 29, 30 pips above. I reckon we got a little bit further to head above. To be fair, we may get a break-even bounce on this. This wouldn't be at all that bad. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. We have got a rather handsome fellow in the background. Wagwan G. What's good?
What is up, Will?
What is up, Rich?
Not too shabby, hey Nige. My hair is doing a hair thing. Sorry, I'm late. Morning meeting,
Late?
and then
Late? You're 51 minutes. That's not late. That's just... I'm amazed you're here. You may as well waited 9 minutes and joined LJ.
I wanted to see your face, mate. I wanted to see your face.
Yeah, all right.
What's up?
Nothing much, brother. What's news?
Dude. Exciting times ahead is all I'm gonna say.
Dude,
Exciting times.
I rate that.
Yeah.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah. Meeting went well.
Look,
Very exciting times.
You know, I know who you've had a meeting with. I can probably assume what your meeting was about. Two things. I'm glad that you came on when I was here because I wanted to see if you came on with a smile or if you came on with a frown. So the fact that you've come on and said, "What's good, Will?" instead of
What's good, Will?
So you know what? I'm kind of going to read the room, and I'm assuming that there's exciting time ahead. So awesome stuff. Either that, or he's keeping up appearances, and it's not going well.
No, it's exciting times, mate. I can't say anything whatsoever because it's not my place to do so.
Can you DM me though?
I can't.
Really? Oh wow, you can't.
Yeah, I can't.
No shit.
No, I can't. Dude. Not a word, not a peep, not a peep.
Mate.
But
yeah, no,
exciting times. That's all I'm gonna say is exciting times. There's a lot of exciting stuff going ahead.
Okay. I rate that. Nice. Okay.
Unbiased saying Rich becoming co-CEO.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, Sol's hanging he's hanging up the boots, and yeah, you're now looking at the new 5ers CEO.
No, new 5ers founder.
Yeah, Gil, move. I'm coming through.
You're in my seat there, mate.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'd have something to say. I'm pretty sure he's gonna chuck those gloves on if you think you're gonna come through trying to take him out of his seat.
Here's the keys to the company. Here you go.
Yeah, I don't think.
Thank you. It's about bloody time.
Yeah. Anyway, like I was saying, we had a deep analysis on gold. It's Vinny wanted me to have a look at GU, so we put in a hypothetical long on GU. We've had it consistently about 100 viewers, so we're hoping there's going to be about 100 likes. I haven't checked out the likes, but if you haven't already, make sure that you're going to give a big fat thumbs up, smash that like button, and if you are new here, welcome to the 5ers family, where innovation and charisma is at bay. Make sure you're going to subscribe and click that bell notification. And yeah, let's stick around for some banter. But I'm going to continue having a bit of a catch up with chat because I am 9 minutes behind. So I do apologize. You guys have been chatting away, and it has been me solo. So you know, I have been having to carry the fortress on my own. So
I'm looking at you and your performance, Will. It looks good. I think you're due for an increase as the new co-founder and co-CEO of the 5ers. I will grant.
Well, it's about bloody time I start getting some recognition over here.
Yeah,
I mean, I had to stream with a black screen as well, so I don't know what you guys saw, but it may have been a whole lot of me getting up close and personal with you guys while I'm pulling out HDMI cords. So let's continue to catch up with chat, and then I shall hand the stream over to Rich to do his deep down analysis of NAS. I haven't checked out the NASDAQ yet. I do apologize about that. I am just strictly waiting to see what gold does. Raphael, hello, William. Bom dia, bro. How are you doing? Again, that's all you're gonna get when it comes to my Portuguese. Bom dia. So we did try and butcher a little bit of Portuguese yesterday, but I feel like I embarrassed myself and probably was borderline, entering into the realm of racist. So I had to stop pretty quickly because I didn't want to savage any more of the beautiful language of Portugal. So I do apologise, Raphael, if I did make a savage butchery of Portuguese yesterday. But if I did do well, then do let me know. I don't think I did. But yes, GU long entered in from 132.815. Let's have a look. 132.815. 132. 8:15. Oh, nice. Dude, that would have been like early morning, or were you overnight holding? So, Raphael, where are you based? Because I know there's a couple of Portuguese, but they're based in the UK. Raphael, I'm pretty sure you're UK based, or
Yeah,
are
I
you?
think Rafael is in the UK.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. 132.815. 132.8. Dude, was this an overnight hold, or are you just like a night owl?
London.
One, yeah, London. I thought so. Yeah. I thought you
Mm.
were, mate. 132.17.6. 132.17. I'm actually going to place this up here. Hang on a minute. So we've got an entry price of 132.815. Yes, 8.
It's an overnight hold.
That makes sense. 132.815 and a stop loss of 1.32. 1.32, 17.6. 17.6. Okay, yeah. Swing low at this swing point here. I rate that. Let's go with a 1 to 2, Raphael. Because I know that you trade higher time frame. You're trading like 4 hour. So overnight hold, I'm going to assume you placed around. It's going to be New York session, so let's go with. I'm going to go with like 8. Yeah, okay, I'm going to go with you entered around like 8 p.m. time, which is probably going to be on this breakout here. Okay, no, that's 20 past 9. Okay, so I'm going to go with something around about this, and you've been holding since late London, or like late New York, but late London time. So I'm going to assume you're something around here. But dude, that's a really nice trade, man. That's a lot of just consolidation shop as we go late New York
Sit
session.
through, yeah.
Yeah, that's. But I know that is how you trade. So, dude, I rate that. A lovely, lovely trade. Uh, oh, nice. Sorry, guys.
Was it when you were reaching for the lighter, LJ?
Yeah. TP 133 965. 133 965. Okay, yeah, so you were around a 1 to 2. Yeah, mate, that's nice. This is my order flow. This is my order for the day. Absolute awesome. GBP AUD looks clean, looks good. Can you have a look at pound Aussie dollar? I won't be, as I've got a minute or so left of my session, so I shall
What happened this
tell
morning?
my. Huh?
What happened this morning?
What do you mean? What happened this morning? Oh, are you talking about with the yen?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the US dollar falls nearly 1% against the yen in sudden swing before bouncing back on first squawk if you check out Forex Factory. That was about an hour ago. Well, it's probably about 2 hours ago now, but
Yeah, jeez.
yeah, 2 hours and 7 minutes ago now.
Intervention? Much?
Yeah, yeah, a little bit. I'd say makes a change for us to have some.
Oh no, the safe havens! The safe havens! They're falling down.
The safe havens are no longer safe.
Ah, damn.
Unbiased trader, I would think Void is a scammer trying to trick us. You know what? I'd second that motion.
I also just realized it now. He's got multiple names. It was
I know. He's changed his name
it was
and he's changed his profile. It completely threw me out. I was like, are you even the same Void? I was like,
yeah, it was Void FX Trader, and then it's Void Trader,
oh, I don't
Void
know.
Forex.
Akram's, he's making my brain hurt at the moment, I'll be honest. Hello, Richard.
What
Welcome,
is up?
boy, Poitier boy.
Yo yo yo.
I think I've finally caught up now. Gold long, yes, gold long indeed. This is the long that I'm waiting to set up for. I think this is beautiful textbook price action. If I don't get this sooner rather than later, then I probably won't be able to enter this into the day, given that we have got NFP coming out soon at 1:30 today. So for those of you, again, who are just joining, 134 of you joining now, smash the absolute shite out of that like button. Make sure that you leave nothing left of the like button. Just absolutely punch the shit out of it. And make sure you do subscribe and click that bell notification. If you guys are new here, and welcome to the 5ers family, where there's nothing but banter, hooligans, education, and good vibes. But for those of you who are new joining, then yes, this is the news out for the day. Nothing much going on in the London session. We had 7:30, you had Swissy news. That was CPI medium impact news, or orange folder. The big ballers, the big swingers are going to come out at 1:30 p.m., which will be an hour before the New York Open. The average hourly earnings month on month for the dollar. We've got NFP out, so NFP is early today due to the 4th of July celebrations tomorrow, and obviously going through onto Saturday. And then, so in fact, a big shout out to all my Yankee friends, all my American friends across the pond. Big shout out to you, thinking that you're all Mr. Independent from us Brits. You know, still think you would have been better with us, but having said that, in today's climate, you're probably better off. So good call on the independence, my friends. Yeah. But big shout out to...
I'm glad you guys defeated the aliens.
Yeah.
That mothership got blown up, mate. I'm so happy for them.
Yeah, exactly. So big
That's
shout
what they're
out
celebrating, right?
Yeah.
It's Independence Day with Will Smith and...
Yeah, dude, that's an old movie now as well.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Yeah, it's a good movie, though. It's a good movie. But yeah, big shout out to all you Americans out there. If there are any Americans in right now, it's probably early for you. If you are in here, go to bed. Bro, like, what are you doing up so early?
It's 5 a.m.
Fair, okay. Then why are you trading? Go hit the gym and come back for like 6, 7 a.m. 5 a.m. gym sessions. Let's go.
Don't worry, all of the Americans in chat. I'm not as bossy as Will is, telling you what you should and shouldn't be doing. If you want to join us here on the live stream, just join us.
Fair. Guys, do what works for you. If you don't have to Mark Wahlberg like 4 a.m. club it. I'm pretty sure that's what he calls it, 4 a.m. club.
Isn't it 2 a.m.?
No, I'm sure it's 4. I had 5 in my head, but I'm sure it's a 4 a.m. club.
Dude, there's too many AM clubs.
No, I know, innit?
4 a.m., 1 a.m., 3 a.m.
Hit the gym, do some trading, and whatever time works for you, that's fine. You don't make a culture about it. Anyway, but yeah, big shout out to my American friends out there celebrating Independence Day and 4th of July over the course of the next couple of days. So have a fantastic weekend to you guys. Anyway, yeah, goal longs for me. I'm just waiting. They haven't set up yet. I need a nice break and close above this zone here. GU did get a bit of a push. Like I said, it's getting a bit of a pullback into that zone of interest. Nothing new, nothing surprising. I'm completely okay with this. But like I said, it's hypothetical. I haven't actually entered this. I am looking to enter gold. That is going to be the trade that I want to be placing.
Nice.
I tell you what, I'm not going to be able to catch up anymore with chat because, like I said, otherwise I'm just going to be talking 24/7. Point, I'm not a scammer, guys. I'm from the 5ers family too. Love that. Anyway, guys, I'm going to leave. Yeah, I'm going to...
Totally not void.
Totally not void.
Henry's gotten in on it too.
For LJ and for Rich to have a chat with because, guys, starting to hate the sound of my own voice now. So
Dude, you've only been doing it for an hour. You can go another hour. Come on.
no, I can go another hour, sure, as long as I get to sit back and listen to you.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Awesome stuff. Right, anyway, guys, I am going to love you and leave you on that. Please make sure you smash that like button. Big shout out to Rich. Got some exciting news in the background, which he can't even tell his best buddy Will. So you know what? It must be exciting. But talking about hanging a carrot in front of the donkey, that is, you can't just come up here with all smiles and giggles saying there's exciting times ahead and then not tell me. What an absolute bastard. Anyway, guys, I'm going to love you and leave you. I shall see you in about 2 hours' time. Thank you very much. Big shout out to Rich. Make sure you come in and ask Rich and LJ all sorts of questions, especially with LJ coming in the next 5-10 minutes. He is going to be talking about NFP and the what else have we got coming out? The average hourly earnings. So who knows? Hopefully he can come out with some good value about that, but maybe you're going to have to pick his brains and ask him about it first. So anyway, guys, thank you very much. See you in 2 hours. Peace.
Cheers, Will. All right. There was actually 1 or 2 questions here that Will didn't skip over. He just didn't get to them. Let's just see here very quickly. It's this. Daniel Mullen saying, 2 years trading, 25 blown accounts. First payout request sent today. If anybody needs a bit of motivation, take your time, stay disciplined, learn from your mistakes. Your time will come. Love this. Comment of the day so far. Definitely, it's a banger. It's a banger of a comment, that. I am Batman. Yo, what's up, LJ?
Yo, I'm good.
Oh, look at you, all fancy with your nice... Hey, Will, can you shut
Thanks,
up?
Will.
We're busy talking. Go away. Go away, Will.
Yeah, dude, that's why I spilled my coffee, because I was carrying it and it was a bit over full, and I'm wearing a white shirt trying not to spill it, and ended up spilling it. So,
And then you carry on walking.
dude, it got everywhere, all over the keyboard and everything. So I think we're good though. I'll find out if some of these keys stop working, but
they should be fine. They should be fine. Yeah, LJ without a cap. Yeah, he actually has a top of a head. For anybody who was wondering, LJ does have a top of head.
I do have a head.
LJ, what are you looking at? Have you been in anything? Because I'm curious. I'm looking at a potential NASDAQ short.
Interesting. I'll have to have a look. I've been busy throughout today, so I haven't been able to. Okay.
Yeah, squeakle.
This does not want to work. What's wrong with my trading view? Reload.
At least we know your keyboard works. So you just smashed it. Gah.
Come on. What is...
Dude, my trading view has also been a little janky since yesterday. Well, it's been janky since last week. But I think that's more
earlier today. This morning.
I think it's more of an internet issue than anything else.
All right. Well, we've got your chart up, so we'll see if we can. Oh wait,
there we go. There we go. We've got something.
We're in. Yeah, I'm not sure. So, because I was going to say, this is sort of what we had mapped out last night, like these high lows coming through. We did make that slight extra tap through here and then rallied right on. So I did get... Okay, I'm not... Wait, yes, we got it. So I did get stopped out on that next trade through there. So the original one, which was split into two, got stopped out on the second one, but then cleaned that right back up on that bounce there. So that was quite nice. Once we had the chats yesterday with Jerome Powell, sorry, not Jerome Powell, Kevin Walsh.
Senior Kevin Walsh.
Yeah, Kevin Walsh and Kristen Lagarde and was it Bailey, Bank of England? Yeah, so from here, though, I kind of lean more to the upside.
on euro.
as far as this picture, but like we were talking about previously, I think there's a chance that payrolls could come in a bit lower. So whether that actually knocks stocks off the board, though, I'm not so sure, because it should still be a strong number, but it may help to ease some of that hiking rhetoric and that forward pricing, which then should actually lend itself to higher stocks, right? For the NASDAQ, S&P. It depends what, where are you targeting, though, I should ask, first of all.
It'll be my typical 160 point range. So if we happen to get a follow-up, so we have a bullish candle right now on the 5-minute. If we have a potential follow-up bearish candle, I would look to try and get to the lows of the day. But it's because we were so bearish. We were so bearish from yesterday, basically. And to
Sorry,
me,
that was the euro before. I thought I was on the NASDAQ. I was like, I was tripping out, and I was just looking at the other chart, going, "This isn't the same."
Here,
we'll go to your chart, and I'll try
yeah.
get TradingView to work.
We did get a double bottom here, which is making it feel less likely that we're going to continue pushing lower. But if I go over to the hourly, I did this red one here is the 200 moving average EMA. So if I just hide that and we just look at this, we've got this downward push. Looks very good for a continuation. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours in a row of bearish price action during the Tokyo session. One bullish one at London, the London Open, basically. And then it seems as though there's a potential bearish candle in the works right now. There is another 40, let's say 45 minutes or so. So this could just be that little push lower before potentially picking up higher. If I put the fib up from the whole Tokyo high to the Tokyo low, we are just about at that 0.5 zone. So halfway of this move. So I'm looking for a potential push lower again. We're not quite at an area that I would have said, yes, this is a great like rejection zone. I would have wanted us to get a little bit lower than this, to be dead honest with you. So these highs, what was this? Tuesday the 23rd and Wednesday the 24th. These highs that we had here, that low, these highs, and then this breakthrough with that retest there, I would have loved to have reached just a little bit lower, just a bit, before potentially picking up. But overall, I'm bearish on NAS for now. It's not really showing me any indication of potential bullish moves. If we want to have a bullish move, we have to break. I'm going to go down so you can see it a little bit more clearly. We have to break these highs of Tokyo, which also had like a little bit of consolidation, which also aligns with that like last segment coming out of New York yesterday. We have to break above this. So for me right now, this is just a one bullish leg in a overall bearish price action over the week. So the whole week so far for me is bearish. Would love to see it continue because I think we can go a little bit deeper.
Yeah, okay.
Way below that 3,000 zone.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. In that case, yes, I do agree. We were looking at the Euro chart before. That's why I was a bit confused. Like,
yeah, alignment of assets makes a big impact on viewpoint, doesn't it?
Yeah. I was doing the like TA looking at Euro. I'm like, no, I want to see Euro going higher, but
it's just like, what are you talking about, Rich? No.
Yeah.
No. Euro higher, but NASDAQ lower. Yeah, but Euro higher. Oh.
Yeah. So no, I do see that. So I mean, again, it's this sort of triangle pattern that we've got here.
Yeah.
So I can definitely see back down to, the bottom end of this. See if we can test it, push up again, back and forth, consolidate, and then eventually, if we zoom out a bit, that was sort of what I was looking for. So depending how quickly we got up here, sort of sideways down into this bottom half, and then either drop all the way out, or we do actually push for highs.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do agree with that. This is the 30-minute. If we go to the 1 hour, I do like that overall. 200 moving average declining. 50s come up through, but starting to roll over. 100's a bit meh. So yeah. I like those shorts down to about 29,400 or so on CFD.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the
top of that
4
range.
hour as well, the 4 hour is also quite bearish as well. After coming into what was this? A bearish engulfing candle on the 22nd, which was Monday, previous Monday, not this Monday, the previous one, which also was basically a double top as well. So I'm feeling the potential push lower. Yeah. Just continue with that one. Did you catch yesterday's gold absolute fly off?
Yes, a part of it, because I did re-enter. So obviously the initial trades I got out are too early. We were talking about that. We're going to have to go slightly lower time frame. Here we are. So this was the initial trade that I took when we were on with Dirk. We came up through here, definitely jumped out way too early. As soon as you jumped in, Rich, we just took off. On the futures I had to take there anyway because I was, just by that
Consistency rule.
Yeah, consistency cap. But once we pushed on further, we broke these highs, and I was looking. I was like, dude, I'm just watching this. Just enter the trade. So I did. We pushed up right through here, and just below 4,080, I took that there. So that was quite nice. Yesterday ended up being an absolute banger of a day, cleaned up. So,
dude, I'm very happy that you cleaned up, because I kind of felt bad for your NASDAQ trade that you took the other day, and I was like, dude, you're in doubt, and when LJ's in doubt, it's just like, okay, maybe I should be a voice of reason for you and be like, look, maybe take a partial, and dude, if you want to get out, that kind of thing. But I don't want to tell you, dude, close the trade. And then it went against you, and I was like, oh, dude, that sucks. That just sucks. So I'm happy that you took all of that back, man.
Yeah, no, it was good. Cleaned that up. I've passed the futures account now, so
They do.
I don't know if the waiting for risk thing. Do I still have to wait?
Yes.
Not sure.
This is how it works.
Because it's active on the black arrow, but
okay. So how it works is that account that you used as evaluation is going to be inactive. It's going to be cancelled. You're going to receive a new account with a new number, new serial, all that stuff. That is going to be your funded account. So once you've reached the limits, that account effectively becomes inactive. So you can then just once you receive your new account, you can just delete that old one.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, because the new account is showing up on there, but on the hub it still says waiting.
Reach out.
So I don't know.
Reach out to the futures Discord just to ask. Look, the account is there, but it still says waiting for risk.
Yeah, because you cleared yours the other week, didn't you? Or not quite?
No, not quite. So I bought a new account. That one just went on an absolute roller coaster ride, and then it got knocked out. But that is how those accounts are going to work. You get a new account. So evaluation is one account, disappears, you get a new account, you move forward.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because the last one that I did pass, it had that that way on the hub for a week and a half, 2 weeks. I wasn't sure, but it was tradable. And then I was sort of waiting for that to clear out, and then I decided it hasn't. Maybe it's a error.
What if there's a delay between the two?
I could trade on it. So I was like, oh, maybe I think the hub display might just be
there's a bit of a delay, a sync issue, let's put it like that.
Yeah.
Because now that you mention it, I had a sync issue the other day where I took a few trades on black arrow, and it did not reflect in the hub. The trade itself did not reflect, but the P&L reflected. So the trades weren't there, but the P&L was there. I was like, okay, this is weird. Exit, came back in again, still the same. Waited about 2 hours, came back in again. Okay, there they are. Then they reflected. So I don't know if there's like a sync delay issue or was a sync delay issue. This was, however, last week when we had the internet issues and we had, the issues with the streaming platform and stuff like that. So maybe, just maybe, that aligned as well. But yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Give me 1 sec. I've got more coffee under my mouse. It's making it a bit difficult. Sorry,
just
Rich.
get a towel, mate. Get a towel.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, don't worry. We'll sort that out. Right, 184 of you guys in with us today. Thank you very much for joining us. We do appreciate you all in. So, before we go ahead, I did want to mention this, that if you are a Italian-speaking person, a Dutch-speaking person, or you are a Portuguese-speaking person, in the link in the description below for the YouTube channels where you can listen to traders like ourselves in your own home language, if that is something that you would like to do. So the link is down below. You can just head in there and then you can go and subscribe to all of those channels. More channels to come. There's going to be many more channels going forward as well. Oops, I wasn't supposed to say that. Anyway, if you are a futures trader, we have a futures channel which is you're going to be auto-directed from this stream, once the stream is over, to the futures stream. And if you're a futures trader, you'll be happy to know that we no longer have an activation fee when you pass your account, and it's now forever. So you have a once-off fee, that's forever, no monthly fees. You buy an account, that is the price, once off. You don't pay anything after that ever again, unless you buy a new account. So no activation fees on all of the accounts, no monthly fees, nothing like that, a once-off fee. So well worth it, in my opinion, well worth it. People criticizing LJ's this is so crazy, so many indicators, EA too many for you. It's so messy, but it's all good. How's everyone today? Gold looks nice today, waiting for some setups. Yes. So LJ is Picasso. We refer to him as Picasso because of his drawings, and he has many indicators that he puts on for different reasons. He doesn't use all of them all at once, but like he's got a bunch. I personally only use a handful of ones. Obviously, I need to switch this off. This is generally what my stream looks like when I'm taking a trade. This is the stuff I would mark up areas of interest for myself using boxes and whatnot. But LJ being Picasso, he's going to be drawing kinds of lovely stuff.
Yeah, all right, we're good now. Yeah, most of it's just, it's like drawings on the chart. Then, not actually indicators. Really only got the moving averages on there. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, you have your moving averages that are almost up all the time. You have your GEXR, you have your pivot points, you have your Kalman sections. Dude, you have
we can
so many.
slap them all on if we want and see what it looks like.
All right, it looks as though I'm getting the trade setup that I was looking for. Potentially.
There we go. Now we got everything on there. Can you guys see anything?
What the hell? Dude, that is chaos.
Yeah. Let me get rid of it all. There we go. Now we're back to just the two. So it's just the moving averages and then pivot points on here right now. All this other stuff is just drawings, right? So that's sort of what it actually normally looks like. So this stuff was just from yesterday when we were highlighting all the high highs, high lows, etc. And probably get rid of it all. I'm biased saying before as well, LJ, just realized you look smart. Come back or going to a date. No, I was just this is what I was wearing today. So
That is LJ
Yeah.
in a nutshell. Okay.
just trying to delete all this stuff now. So, but yeah, no, I was busy earlier today. Had to do a bunch of runaround stuff. So got home not too long ago. So I've been on the go all day. I haven't had a moment to sit down just yet. So I'm all flustered after today. Picasso J. There we go. Picasso.
Okay, so I am in this trade. I'm just going to mark it up quickly.
Yeah, unfortunately today I missed the longs on the euro and the Aussie. So that would have been quite nice, actually, especially getting that in before NFP. I looked at it this morning during Asia and I was like, oh, I gotta leave the house. Do I wanna take this now or just wait until NFP? You know. But yeah, we had absolute runners. Same with pound as well, actually. Stormer.
Okay.
Lining it all up.
Yes, just currently lining everything. We'll see if this plays out. If it doesn't, then so be it. It is what it is.
Tim in pain.
TLM in pain. Yep.
LJ, what is your full name? My name is Lockie. Or
Yes.
Lachlan.
Lachlan.
J is from my middle name, which is John.
It's not Johannesburg?
No, it's not. Lachlan Johannesburg.
Yeah, I'm saddened by this now.
But yeah, it just I don't know. It became like a nick. It used to be my old like tag name on YouTube and stuff, and in the Discord, and then it just became my nickname in the stream and at the 5ers ever since. So
Oh, dude, I think this trade's just gonna go straight to stop loss. What is this? What bullshit is this?
yeah,
Oh shit. Ah well, it is what it is.
I think I'd like to. I want to short at 29,850 or so, probably.
Oh well.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's hard shorting here because obviously during Asia we did have that run down already. So yeah, getting a bit of correction, also going in pre-NFP. The sort of headline case that people are expecting is like a better number. And then, yeah, I mean, like I said.
It is what I thought I wanted to see. But yeah, maybe a bit early. This is probably just going to go like, and then...
29,865, 867.
29...
Somewhere around there, I'd be willing to get in.
Oh, wow. So it's all the way up over here. Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a stop loss. It is okay. It is what it is.
Wait, what time frame am I on now? Dude, TradingView is cooked. This is so annoying. Okay, no, 29,800. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Somewhere close to that. 800, 825.
Oh, okay. So you're looking at these lows here. This
Yeah,
low
somewhere
swing.
around there.
Okay. Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
so I was on.
it is probably going to make its way up here, and then from there find a potential push lower. Yeah, maybe got in a little bit early. It's okay. It is what it is. You win some, you lose some.
You win some, you lose some. It is what it is. Indeed.
Yeah. It is moving
Azrael.
against me.
So Lockie, like Lochie, or Lochlan. That's my full name. And then John is my middle name. So hence
hell?
where the L and the J come from.
It just knocked me out, and it's not even remotely close to.
I was just going to say that my that's why I was tripping out. Maybe it's not just me because I'm getting different pricing on my broker on TradingView, and different price again on 5ers.
I got knocked out at 29,731.
Is that on the CFD?
Yeah.
Yeah.
29,731.72. That's weird. So I got knocked out here. That's 4 points away. That is rough. That is weird. That is weird. All right, whatever. Whatever. All right. So I got knocked out there. I'm going to take a screenshot of this because that is strange.
God, I'm dying over here, guys. Far out.
Why are you dying?
I just choked.
Oh.
I was coughing, yeah.
All right. Okay, so that's weird. I got knocked out quite a bit further away than I was supposed to. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered in any way. It was a losing trade, but the point still stands. Like, if you take a trade and you have X amount of points, it should kind of like stay, you know.
Is your chat loading?
Yeah, chat's loading. Randall Paul saying TradingView is off. I stopped using them. Prices are off on the CME. Well, in this case, they're still very, very close to the 5ers one. The stream the MetaTrader one itself. My stop loss was a bit higher. Was about 4 points higher than the actual price was, and it just did that and then knocked me out. So a bit weird.
Let me know if you can still hear me. I'm gonna run a
I can
speed
hear
test.
you. Yeah, no, I can hear you. I can still hear you. Anyway, that's weird. I'm going to... Yeah, no, Randall, it's a bit weird. Anyway. It is what it is. But the futures one took me out exactly at the bright spot, so... I don't know. Maybe there's just a little bit of delay on my side. Maybe it's my delay. What is my delay here? 184 milliseconds.
I can't hear anything.
Can you not hear me?
No. I think it's me though.
CME is the true price, lol. Yes, it is, but any other broker will have their own variations if it's CFD. Because CFD is derivations of that pricing. Ah, there goes LJ. LJ's gone. All right, so LJ is struggling with his internet at the moment, but oh, dude, my EV Mux also just refreshed. Are we having some attacks again? Are we having some? Let's see. Huh. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the internet is a little bit wonky on my side. All right, so it's on my side. It seems as though we have some issues with our fiber in our area. So I do apologize to anybody that is maybe I'm like a little bit laggy or the information is not coming through all that well. I do apologize for that. It's okay, Rich. Okay, cool. Thanks. I feel less bad for that losing trade. Shared pain. It happens. Like I'm not affected anymore by losing trades. If I lose a trade, it is what it is. I carry on to the next trade, and yeah, so on and so forth. Yeah, this is 100% true. So on TradingView, the futures chart is delayed by I think 15 minutes. So I still use the CFD side because they still have the exact same movements. So it's a mirrored effect. The actual prices are just slightly different. There's changes to that. But overall, if you look at the futures movement, it's exactly the same. Okay, so it's going to have the same movements, same candle sizes in generally, just with a little bit of a difference in the actual pricing. All right, this actually is starting to look like a potential push up higher already. So NASDAQ, even though we had this double bottom down here, it does look as though we want to attempt to try and push higher. We are in this ascending and descending channel, this consolidative one that LJ has marked up. By the way, LJ will be back in a few minutes. He's just resetting his router. We had the reactions down here and then obviously that reaction up over there. So we are in this kind of ascending, descending flag pattern. So we're going to be looking for a potential break of these highs or these lows and then a continuation lower or higher. So as of right now, we are kind of just stuck in this downward channel right now, which is okay. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's have a look at gold. Gold, as of right now, we had a very bullish movement yesterday. Price came into this area over here just before the rollover. And if I go a little bit towards the left, we had a little bit of consolidation, one break, and then a push lower from that point. So overall, this makes sense. So very strong bullish movements out of this area. So bullish day yesterday, price pushed up. We pre-New York started to attempt a bit of a pullback, so a little bit consolidative, and then a volumetric push, pushing price higher. Eventually price came back into that, a slow descent through the rest of the day for the New York session, which also makes sense. Usually if you have such a volumetric push, such a volatile movement, you have either a sharp decline into a midpoint or even the low and then a potential pickup, or you have a slow descent as we had now. So everybody's trying to get out of their cells if they were stuck. So they're just trying to take a little bit of profit on their way down or try and limit the losses that they had. And then anybody that tried to buy up here were trying to get out of their trades at these points as well. Eventually, price came back into this area down here at rollover, flattened out ever so slightly, and then started to get a little bit of momentous candles pushing price a little bit higher. So overall, it looks decent. It's slowed as of right now. So we've reached, this is basically a double top right here. We have a double top right here in this area in gold. So the high of Tokyo became or was tested on the high of London as well. We're still creating slightly higher highs, slightly higher lows, my apologies. So we'll see whether or not this is going to have a test, fail to break this high and then potentially push lower, or whether or not we're going to actively have a break of these highs and then a push up higher, maybe to the highs of yesterday. Sorry, not that line. Maybe the highs of yesterday over here. We'll see. We'll see. I'm more inclined to think that this is potentially the area that we're going to be testing. So what is this high point here? So that is on CFDs is 4,115 and 4,110. What is it on futures? The box on futures is...
I think I'm good now.
4,126 to 4,131. That would be yesterday's, on the 5 minute at least. The high and the open of the candle. The close of the previous candle and the open of the candle. Slow ascent. Looking good, potentially, for a push higher. What do you think?
Yeah, I do like that. Wait, you can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you, mate. I can hear you.
Okay, gosh. Thank God. Dude, I can't tell if stuff's working or not. I think we're better now. Trading view being normal. So, gold-wise, yeah, I do like that for gold. I think, we'd sort of spoken about how I think the next phase is that point of interest rates starting to come back off as the 2.0 phase of the Middle East situation calming down, and we've got that resolution. Everything's starting to normalize. Oil, obviously, down below $70 a barrel now. So I think as rates start to come off, obviously that's going to lift commodities back up. I think gold comes back into favor. Same with silver. I'd much prefer to be buying up gold than silver. I think we've already gotten down to those levels, almost. I was saying for, what was it, when I was on stream with Dirk, I think it was, a while ago, saying that year end, I expect about $50 an ounce for silver.
On silver, okay.
Hey?
On silver.
Yeah, on silver. So we've already come down, we reached 55 the other day, so I think that call for 50s is quite good. At the time, we were still up around 76 back then. So that 50 to 60 range is pretty good. We'll definitely probably get a bit of a lift there, but I'd much prefer to be buying up gold from here. My next port of call would probably be somewhere back towards 42.70 if this move actually continues on. That comes up towards the 200 moving average on the 4 hour. If I jump over. And some of this kind of like stall cluster that we had a couple times. Previous support through there, the previous sort of high break. We've got this sort of bank cluster in between there. So I think if we get this push up higher through there, then that'll be the test. If we push back down, see the 3000s once again, or if we actually get that further push on, if we see the dollar also starting to come off, and potentially central bank direction flipping back around. So let's just hide that for a minute.
I'm also just updating TradingView, see whether or not that is going to maybe help it run a little bit better. We be hopeful.
Oh, have you got the terminal thing?
Yeah, I have the terminal, yeah.
Okay.
Uses much less RAM than the web-based one does.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I normally I always bring up all the other bits and pieces, so it's hard to do that as well.
I see King Solomon is saying BTC, 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 BTC is gonna break.
BTC. Break up or break down? You know? What are we talking about here?
I'm assuming breaking higher because...
So if we zoom right out, so we've talked about Bitcoin a little bit in the past. We had, this was the first drop down towards 60K that I wanted to see. Bought up a small position there that I'm going to hold, long term. The next points were about 55K and then 40K ideally. And so coming down into here, we tested these lows. Zoom back in a little. Down by 66K. And it was pretty much running into this as we waterfalled off. Would we actually stall out through here, create a higher low through there, and then zip on? Or we crack through here. Once we did, we come up through there, need to retest that. We either break it, push on, or come back off. Clearly right now we've come back off. We're creating new lows right the way through. So I got to say, I wouldn't want to be going long on Bitcoin or crypto in general right now. Not just yet.
No. Especially not for a trade that you want to hold a little bit longer.
Yeah, so it'd be more in that basket. I'd be more keen on buys. So for now, I'd prefer to sell rallies overall. And if we go down, back down from the daily, let's go to the 1 hour first of all. Obviously on the day we're getting a bit of a push higher. I'd say you're looking at about this cluster up here, right by 62K. Push into there and then see if we fall off from that point. So that's probably what I'd be looking at. Of course, NFP day today, so depending which way that goes, you can either see it rip and shoot well past this, and then we come up to this higher band. Let me get rid of that, which would be up closer to 65K. But either way, in both scenarios, I prefer to then short off of that.
What is... okay. Okay. Fair enough.
1 to 1,000 RR.
Why not? Let's do it. Let's do a 1 to 1,000 R trade.
What even is it? It's like 10 to 1?
What do you mean? 10 to 1? Leverage.
Oh, I think Novel is talking about this, the Bitcoin entry through there.
Oh.
Because it's just like a massive lightsaber, right?
Yeah, it's just like the smallest of handles and then the longest of red lights. Well, in this case, a green lightsaber.
Yeah, and this stop is arbitrary. Obviously, I wouldn't jump out of it here. I'd still stick into it.
I was about to say, would you dollar average in on Bitcoin?
Yeah.
On that trade?
So I'd be looking for another entry somewhere in through here between that 55 and 52, and then potentially if we see 40, that'd be a third pocket. So then you'd get... can you do copy and paste on TradingView?
You can. You just need to make sure that you've copied and pasted you've selected the thing properly, then copied and then pasted, because sometimes the copy pasting doesn't work that well.
Yeah. And then you get something like that.
Yeah, so you little bit lower, get in, little bit lower, get in, little bit lower.
Yeah. And then it's the question of, would I even take it up at that point if we do get to 200K, or do I just keep holding it then? It's going to depend on the time, the situation, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like you would decide closer to that time whether or not that is the right thing to do.
And if and how long we actually take to get there.
Yeah. I mean, if it takes 7 years to get there, then maybe it wasn't worth it. I changed the trading view colors, same like Rich. It increased my focus before. It was too dark, so it was making me sleepy somehow. Now I am more alert. Candles become less emotional for me. Interesting. I just like this lighter version because it makes the blue pop more. And I don't know if you've noticed, but I like blue. So yeah, it's just purely so that this here pops so nicely. It's just like blue. Yes, love blue. Particularly this like variant of blue. If I go to the settings and you go to the symbol, it's literally this first one. As you can see, I had some darker ones down here that I tested, but this will always be my favorite, man. Always be my favorite.
Yeah, I can never have the white charts. Because normally when I'm trading, it's already dark, so I get blinded, as is.
Yeah, you're like, oh, what am I seeing?
Like
I mean, for me, it's
like,
easier. It's during the day.
Flashbang. You know.
Yeah. But okay, but to be fair, I like the dark colorings as well. A dark mode. I want everything to be in dark mode. Like the everything here is dark mode. Everything on the back of this terminal is dark mode. All of my other terminals also dark mode. But to see that blue color just love it.
Yeah.
It is pretty. And I mean, if you're going to be sitting here the whole day looking at these charts, you may as well enjoy looking at them. So,
yeah, indeed, I agree.
So my brother, MGN, he has multiple color themes for different assets. So if he's trading UJ, it's going to be, I don't know, like pink and green, like neon pink and neon green. And then he'll have EU as bright purple and orange as an example. And I looked at that and I was like, I can't focus. My eyes are struggling to focus on anything. So, different strokes for different folks kind of like thing.
Is that just to like differentiate the assets so he doesn't like confuse which chart he's on or something?
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't have that issue because I only trade one asset, so I don't struggle with that one. I used to struggle with it in the past, where you would accidentally take something like, let's say you had EU, GU, UJ, and so on and so forth, and you're like, I see EJ is moving, and then you go and you select and you trade, and you're like, why am I on gold? Why does it say gold at the bottom? What's going on here? So I'm being a little overeager.
Yeah. Especially with the lot sizing, if you do that, like you're like, oh yeah, two lots on euro dollar, and then you've got 2 lots on gold. Very different sizing, right there. So, I'm trying to see what I actually want to trade here. I'm not sure.
Nice of you to say the Boundless Blue. Nice. I love your name, the Boundless Blue. I so pretty. You're such a pretty person. Rich, you need a fish tank with blue lighting. Why a fish tank?
Don't know.
Why a fish tank? I have cats. They're going to disrupt the ecosystem of the poor fishes. Poor fishies. Wesley saying, my background is light grey with blue bullish candles and white bearish candles, black wick and borders. Yeah, I have the same wick and borders as well. I just want the candle body to be blue. Jurg is saying, when I first started trading, I changed colors, the candle colors, because I read somewhere that red and green are shortcuts to your nervous system or something. It helped right at the beginning. So your brain is wired to see, let's say, brighter colors, neon colors, stuff like that as warning signs. So in nature, animals, frogs, poisonous frogs, stuff like that, of like very bright colors, bright orange, bright reds, that kind of like stuff. So as Rich would always say, your chimp brain looks at that and goes, that's dangerous. So if you see a red candle, you're like, no, I don't want to participate in that. But when you're trading like Forex, you can go both directions. So you're looking at that candle and it's red, and you're like, no, this is warning. This is bad. it doesn't have the same effect as it would have, for argument's sake, a green or a red candle in a stock. So you see the stock prices going up, and then all of a sudden it goes red, and you're like, ooh, what's going on here? This is a problem. So for let's say trading Forex, change it to whatever color you want to not like destroy your nervous system. But yeah, it's for that reason. It's the fact that it signals danger in nature. Bright colors.
Yeah, I'm so used to the red and green. I don't think I could change. I could, but it would just be.
I'm so used to this.
Annoying.
I don't want
Took
to.
me a while
I don't
to
want
get
to
used to.
change this. Like this is what I like when I come to the chart. I expect this now. I don't want to change this. I had that little stint where I had the darker background. People were complaining that they didn't like the way that it looked, and to be fair, they were correct. It was a little bit more difficult for me to discern everything. I'm just so used to this. This to me is just so appealing. It's like visually appealing to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think it's simple, easy to read, clear, clean. It's good.
White boxes, see-through boxes. King Solomon is saying, took BTC at 750. Wish me luck. Good luck.
750, hey? Let me have a look.
Oh, 750. Yeah, as I say, whatever floats your boat. Yeah, exactly that. You're the one that needs to sit here and look at the screen. So make it as visually appealing to you as you want it. Don't let anybody else tell you. Well, this is cool. My
750.
yeah, 750. Yeah, my favorite. The5ers doing new invention day by day. Yeah, every day. Yeah, don't let anybody tell you, oh, your chart looks like shit. It probably does, but to you it makes sense. And that's what matters. You're the one executing, so you should be looking at your chart and be like, I like this. This satisfies me. Oh, sorry. So I wanted to get to this question earlier, and I forgot. My apologies. Rich, do you follow a 2-strike rule, 2 losses on the day you stop, or is it just 1 loss per day? What's your survival plan during a losing streak? Appreciate your insights. All right, so I'm going to tell you a little story. The story is going to be where I was versus what I'm doing right now. In the past, I used to do something called best of 3 is me. That's what I called the system. And it was effectively, I would trade the best of 3 outcomes. All right. Or best of 4 outcomes, but best of 3 works like this. If I had 2 winners, I would stop trading. If I had 2 losses, I would stop trading. And then if I had 1 win and then a second trade, which was then a loss, I would then have to do a tiebreaker, which was then either another win, which would then leave me with 2 wins and 1 loss, which then I would stop trading, or I would get another loss, which would then be 2 losses and a win, and then I would stop trading as well. So that's what I used to do in the past. I would always risk the same amount per trade, 0.5%, and I would try and make 1% on the day. So it was 1 to 2s, basically. So my first trade was 1% winner. My second one was then another 1% winner. Then I have 2%. So I could either have 2% up on the day, or I could have the 1 or 2 losses, which would then bring me down to 1% on the day. And then I would have the tiebreaker ones, which was 2 wins or 1 win, 1 loss, which left me at 0.5%, and then maybe another win, which would put me up 1.5%. Or I would have the 2 losses, and then the 1 win would balance that out to having a net 0. So I would either be down 1%, I would be 0, I would be up 0.5%, or I would be up 1%, or I'd be up 2%. So that's what I used to do in the past. What I do now these days is I don't worry about that at all. I just trade not the signals, but the setups as they arrive. So I'm averaging around 2 trades a day following that trading setup. If I lost a trade like I did just now, I wait to see price to just formulate a little bit, and then I'll decide if I want to get in again. and then I'll take that trade. So generally, I take one trade London session, and I take one trade New York session in general. Not because that's specifically formulated to do that, but that's just how it turns out. So generally take one trade in the morning, and I generally take one trade in the afternoon. I sometimes get more entries in the afternoon. I sometimes get more entries in the morning. So it's just that if it sets up, it sets up. You take it, and you carry on. That's the idea. So where I was versus where I am now with my trading, great starter point. The best of three is me. It helped me curb over trading and helped me curb jumping in on trades too willy-nilly without thinking about it. I would only trade that best of three, and that was it. Now to the point where it doesn't affect me at all. Well, it affects me a little bit, but not like a massive amount. So I don't really use the best of three anymore. If, however, I start realizing that I'm busy trading way too often and I'm not sticking to my rules, I would implement the best of three for 1 or 2 days, and I'll be like, okay, yeah, let me just remind myself that there's a reason why you did this, and then carry on with that. Wesley saying, I will forever be grateful to Richard B for telling me about the best of three. So much of it I take, so much so that if I take a win or loss for the day, I'm done. Works best for me. Thank you again. Dude, you are very, very, very welcome. If I mention something here, it's not to say that is the holy grail, and it's not to say that is going to work for everybody, but if it works for you, and you can find a way to improve it, or you can find a way to incorporate it into your own trading, do that. Then that I have achieved exactly what it is that I was going forward with that to do. It was to help me, and if there's somebody else that can find it helps for them, I'm happy for it. If it doesn't help you, then also that is fine. It's not you should be doing this. It's just consider implementing this or testing it and see if it works for you. And I'm very happy that it works for you, Wesley. Really happy. We've got Mr. Richard Wells in the background, which is now in the foreground.
I'm in the foreground. How are we doing?
Yeah, foregrounded Richards. Two Richards.
Foregrounded. I like that you said you still feel it a little bit. And I love that you built a process that allows you to fall back to, and I'm going to quote it again, Atomic Habits. We don't rise to the level of our goals. We fall to the level of our systems. And Richard's built a system that he can go back to that keeps him at a level that if he falls, he doesn't fall too far because he's still got this thing in place, which is the best of three, which is cool. I always remember you going, the best of three is me. Because do you remember years ago, I was like, who is it who does the best of three? And you're like, the best of three is me. And I was like, is it you? Yeah. Anyway, processes wrapped around trading removes a lot of the uncertainty. It removes a lot of the second guessing as well. You can just take losses and say, you know what? I turned up, I did what I was meant to do, and this time it didn't play through. And that's a part of trading. It's learning to lose and lose well, which if you're still repping out bad behavior, you're making that your new normal. Like we all are who we are through years of behavior patterns that are just imprinted on us, right? Like you practice something as a kid, you do it as an adult, it becomes muscle memory. So just think of that next time you're trading your account. What you choose to do in that moment becomes your future behavior that you're starting to imprint on yourself. So if you're imprinting revenge trading, that's still a part of your normal. So if Richard took this loss, I was like, you know what? No, can't accept this. I want the money. And he went in again. Then what he's doing is he's just teaching himself, you know what? This is me. This is what I do. I actually got pulled up on this yesterday. And it's the difference between saying, oh, no, sorry, I don't want a cigarette. I'm trying to stop smoke. Relative to someone that goes, no, I'm not a smoker. It's your identity and your attitude towards something. I'm trying so hard not to revenge trade today. No, I'm not a revenge trader. Like, why would I revenge trade? That's not a part of who I am. I don't do that. So, Paulie, how you doing, mate?
I haven't seen Paulie in ages.
He's been popping in the Discord sessions that we do on the Thursday and the Friday. Hopefully I'll see you in there today, mate. We've got a surprise, which I'll leave to the announcement that we're going to post at 3:45 UK time today. We're going to go a little bit further in those sessions, but you've got to be in it to win it. That's your clue. Richard knows what I'm talking about.
I know nothing. I know nothing. I know nothing.
yeah, so just being conscious, like self-talk is totally free. If you go around life kind of telling yourself that, you're kind of not the best version of yourself, you're disappointed in yourself, it's kind of, it's a weight that just drags us down. If we can focus on what helps us move forward, if we can focus on kind of like positive self-talk, and I'm not talking about like, puffing ourselves up for no kind of real evidence behind it. If Richard didn't have a profitable edge, it wouldn't be of much benefit to him to just kind of convince himself that he does and just keeps executing on something only to get a negative result over time. What we're talking about is building a track record of evidence and then actually cementing the kind of mindset we need to do that. And many times we're sowing seeds for our future self to enjoy. And that helps me personally get away from I need this next trade to be a winner. Dude, I was one trade away from a payout. And do you know what happened? I got that tunnel vision, and I've been trading long enough to go, Rich, this next payout does not change your life. Yep. And guess what? The trade lost. And I was like, and I felt that little emotion inside me. We still get them reactions, right? It's okay to feel them emotions, and it's okay to have a reaction. But you choose how you react. So I was one trade away from that payout, and I could see it, I could taste it. I knew them hundreds of dollars were just waiting there at the tip of my fingertips. The trade didn't play through. It went to stop loss. And I felt my emotions suddenly start to have a flare up. Now, we talk about this in the coaching workshops, that we all have an emotional trigger line. It could be 7 out of 10. And when you are pushed and your buttons are pressed at anything above a 7, that's it. You are tilted. You are almost inconsolable. So my job as a trader is to keep myself at a 2, a 3, and a 4. Well, after I took that loss, I spiked to a 5 really quick. This is why emotional awareness as a trader is so important, so that we recognize that moment that we go, oh, I felt something. And it's me recognizing that I've literally just spiked and my emotions have just suddenly got a big hit of adrenaline, and they want to act. They want to get that money back. They feel like something's wrong. There's a threat. And if we don't move, if we don't act, we're in trouble. And it's about recognizing these moments. And when I went to a 5, which was, what was this, yesterday, I think it was, maybe the day before. And I was like, oh, okay, that's my signal. Because if I get to a 7, good luck. Good luck trying to help me. Like, this is the whole point of an emotional trigger line. You are triggered. And when someone says, just calm down, you don't want to calm down. There's chaos in that moment. You want to just grab
to say to someone, dude, all you need to do is just calm down. Really? I should calm down.
Doesn't help.
No.
So we have to catch ourselves before we get to this moment. And when we get kind of live funded and we get to that step of like payouts, all of a sudden that's so much easier to spike towards that emotional trigger line. Why? Because we got more on the line. It's not just a little challenge account. Now you're talking thousands of dollars, maybe $10,000. And it's about recognizing, okay, you know what? I took a loss and I followed my plan. It was a good loss. And these are the reasons why my accounts are funded. These are the reasons why my allocation is what it is. Why? Because I follow my plan. And losses are a part of the business. But when I recognized that I spiked to a 5, I was like, okay, time out, mate. I hear you. I feel you. I'm not going to wrestle against you. You're looking out for me. This is a good loss. We're going to go and take 5. And I got up, I walked around, I got away from the computer, and I just allowed myself to just mentally reset. Because if I had gone from that into, and it got, it gets better. It got wicked out and then ran to TP. So it was like I'd calmed myself down from a 5 to a 3. I was like, right, let's come back to the computer. Immediately saw the charts and just shot back up to a 5. I was like, right, you need 5 more minutes.
And no, okay, step back.
Yep, no, time out again.
I could just imagine you like peeking through the door, like looking at charts and like, nah. Mm-mm.
Did you know I have this theory? You know when you're watching your trade run in profit and you move your mouse cursor to the little X button at the bottom right of your screen to close it? I have this theory that when I move my mouse cursor over that X, the P&L starts to drop. I'm convinced of it the moment I'm ready to close that trade. And sometimes I'll play this game where I'll move the mouse cursor across and just watch the It's obviously it's me just fabricating my own kind of to the market, but kind of full circle. Best of three is me kind of having a process. My process is I got to take every trade that's valid, but to do so, I got to keep myself under a 7. And we do get these wake up calls from our emotions, and our job is how do we choose to respond? For me, sometimes the emotions get a little too high. Like a 5 is pretty high, and I'll just go and take myself away until I calm down to a 3. And if I come back and I'm still at a 5, I'm not going to trade, because the next loss can knock me to a 7. My accounts are too valuable to me, and I value what I do as a behavior, and I cannot risk acting at a 7, 8, or 9, because simply I'm going to then teach myself, dude, happy days, I just made $700, and I did so because I revenge traded. I don't want to teach myself that. I want to teach myself that consistency and applying an edge exactly as the edge presents is the highest potential chance I have to earn a return on the account.
Yeah.
And we just have to weather these periods of just long drawdowns, long break-even periods. It's not all upswings as a trader. And it's how we manage ourselves through those underperforming periods. And it's not just a trade that lost, it's a trade that lost, and another one, and another one, and maybe a losing week, and maybe a drawdown month as well. It's how we manage ourselves in those periods as well, where we're still going out and socializing. We're still going out and touching grass. We're still kind of applying ourselves to our other hobbies. And, Richard, I know you're a keen fan of knitting. You're still knitting and doing, you took that well.
Yeah, no, my knitting is off the charts, mate. It's,
this is the moment I find out you actually do knit, right?
No, but we're going to go with it. I mean, why not? I mean, this is my knitting box. This is my knitting box. All of my knitting ingredients are in here. We call them ingredients in the knitting sphere. Not that you would know, but I digress.
The knitting sphere, I love that. You went with it so well that I got trolled on the back of my troll, and I didn't even know you were trolling. Well, that one backfired.
Do you knit? I don't know that about you. It's like, no, I don't. I don't at all. Yes, I do. Most certainly do.
Usman says, I thought that was a guitar. I believe it is. I believe that he's a bit of a legend on the guitar, actually. Although I've never heard you play.
You need to be there. I stream it for the boys in the Discord sometimes. We just... off topic, we sit there on weekends, Fridays and Saturdays and whatnot sometimes, and we just literally just shoot the shit. We just sit and talk crap and enjoy each other's company, and then sometimes I get bored just sitting down, and then I play some Rocksmith or something like that for them on the guitar, on the bass actually.
Helps break it up, doesn't it, from just sitting at the charts and kind of managing your own expectations on a daily basis.
Yeah. Like tomorrow, okay, so tomorrow we're not going to be able to do any of that, but in general, like on a Friday, it's just we sit and, like LJ is there, Will is there, Akram is there. Yo, LJ back.
I'm back, yeah, sorry, my ISP seems to be, I don't know, playing up, so. Yeah, dude, Rich is good on guitar. Very good.
I think.
How far do we go with it?
Damn.
Do we have Rich on the bass, and then are you karaoke? Like, how far do we go with this?
So we've got Abe on guitar, we've got me on bass. We need a drummer, and then we need a singer, and then we're kitted. Who can play keyboard? Who's good with the keys?
I'm just thinking, where would LJ fit in with this? What's your talent?
Played flute every now and then.
Dude, back in the day, everyone here in Australia, like when you were in like primary school, I don't know if you guys did it at all, but yeah, you grew up playing like flute, yeah, so classic. But
to mention just this, that it's hobbies is a great thing. Having a hobby, or you can call it whatever you want to, a distraction from, let's say, the mundane, the norm, whatever it is. I am seriously considering jumping in on NASDAQ again because it's printing up the way that I want to.
I think I'm going to as well, so just so you know.
Short or long?
Short.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm joining you.
So yes, so the idea is hobbies help kind of just distract you a little bit from that one thing that's maybe causing you a little bit of heartache, or it's causing you a little bit of stress or something. And it doesn't have to be a hobby that distracts you the whole day. It just needs to distract you in that moment. You just need something for now to help you either come to terms with whatever emotional feedback you're receiving from the market, or it just needs to distract you enough that it calms you down again, so that when you come back to the chart, you have a clear mind, clear vision, and you're like, look, I get it. I had an emotional reaction. I allowed that emotional reaction to dictate my next trade. I FOMO'd in, or I revenge traded this pair. It just needs that little bit of distraction until you can get to a point where you don't need that distraction, where you can turn around and say, look, I understand the feeling. I understand the motion. I understand that giving into this is going to cause more harm than good. And you start making that decision to not act upon it a little bit more naturally without distractions. Because that's the thing, like Rich is probably going to get to that in his analogy as well, that it's a long process, and it's not just, well, once I know how to do it, I automatically do it. It's knowing what to do is half the battle. The other half is actually doing it and putting the steps in place and getting to a point where it's a little bit easier for you to A, recognize in the moment, and B, then make a decision and say, you know what, I'm not going to allow this to affect me. And it's hard. It is one of the hardest things to do in trading, is stepping away and saying, you know what, not today. I'm not going to allow this decision to dictate my trading. So
we've been having exactly that conversation in the Discord. So for those of you who don't know, the 5ers have got their own performance course. Okay, it's a 3-course module, or a 3-module course that's completely free to any trader who signed up to the 5ers. So all you've got to do is just sign up with your email address. Once you've got it, you've got access to this course, which I think is 18 videos. When you come through the course, if you've ever purchased an account, which you can then gain access to the Discord, in the Discord you've got something called the Trader's Journey section, which is what we've done as a part of the performance project, where traders get to open their own space and just share their journey as a trader, kind of talk through what they've been kind of working through. And one of the conversations, like this is where years ago as a trader, when I was looking to genuinely develop and level up, like sure, I still go through my chapters and milestones now, but when I was trying to get that foundation under my feet, this is the environment that I was looking for. And it's completely free to any 5ers trader. And the conversations that you get in there, they're going to be real, they're going to be raw, they're going to be honest. If you want to paint a picture of what developing traders actually go through, this is where you would want to go. It would be the performance coaching Trader's Journey section in the 5ers Discord. Now, we've been having a conversation this morning and yesterday about a trader that was saying, and I'm sure they won't mind me sharing this, that they've learned all the theory and they understand kind of how the brain works, how the emotions work, how the emotions pop up and why they feel the way they feel. But they still find there's a disconnect between knowing what to do and being able to do it. And what we were talking about is kind of like the practical ways that you could track down, not just the theory, because many of us, we actually understand I shouldn't revenge trade and I shouldn't overtrade, I shouldn't FOMO. You guys are just talking about getting into trades. And all of a sudden, what does that do? That shoots my emotions from a 2 to a 3. Oh, I'm going to miss out. Like, we're all human and we're always going to get these emotions. Now, the emotions, they're never going to go away. When you're a trader of 20 years, the emotions will still be there. But what gets easier is how you choose to act and navigate yourself around these emotions. And one thing that helps is processes and built-in risk management. Like, if you're one trade away from blowing your account, think of the pressure. Like, if you're not using stop losses, and it's just stuff like that. So the trader was saying, look, I know the theory. I understand that, like my cortisol levels absolutely rocket. I understand that I'm completely and utterly closed out from being able to execute on my trades. I'm not thinking logically. I'm emotionally shut down. And I know the theory. I know what I should do. I know why I feel the way that I feel. But I'm still a victim of this behavior pattern. And it's like I learned what to do, but I never learned how to do it. Yeah. And this is where we've been having a conversation about how trading is really built of these two totally separate skill sets. And many times, well, not many times, pretty much every time we have a stream or a coaching workshop or even a course, what you're doing is you're challenging the first skill set, which is the intellectual skill set. This is the foundation. I'm learning how to effectively manage myself while I'm trading. But then there's the applying it. And what many traders do is they have these aha moments where they go, oh, no way. That thing that Rich said is it now helps me understand exactly why I feel the way I feel. It works. Like now I've suddenly figured out my emotions. But what do they go and do with that? They don't do anything with it. So their ability to apply it, it's like LJ, for an example, was, let's say he's reading a book about how to wheelie a push bike or drift a car, for an example. And you could know all the theory, but until you sit there behind that driving seat and you get that feel back from the steering wheel and the pedals, and until you physically practice and probably wreck several times into the barrier, you're actually not going to get that muscle memory and that feeling and that feedback to be able to do the thing that you've learned on paper. Trading is no different. We've got a mental age of like 4 to 7 year old, like as an emotional behavior, it's like a 4 to 7 year old running around creating chaos in our minds. Our ability to manage that and execute on a chart is a total different skill set. You might understand and say, toddler gets grumpy around about 3 o'clock, or every time a trade nearly hits my TP, the toddler goes mental. But how do you manage that toddler? And it's the practicing it, and that's the total different skill set. Now, what we suggest is actually having drills. Like, for an example, I go through at the end of the week, I might find 15 setups. Now, 15 setups in a week is 15 times that I get to practice or completely fluff up a skill set. Now, I could either be stuck in theory of going, hey, this is my setup, I know what I should do, but not be able to do it. Or I can practice the actual doing it. And just by practicing the physical part, what we're doing is imprinting on our minds how we should feel, act, and behave. An example. At the end of the week, what I do is I go back and I go candle by candle on TradingView where I do my analysis, and I stop at every valid entry and I go, this is a valid trade. And rather than just identifying it, which is the theory, what I do is I then open up my executing terminal, I put my position sizer on, I put my correct lot size on, and I imagine myself executing the trade. And I rep this out at the end of every week like 15 times, that I literally imagine myself not just seeing the valid trade, but I place the execution. The only thing I don't do is hit the hotkey. And it puts myself into a state where I'm learning at a subconscious level, muscle memory. And I'm literally saying, every time I see this, I do this. And what traders don't do is they go, well, every time I see this, I then just do a whole bunch of random stuff. Well, how are you ever going to cement a behavior into your subconscious? And if you don't, what you're going to do is give yourself a consistent feedback of emotional ups and downs and turbulence. Some trades that win. Oh, good, I'm glad I took that. Another trade that lost, but you didn't take it. Oh, good, I'm glad I didn't take that. And all of a sudden, we're just creating this loop of inconsistency. And if you want to be a profitable trader that you can build a career out of, first of all, you've got to find and define an edge that's simple, that you can identify every time it shows up. And then you've got to be able to consistently and relentlessly execute on that edge. And I use the word relentlessly because you might consistently execute on it, but one trade might be $10 risk, another trade might be $1,000 risk. That's not relentlessly and consistently. That's just executing trades. You might have 3 wins that are sized down, 1 loss that's sized up. You might be up 2R, but you're not. In your account, you're still down. So it's about understanding, when I see this, I do this. And you can create drills and feedback loops to do that consistently. And like I say, the proof is in the pudding. Once you start repping out the actual applying it, rather than just learning about the theory. So we've been having that kind of conversation about how do you move from just like, I've heard this thing, I've read this thing. We're doing it now. We're talking about a theory of something. But what the trader's got to do is say, okay, I've heard this cool thing. How do I take action on it? How do I make that something that I can do 20 times a day? Because we're just if LJ was trying to drift the car and he only did it once a week, I mean, you'd probably have bald tires at the end of the month, but you wouldn't really get better, because how we get better at anything is we literally just grab hold of it and we just rep it out dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of times. So if you're stuck in a theory loop about learning about trading and going, it makes me feel good because I've read this book, the book is worthless unless you take the information in that book and then you go and apply it to something that can significantly change your chapter. And many traders, they're just stuck in a theory loop, which I know. I was stuck in this theory loop for many years. And this is why under my Discord name it says, take action. And it is the reminder to myself that, Rich, unless you take what you've learned and you go and apply it, you're never going to be able to drift that car. You're never going to be able to, trade your plan. And what you see when Richard trades on stream is you see him just execute on his plan. And every time he trades, he's just repping it out. This is my normal. This is what I do. I don't revenge trade. Not, I'm trying not to revenge trade. No, why would I revenge trade? It's toxic. It's vile. It's poison. It's gonna destroy my life and those who care about me. Like, we build negative associations with the things that we don't want to do. Atomic Habits talks about how to take good behavior patterns and make them easier to achieve, and then how to take toxic and bad behavior patterns and make them harder to achieve. And one of the things that works really well for me is when you recognize something isn't helping you in your trading, and you don't go, yeah, I probably shouldn't do that. If you know something doesn't have a place in your trading, don't give it grey area and go, oh, you know what, it's just one cookie. You want to build a relationship with that thing that it's either on or it's off. It's either good for your trading or it's the most savage, toxic piece of crap ever, and you don't want nothing to do with it because it's vile. Like, we want to repulse ourselves away from that behavior pattern. If not, oh, go on, just one more cookie. And one more cookie, one bad win, one bad loss. These are the kind of things that fire our emotions from a 2 to a 7 real quick. You hit a 7, you're anyone's game. And the market is literally there to swallow up your money. And it will say, it won't even say thank you for it, because you won't even know who you're dealing with on the other side of the order. Yep. But typically that money is going to fall into the hands of those that, 1, can keep themselves composed and trade their plan, 2, have a proven profitable edge, and 3, they're not getting caught in the weeds with the noise and the temptation in the market, because the market is always advertising. If your execution is on the 5 minute and your analysis is on the 5 minute, what are you doing on the 1 minute? You're just creating noise for yourself. It's the same again with if you had a diet plan. You wouldn't go on the food shop, right, I've got my salads, I've got my fruit, I've got my veg, I've got my proteins, I've got my fats, I've got my, insert all the other things that, people on diets would have. I'll just chuck a couple of cookies in there for shits and giggles. No, you wouldn't do it, because it's not a part of unless you're planning a cheat meal, right? And we don't do cheat trades. Like, cheat trades doesn't work, because unlike the body that just digests it and flushes it out, the brain, it stores it. And what you've got to be super careful of is that you audit what information you take into your mind, and you cut the crap. And that's literally, I hate to be kind of direct with it, but these are the conversations that we're having in the Trader's Journey channel. And if you're going through it, you're not the only person that's going through it. That said, I am still waiting for these 2 young gentlemen underneath me to start their own channels, and both of you have said, yes, Rich, I'll do it. And I keep scanning there every day, and a little tear runs down my cheek, and I'm just winding you up. Joe's kicking himself off.
This is like, I can't. This is too much.
His connection was like hanging on for dear life.
Oh no! I want to say this. So, it's 1, 2, 3. Once is a mistake. It's fine. You did something once. It was not intentional. It happens. Twice is a decision. So if you do something knowing that this is the outcome it had previously, and you do it again, that's now a decision that you're making. 3 times is a habit. So it's understanding that what it is that you give power to will eventually become a habit for you. And whatever you don't want to have control over you need to stem as early as possible. You need to come to that realization fast. And you need to make that decision fast. And you need to decide there and then, is this the person that I'm going to be going forward as a trader? Am I going to be somebody that gives in to my emotions going forward? Am I going to be somebody that decides that I'm going to be a revenge trader? But then you also need to realize that by making that decision, there's certain expectations that goes along with that decision. If I decide this is the person I'm going to be the person that gives into bad habits, I should not be expecting to be a profitable trader. I should not be expecting to be a millionaire in a month. I should not expect these things. So that expectation goes along with that decision point. If I decide I'm going to be a person that is going to set my mind to a specific goal, and I'm going to work hard towards that goal, it becomes a lot easier for that expectancy to be hit, to be in line with that expectancy. And it's a long journey, and it will always be a long journey, because all it takes is one moment of being undisciplined to be an undisciplined person. It's that battle for zero, basically. So you're either going to be this or you're going to be this. Now, obviously, it's not that like color graded, like it's either black or it's white. No. There's so many colors in between, but it's realizing that you're on a knife's edge, and you can fall one way or you can fall the other way. Or the third option is walk forward. So the walking forward one is literally walking on a knife's edge. It's painful. But that's the direction that you want to go. You don't want to fall off on the one side and say, I'm giving into emotions, or fall off on the other side and say, I'm giving into bad habits, because the one can lead to the other one. Bad habits can lead to emotional changes, can lead to you feeling overwhelmed, feeling like you're doing the repetitive motions and it's not working for you. But on the other side, the emotional side can affect your habits, feeling like, well, I feel like crap right now but I can't do this thing. I can't follow through because I feel like shit. It's a balance, and it's one of the hardest things to do is exactly just that. Just trying to find that balance between when do I step back, when do I push forward, when do I say that was a mistake, and when do I say I'm changing it? And it's the balance between those things, because not every little thing is going to work for everybody. Your method, the processes that you follow is not necessarily going to work for everybody, but they are 100 times better than what you're currently doing, which is also not working. So I know Rich has called us out on the fact that we haven't given our journals a nice thought. Thanks, Les. Haven't given that the attention that it needs. And I need to now make a choice. I need to now make a decision and say, instead of keep on telling Rich, look, I'm going to do it, I'm just a bit busy and whatnot, and allow that to become an excuse. Remember, now this is now the third time that Rich has asked me, look, go and do that thing. So guess what now? It's a habit. It's a habit of me to not do that thing. And for me to blow it off, or for me to say, oh, no, don't worry, I'll do it when I get time. So now I'm at a crux point. I need to make a decision. Am I going to be that under-disciplined person that Rich now seems to believe I am? And you could decide which Rich you think it is. Is it this Rich or is it that Rich that thinks that I'm an undisciplined person at this point in time? But yeah, it's... LJ, we have to do it. As well, Rich. No. We can't keep on promising, mate. We've been promising for a while now.
No.
Just do it.
Look, I'll do it. I promise I'll do it this weekend, or as soon as my internet actually holds together. I don't know. I sent you a message before. I couldn't tell if it was me or the stream. It's
No. It's definitely you. Definitely you.
Not ideal, because we're going to be doing pre-NFP game time
this afternoon.
Yeah, later on as well. So hopefully working properly by then. I'm so sorry, guys. But Rich, honestly, I promise I will actually get it done this weekend, or even tomorrow, probably. I will have some, a little bit of extra time tomorrow afternoon. So I'll try and push it through there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. No, guys, genuinely, I appreciate it. And if it's something that's of value to you, it's not just something that could help you. It's actually how many other traders get the opportunity to kind of see the stuff that you go through and work through. Not every post is a just smashed this TP, just hit this TP, just got funded, just scaled up. Sometimes it'll be like, you know what, need a little bit of a rant, kind of had this trade opportunity, didn't pull the trigger. Maybe this was the reason why. Richard, when you were talking, you remind me of something called, I think it's called a demon finder. Have you ever heard of that, guys?
Demon.
find.
Yeah. So
We're playing
here's the
Diablo
weird
now,
thing.
or
No. This is maybe I got the wrong name, but it's to do with trading. And you have a spreadsheet and you write down all the bad behavior patterns. And when you make the mistake once, you have to tick that box. If you make the same mistake twice, you have to tick the next box. And it might be, let's say, revenge trade. And you've got like 5 columns. It's revenge trade, over trade, skip a valid trade. So it's a way to help you find the behavior patterns that hold you back. The demon finder, like finding the demon in the trading that's kind of stopping you from executing. And what you do is you tick every time you make this mistake, and it visually shows you how many times you're making the mistake, but are you making the same mistake? Demon finder checklist. That's it, Akram. I appreciate that. I thought I had the name right, but it shows you how many times you make the same mistake over and over and over and over. What I love about this is it's a process that takes what we do internally and it puts it in a place where we can't make excuses about it. Years ago, I have a friend of mine who had been in the car trade for 30 plus years. And he said that they had this process when he was an apprentice. So for those of you that don't know, when you're in a car trade, when you're a car mechanic, typically you buy your own tools. So think of this next time that your mechanic's handing you a big old bill. That mechanic's had to go and spend a lot of money and buy their own tool set, right? We're talking thousands. That's the one. So poor risk reward, and then you see how many times you basically screw up on the same thing again and again and again and again.
Demons will destroy your edge. I love that.
So what have we got? We got poor risk reward trade, entering too soon, entering too late, exited too soon, exited too late, trade not in trading plan, inconsistent stop placement, wrong position size, didn't take planned trade. Now, these are some of the bigger ones. There'll be some other stuff which traders do that maybe won't be listed on there. Now, this falls into that camp that we were talking about earlier. This is an amazing process that shows traders kind of where they're falling down. But what do you choose to do with this? Now, this could be, let's say, poor risk to reward trade. Let's say I've just done that 9 times in the same week, and I realised that, you know what, I'm not managing my risk very well. I've now got all the information, but as the auditor of my own trading behavior, as a guy that literally answers to no one within my trading activity, like it's literally just me and the charts, I'm also the employer that gives myself the opportunity to trade the markets. So if you think about a trader has unlimited capacity to do what they want on the charts. But that means they've also got to hold themselves responsible. So if you think about an employer-employee relationship, imagine that the employer created this demon finder as a way of auditing the behavior pattern of their employee. Now you are also the employee that trades the charts. So for this example, let's say I'm the employee that trades the charts, LJ's my employer, and he says, hey Rich, I've got this demon finder for you. I want you to fill it out throughout the week. I give it back to him at the end of the week, and he just sees that poor risk to reward is just off the scale. Like, I can't manage my risk. Now it would be LJ's job as my employer to turn around and say, right, you know what, we're going to have a proper word about this and put something in place because you don't have a place being at the charts and trading my capital. Now, sadly, as traders, we don't have an LJ in our corner in terms of someone that we need to be accountable to. What we have is ourselves. And it's so easy to go, get that rubber out, let's rub some of them mistakes off, let's just toss it in the bin. That wasn't too big a mistake. And we can make excuses, and we're biased. Why? Because we want to carry on trading, because we get dopamine hits from it. But if you want to excel with your trading, not only have you got to track information that gives you feedback on how you behave, you've also got to then look at that information and be willing to course correct. And that's not the fun bit, because sometimes people overtrade because they just like to overtrade. They just want to overtrade. Sometimes they risk 3% just because they want to risk 3%. Now, if you realize this isn't a part of your plan, then our job is to say, okay, I got these problems and I need to figure out why. Like, if I've got poor risk reward trades, what's driving that behavior? because it's not just your analysis. There'll be something that may be risk adverse within you, or you might be, exiting too late. It might be that you got greedy on a trade because you just taken 3 losses and now you want to make it all back on one trade. What's driving the behavior behind it? And once you find that, then your job is to be your employer and put something in place that actually improves your experience as a trader, or improves your consistency as a trader as well. And kind of full circle, what I was talking about is in the car trade, what they would allow you to do is when you were an apprentice, you would borrow someone's tool. Dude, chuck us that 10 mil spanner, will you? And what would happen is the senior mechanic would go, "Oh, come on, man, get your own tools." And you would always end up borrowing a few tools off these mechanics. Now, this system that's in place, my friend who's been in the car trade over 30 years, he said that when he was an apprentice, they had a system like this on a big whiteboard. And every time you borrowed a tool, you had to write down what tool that was. So it could be a 10 mil spanner. It's never going to be a 10 mil spanner because no one can ever find the 10 mil spanner. If you're ever going to lose a spanner, it will always be the 10 mil spanner. You could weld a 12 mil spanner to it and you'd just lose both of them. It's the rules. I don't know.
That's how it goes.
It's what it is. Like if you're going to drop a nut down an engine bay, you're never going to hear it hit the floor. It always just rattles around. Anyway, I digress. So the idea is once you've borrowed the same tool 5 amount of times, you would then have to go out and buy that tool. Why? Because you're identifying a need and something has to happen. So the Demon Finder is kind of the same system to that. It's about identifying the need within your trading. But the important part is you as the trader has to do something with the information that you collect. And if you don't, then welcome to Club Stuck. And I would say the rule of Club Stuck is we don't talk about Club Stuck, but we do. Everyone complains about it. Trading's rude. Trading's, I'm stuck. I'm not getting anywhere. Most of the time, if you're not getting where you want to be within trading, it's because there isn't a process in place that shows you where you're falling down. And if there is a process in place, a lot of the time traders aren't acting correctly on the information they're gathering. This is why we talk about backtesting and collecting stats and data and knowing your win rate and knowing your trade frequency and expectancy and aligning the account size with your analysis. If you've got a great analysis, I mean, LJ, would you trade $50 risk on a 100K account?
Would I?
Yeah.
No.
Why?
It's tiny. It's going to take me 1,000 years.
Too much money,
get
mate.
anywhere.
Way
Too much money,
too much money for LJ. Can't handle that level of leverage.
So the idea is you use the right level of risk for your analysis. It's an opportunity for your analysis to be backed with the right kind of financial opportunity as well. And so if you've got a good analysis, if you've got a track record, you wouldn't waste your time incorrectly sizing it. And now the same is true on the other side of the coin. And I don't want to use Richard as the example for this because it makes it look like it's LJ one camp, Richard the other. But Richard, on a 100K account, would you risk 7% a trade?
7% on 100K,
Yeah.
so 7K on a trade.
Yeah, it's only $7,000.
No.
But not enough for you? What's the matter?
No, it's
no.
way too little.
Step it up.
Yeah, those are rookie numbers. I need at least 3 times that. No.
Actually,
no.
Rich, you got to leave some room to martingale. Remember, right? So if you're down
But
7,
that
you
is
need
what I was
go
going to mention.
14
It's
and
too
then-
much because I can't martingale it. I need that martingale, mate. I need that No, no, I wouldn't. No, 7%. I would not do that. Even if I had I don't know. The account size doesn't matter. I wouldn't even have done that if it was a 5K account or a 1K account. I wouldn't.
Yeah. And so this goes to the idea that not every strategy is born equal, and not everybody's ability to execute their strategy is equal as well. So what we want to do is build evidence on how good a system is and evidence on how good you are at implementing that system. And when we've got the two, we can then look at it and say, okay, what would be the correct way to size this analysis? And then very quickly, LJ was like, I'm not going to waste my time with $50 on a 100K account. Like, I know my analysis and I know my ability to size it. I want to put it into a way that actually makes sense. And then we used the extreme example with Richard, and obviously we didn't leave enough room to martingale, which made it actually quite unfair in his favour. Because,
Yeah.
but the same theory is true, right? Every analyst and their ability to execute on their edge needs to be sized in a way that, one, the trader can handle, and two, it's logical for the system as well. And that's not going to be the same. It can't be the same. I don't have LJ's skill set. I don't have Richard's strategy. I have my skill set and my strategy, and the end result is I know that data and that stats. If I try and put it in at 2% risk, I go all weird in the brain. It's a quick way of saying it, but I'm just not going to execute on it. If I'm trading at 0.1% risk, again, I'm just not going to execute well on it. Why? Because I don't respect it. So I have to size it in a way that, one, is significantly important to what the stats say, but two, it has a level of financial upside. And this is why when I talked about being that one trade away from a payout, we're talking numbers that are significant. Why? Because it's why I trade. I don't trade to be right. Many traders do. They love to trade and they love to be right. And trading turns into a game of being right more than making money. But if you look at the objective of trading, most of us got into it to make a bit more than we lose. So I want to make sure that when I'm putting my execution to the market, which has edge, I'm doing so in a way that as my edge has time to play out, it has significant upside to me. And just little things like that. It's, that Demon Finder is a really good tool to show you, are you sizing your trades correctly? And if you're not, then is it because you don't understand your system and how they need to be sized? These are all the kind of conversations that we can have in the trader's journey. It's a very, very long-winded way of saying it, but in the trader's journey, we're having those kind of conversations that help traders kind of unlock those thoughts and processes. And also, traders are sharing their insights with other traders as well. Big shout out to Sabine. Some massive, massive insights shared yesterday from Sabine within that channel as well.
It's like Unbiased Trader here as well. He uploaded a file onto the Trader's Journey thread and is hoping it's useful to you all. So for those of you who have access to the Discord, if you go all the way down to the Trader's Journey, you will notice that it was updated now recently by Unbiased Trader. He's the very first post, unbiased. Just check his thread, scroll all the way down, and then you'll see a PFD file, a PDF file. Sorry, not PFD, PDF file.
CFD, PFD.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. CFD files. It's a PF. Anyway, PDF file. And then, again, damn it. Acronyms, jeez. It's down there. You can see the file that he has uploaded, and you can go through that. It looks pretty cool. I'll go through it properly, and then I'll give some feedback for you, Unbiased Trader.
Yeah, Rich, I agree with that. I have also found, personally, I work much better with larger account sizes as well. Like smaller account sizes, I'm kind of for that same reason. Like I feel like I'm kind of wasting my time. Now, obviously, that's because of living costs and that kind of thing here. Your time input versus output cost, taxes, all that kind of thing. But also, I think as well, having obviously been trading for a while, I'm used to those larger sums, so I've become like climatized. And it's like when it's like a shark. Once you've had that like taste of blood, nothing else tastes quite the same. So if I'm doing it on something smaller, like I just won't respect it. I won't care about it. Like, so I need those larger numbers, and I'm far more disciplined. Because often we talk about people being the other way. When they go to those larger numbers, they struggle. For me, it gets easier and easier and easier. So it's inverse in my situation. Yeah.
But that's the deeper end of the pool, isn't it? It's once you've kind of understood yourself and you realise what's at stake, and you realise every time I deviate from my plan, I'm actually having a huge opportunity cost. Like, you get a 5K account, you deviate from your plan, the cost is a matter of dollars, maybe a few $100s. When you start getting to the deeper ends of not just prop allocation, but personal allocation, you start talking about thousands, tens of thousands worth of deviation from opportunity cost. I looked the other week and I looked at kind of following said analysis perfect relative to what I did, and I looked at the opportunity cost, and I'm at a size now where it stopped me for like a minute and a half in my tracks, where I was like, that's too big to ignore. That's not just like a couple of quid. It's a big enough sum that I'm like, okay, Rich, by not doing the work you said you would do, and you set yourself as your homework assignment, and I also have my own channel within the Trader's Journey thread, but by not doing this, there is now starting to become a slight gap between your potential strategy returns and your actual returns. And when that gap's $50, you go, it's a couple of portions of chips. I mean, depends on where you eat, right? But you're like, I'll get round to it. When the opportunity cost starts going into the hundreds, it's like, okay, I'll bump it up on the priority list. It's going to get done soon. When you start talking thousands, then you start looking at that and go, and we're talking in a week as well. So you're saying, wow, the opportunity cost is thousands within a week. When you look at that, you go, I'm now disappointed in myself that I haven't done it. And this is the kind of thing that when you get to LJ's kind of level and experience in trading, the opportunity cost becomes too wide in relative to financial terms in the real world. So you have to be locked in. But also along the way, you don't get to that level without learning the importance of being locked in, because you don't get to where you are without following your plan, without having a plan, at least, without having some kind of consistent approach and risk management, and then just cutting the dumb stuff and saying, I'm only doing this. Because we never know when our edge will perform. For an example, Richard Butler pulled out a stonking week, going back a couple of weeks. But Richard never had any idea at the start of the week that week was about to approach. Now, it could have been a negative 2-hour week. It could have been a positive 3-hour week. Or it could have been a 15-hour week. Richard has to align himself consistently with his edge to even stand a chance of getting that result. And I can tell you, nothing jades you more than finishing the week, seeing a 7-hour week, and then realising you caught 1 hour of it. But through the tool that we're seeing on the screen, through having a process that shows you why there's a gap between the result your strategy wanted to produce for you and the result you got, you can put reasons to these actions, and then you can start to find the workarounds. Okay, I was on stream, I missed a trade. You know what? That's fine. It's going to happen. But what can I do about that? And there's things that you can look at rather than saying, I can't solve this. How can I find a way to solve this? I kind of love that mindset of looking at problems as for solutions rather than roadblocks and saying I can't go down that road. Yeah, you can find creative ways to achieve what you need to. Big opportunity cost.
I also see with that opportunity cost factor, I also see it as a part of risk management as well. Funny enough, now there's always a fine line between we're not talking about full porting or anything. We're just being confident and committed to your trades, right? Because the way is, as well, I see it, if I do size down too much, for me to achieve the same end outcome, like when we're talking about that opportunity cost, I'm going to have to enter a lot more trades. Therefore, you're actually exposing yourself to more fluctuations in the market. And there are those certain days or weeks throughout the year where they are going to be those bangers. And so if you land on some of them, but you're too under positioned, you're going to miss that, and then you're trying to chase that same portion. So it actually becomes more efficient. You can risk manage that better, because then you can actually be out of the market more often and just take those higher quality trades to achieve that same end goal, right? So that's also the other portion of how I view it. Not just trying to push things, all that kind of stuff. And obviously, yes, you want to have those end goals, but it does also have a protective factor.
It's definitely a fine balance, that one, because that can just as easily completely destroy your risk management as well.
It's an experience thing.
Yeah, very much. I was about to say it's very much I've been in the market long enough to understand these concepts well enough, and I have a trading style and a specific approach that is strong enough to take advantage of these things, and also to at the same time mitigate the downdraft that they may come at some point. I mean, LJ, how many accounts have you lost recently? In the last
recently, or I don't even know how many recently. Let's
say the last 4 months or so. Okay.
Last 4 months, I think probably 11 or 12.
How many of them was because of your own expectancy playing out? and watch which portion of that was because of decisions that you made that were either poor or not well thought out, and which portions of those were just happenstance, the market not being in the right cycle and stuff like that. And it's like looking at those ones and splitting them up, and then you realize, okay, I'm gonna lose accounts because of my actions. I'm gonna lose accounts because of my system, and I'm going to lose accounts because the market is not really playing according to what my strategy needs it to play like. So you don't have to give the number. I just wanted to like have a base number to kind of like work off.
I think it was like 11 or 12 in the past, probably like 6-8 weeks even.
Yeah.
Portion of those were also from when some of them were linked on like copy traders, and then they all got burnt in a cluster. So it's more
But
one
it's
of those other like errors rather than a direct, like of your own volition trading error where you murdered it.
So there's stuff that happens with your accounts, and if you then bring it in, it's individual actions, individual decisions, market regime, all of this. There's all of these
Have the
factors.
internet outages, all this kind of stuff. Yeah,
Exactly. I couldn't close a trade where I normally would have because my terminals froze. Whatever. It's realizing that it's not a simple 1-to-1 correlation that action is going to equal outcome. It's not exact. There's so many paths that eventually lead to that one outcome, and that one outcome can be completely opposite to what you thought it's going to be. You can go in with the right mindset, right intentions, right actions, and you can still get a negative result. So the correlation is not always causation, and the causation is not always correlation either. It's realizing that if you do it long enough, you will find the rhythm, and you will find what works for you. And you're not going to have one account forever. We can't all be a Richard Wells that has an account for the last 5 or 6 years. We don't all get to experience that. Some of us have an account for a year and then lose it. That kind of like thing. So.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say as well. It depends that's where you have like the baskets as well. So I've got other ones that don't get hit at all. They're not going to be exposed to that stuff. They stay safe. And then I've got other ones that I am trading more with that potential risk to it. But there's other benefits, pros, cons that you have to weigh up. So there's always the other basket that stays safe, secure, and it's going to keep running. And then, you're going to be exposed to whatever stuff on the other end as well.
Just as a caveat to that, because I want to kind of explain it. So I took on an account over 3 years ago. It's actually an account I've got with the 5ers, and I still have this account. I was actually trading it today. Now, this account I actually ran as an experiment to only trade the drawdown as the complete account balance. So if I lost that account, it's the same as margin calling a personal account. This is the difference between that. So the thing is, a $10 day would be a sensible day. A $50 day would be maybe a good day. Now, when we said to LJ, would you trade a 100K account with $50 risk? What I did is looked at the drawdown as being 10,000 and then saying, okay, well, $100 risk would be 1% on the account, so $50 would be 0.5% of what I can lose. And yeah, sure, I've had that account for 3 years. But the flip side is, if my aim and goal was to use that as an investment vehicle and a tool to get a return on my money, how much have I earned relative? Do you see what I mean? So if you've got a tool and you want to use the tool, then you are sometimes you're gonna hit a negative expectation period. I had exactly the same happen to me. Only a few weeks ago, I took on a new big bootcamp account. I connected it to my trade copier, and I said, okay, this is a phase 1 account. I'm going to set my risk criteria, and out the gate, I just come out drawdown, and it was like, well, I did what I was meant to do, but I was watching my account balance drop. $1,000, $1,500, $2,000. And I'm looking at this account and I'm getting these thoughts of, maybe I need to adjust my risk. What about this? And I'm thinking about the profit, not the process. And I just want to focus on the process. And sometimes you're going to see accounts that start to move negatively against you. And it's up to you as to where you choose and how aggressively you choose to position yourself on those accounts. Those traders that can and do position themselves in a way that makes sense in terms of their strategy, they're probably going to get a little bit higher return. But they also need to be able to execute at a level And this is a massive testimony to LJ being able to execute at a level that he knows is in line with his analysis. And then when he gets a result that's not the result, say, he wanted, it doesn't affect how he feels about himself. He's like, you know what? This is a part of kind of how I'm trading my system. I'm just going to keep trading my system. And that's a very learned thing as a trader, not to take losses personally or not to lose an account and reach a point. We speak to traders in the coaching workshops who have gone through over 100 accounts. And then what happens is other traders say, yeah, me too. And other traders say, yep, me too. And they normalize the idea that, you know what, sometimes trading isn't a smooth journey that you see online, that traders just take an account from zero, they scale it to $1 million. What you see typically is there'll be a lot of learning experiences along the way. And the more we're open and transparent about that, and even the seasoned professionals, like the more we're transparent about that, the better image it paints and expectation it paints for newer traders that come in who think, I can never lose an account. If I do, I'm an absolute failure. Well, self-talk. And if you tell yourself that and you behave like that, then you go into defensive mode. You don't win when you're in defensive mode. And then you start trying to trade your sense of self-worth, and it just, there's a whole lot of stuff with that. Will, you have joined us at an interesting time where we're just talking about blowing accounts. Have you blown any accounts today, sir?
This week I have, yes. Yeah, I have indeed. For the first time in over 12 months, I have blown an account.
It wasn't 100, was it?
It was indeed the 100k account. In fact, Rich, this is perfect to have you in.
No.
Yeah.
You lost your account?
Oh, not that account.
The 100k that I passed live on stream has now been set to bed, which means only one thing.
F for respects in chat, guys. F for respects in chat.
We go again, baby. We just go again.
So hang on, Will, you took that account on, I want to say 2 years ago?
Yes, yeah, 2 years ago.
Oh, no.
Oh, man, I know. Yeah, I know.
And we can get attached to these accounts. So for those of you that don't know what we're talking about,
Sadness.
we used to stream together, and we both had a 100k account, and we'd taken them through the phase 1, the phase 2s live on stream, and we both got them live funded. I hit a bit of a drawdown with mine, and eventually I had to surrender the account off. It didn't hit its max loss, but it was about down 7% after probably a year of getting funded or being from start date. And then Will, 2 years, and it's finally
gone. I know.
Fair,
After 2 years of nursing it. I got to 3% up, hit some drawdown, got 7% down, got back to break even, got up a little bit, and then back into drawdown with Trump in the first quarter of the year. And then, as of yesterday now, I got the dreaded email. Yeah, so, I mean, dude.
2 years of data.
Yes. 2 years of data, 2 years of 100% live trading as well. Like, that is only traded on this stream. Like, there is no outside streaming or outside trading off of what is done live. It was past phase 1, past phase 2, got into 3% profit, hit 7% drawdown, got back to break even, and blew. All with trading live in front of you guys, every single trade. You know what? I am incredibly proud of not only myself for doing it live on stream, I'm incredibly proud of the account for lasting that long. So yeah, but look, you know, it happens. It happens. Like I said, you know, unfortunately, that is what happens when you trade live on stream. Sometimes you miss setups. Sometimes you even have emotional times where you jump into trades that perhaps you shouldn't. You know, so there was a lot going into that account. Emotion, a lot of accountability, and a lot of risk. And you know what? I nothing but fantastic memories and learning curves from that. I was going to try and make a thing about it. I was going to try and have a word with the editors behind the scenes, seeing if we could do like a collage or like a sort of like a memorial thing for it.
Yeah.
Have, like me passing both phases, me getting into profit, and I thought, that's just going to take too much effort. So I thought I'd just come out here and tell you guys. But yes,
Mate, you realise there would be hundreds of hours of footage to go through to try and
editor
try and find that.
The editor's going to be like, why?
You're like, please, bro, don't make me do this.
Dude, when there's some random clip from just like 10 days ago, I'm like, which stream was it? Like,
literally.
Somehow Akram always pulls this stuff. Like, sometimes we've talked about something in the stream, and he will just then find the clip and send it. I'm like, dude, how did you do this? I'm looking through each one and just...
Do you know how I've come to realize that there's like time that's passed? So I used to, when I started streaming, even before the 5ers, I used to do it in a different room, and there was different paintings behind me, and then I changed the paintings throughout the years, and then throughout the months, and I changed the angle, and then all of the stuff that I've added to the back here, and so I see the video, and I'm like, when did I check? Okay, that was May. Okay, so it's this time, and then I'll remember. But
man. Dude, like going back as well, I'm just gonna give a little bit of nostalgia, potentially to Rich on this, especially when it was when I first started streaming. Will, I will have a beer tonight in your honor. Thank you very much, brother. I really appreciate that. Guys, I've got my brandy glass with my cigar holder in it as well. So you know what? I'm gonna have a brandy tonight in memorial for it. Big shout out to Rich on this one, actually. Rich, I don't know if you remember this, mate, but when I first started streaming, I was in my bedroom and I didn't have a camera, I didn't have a mic. And I remember Jordan saying to me, Will, you need to get a camera or a mic or something. So I thought, right, well, oh shit, okay, what am I supposed to do? So I ran to Curry's PC World, picked up a £20 camera and a £50 mic. And I was in my bedroom on a bodged budget setup. And then I went into this office that I'm currently in now. And my desk was over against the wall. I remember I used to swing on my chair like this, and I used to like chat and because I went from just being a full-time trader to now you've got to try and present yourself. And if, in all fairness, if it wasn't for Rich Wells, I probably would have blown the account and made a right fool of myself live on stream. But big shout out to you, Rich, because this is what I love about coming on stream on a Thursday, is because I do get to spend a little bit of time with Rich back on stream, which we haven't done in some time. And yeah, now look at me, after finally putting the account to bed. Over 2 years later, actually. So it's over 2 years later. Put the account finally to bed. I'm sitting here now in a professional office setup. Nice, very expensive monitors. Nice computer. Upgraded parts on my bodged computer. Nice new microphone. Nice new camera. With you buddies as well. Meeting new people, meeting fantastic people, and being part of the biggest and best company in the industry as well. So, yeah, big shout out.
Having a new best friend.
Thanks, LJ. So, yeah, you know what? Like, you've got to remember as well, we all go through drawdowns and we all go through, peaks and troughs. And look, if it wasn't for Rich, if it wasn't for you, buddy, and I'm not talking about Rich Butler, I'm talking about Rich Wells. If it wasn't for you, my man, I wouldn't have...
Nobody assumed it was me, mate. Nobody assumed it. Nobody.
There's too many Riches, man. I tell you what, Richard Wells and Rich Butler. No, Rich Wells and Richard Butler. There we go. So if it wasn't for Rich, big shout out to you, man. I would have blown the account, probably made a fool of myself long ago. So, hey, I'm here.
Well, only one of those two things happened.
I made a fool of myself, I know.
No, you blew the account, you muppet. You didn't make a fool of yourself. I'm trying to win back brownie points to become your best friend again, you bastard.
Yo, you're trying. You know what? Okay, go on then. You're back in.
Dude, I remember watching those streams.
Do you? Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah. Dude, that's where I first, met you guys, per se. Obviously, we hadn't met, but, you know what I mean. So,
dude, it was such good fun. Like, literally such good fun. I remember, because I've passed accounts off stream, But mate, when and again, I will try and find the clips because I did actually clip them. I've got both clips, P1 and P2. And I remember the first time I passed phase 1 with Rich. Both Rich and I were like, come on, get in! We were so happy, man, because again, it was the first time I've ever passed an account live in front of people, only taking trades on stream. And mate, to put this account to bed now, it's a big day. It's a big day. It's like, oh man, I actually feel I feel like it's a chunk of me, man. I feel quite sad. But look, it just means that I get to go again. All it means
But you
to go.
Do it with the futures account. Do it with the futures account.
Oh god, yeah. Fair.
Come on, do it. New challenge awaits.
Isn't it?
Maybe
It
I'll
is
run up
different
a
Yeah, it is.
get a hypergrowth, and I'll do similar. See how far we can stack it.
Yeah, man, 100%.
Well.
Like I said,
Wait. Are we starting a new challenge? Are we saying
We can do that.
that we're going to get a what did you say? Hypergrowth account?
Yeah, hypergrowth.
And
yeah.
and we only trade it on stream.
Yeah, trade it on stream. I guess you can close out the trades after the stream, obviously.
Yeah, no, you have to enter on the stream.
Analyze
Yeah.
and execute on stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Oh man,
When?
we used to have an hour and a half every single day as well. Do you remember?
Whatever.
It would
Well,
be
do you remember there was
Next week,
there
week
was
after?
one time where I was attempting to, because we're talking about good risk management. It's not just sending trades. But do you remember that one time that I just woke up and I said, today, Will, I'm going to try and buy the DAX at full margin.
Oh mate, yeah. Mate,
Do
do you remember
when I
when the intake
started
at the time?
this? So for context, right? Let's say for an example, you could put 30 lots on the DAX. I went in at say 5 lots, which was like maybe 0.5% risk, and the trade had moved up and into profit. So I added 5 lots and I pulled my stops up. So at no point did I have something like I didn't have more than like 1.5% risk, but I'd managed to get the account to full clip. And we were trying to hit this massive runner that broke out, and it pulled back just enough to clip my stop, and then it rallied. And I remember just sitting there being like, why do I do this? And it's because sometimes you trade on stream in a certain way you wouldn't trade off stream. And so we were coming up with these creative ways of trade the likes, and then we got offered and the likes went through the roof, and it was like next time we had to turn up.
Do you remember that? That was
A lot
we
of
had
memories.
like so this was like early stage as well. We'd have like 10 likes and we're like, oh, we've got to do like 10 lots now. Can you imagine if we did that now? Oh, guys, we've got like 200 likes. Oh, shit.
Do like a full margin only challenge, right?
Yeah, we'd have to have like
We'll
a
do it
£1 million
sensibly
demo
and
account.
see how far
Otherwise,
you
we
can
just couldn't trade the likes.
I thought you guys were going to do the martingale only challenge. Did that change?
I think they were doing it. You guys did it,
were.
didn't you?
We did start with it, and then we realized that's not a good look.
Yeah, it just wasn't.
Yeah.
Really not a good look. We're
is
here trying to show good practices and like trading your plan and whatnot. And then the first thing we decide to do on live streaming is like, do you know what would be fun? Let's martingale an account, and then we go and we're like, that's maybe not a good idea.
It's like Rick,
rules
it's like-
being rules.
Yeah, it's like you're teaching me to play poker. Enter my first tournament. I go to the bank, drain my entire bank account, go to the table, first hand, all in.
Yeah.
Just, oh damn, I'm out.
Hey, it's worked for people. Genuinely, it's worked for people.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, we very quickly realized that may not have been the best. May not have been the best thing for the live stream. In all honesty,
Maybe not. Yeah. As real trade as well, really appreciate this, man. Will, you are proving once again that you are a legend. Dude, I really, really appreciate that. And big shout out to all of you guys with the nice comments as well. Like I said, it did touch me. I was like, I actually feel quite sad now. I almost had that sort of like lost feeling of where do I go next? So I took an afternoon to myself and actually analyze what happened, re-looked and realigned myself with who I'm trying to become on stream, who I'm trying to be, who I'm trying to show myself as. Because again, sometimes we do have imposter syndrome, especially because like I've said before, we are human beings. And I was like, what do I do now? Like, who am I? Like, what's my USP? What am I even doing here? But I've realigned myself, guys. I'm back. I'm good. I'm all gravy. But yeah, like Randall Paul Schrader said, this quarter has been brutal for everyone. I blew an account as well. The second quarter for me was a little bit better. The second quarter, I've actually been up. So I am actually up on the second quarter. It was Q1 that ripped me apart, man. Q1 was just brutal to me. It doesn't help that I was also moving countries. So I was also living in Hong Kong. But again, no excuse. You know, that's no excuse as a trader. But yeah, it was just, it was brutal. We had all sorts from Trump, moving countries. We had just, you know, the Iran war going on. We had all sorts. Then we had change in politics, and it was crazy quarter, man. And yeah, I think
Wait, you guys had a change in politics? Really?
Rumor has it.
When did this happen?
That's still going on. Yeah. What?
Yeah. So it was, it's been a crazy year, man. Like, what was sad for me though is that I got back to flat break even. I made everything back in December, back into January, almost with a fresh new account, only for it to be ripped apart again. So yeah, one of those things. But yeah, time to put it to bed, and let's move on to bigger and better things. So big shout out to all you guys with the comments as well. And look, goes to show we're all human. I've proved that I'm human even on stream.
Fair play.
So what's next?
RIP.
What's next? Is it the hypergrowth challenge?
I don't know. I'm going to explore the accounts again because I like the idea of what Rich Butler said. I do like what Richard said. You know, he mentioned about doing the exact same, but on the futures account. Mm-hmm. Now, a part of me wants to do a learn with Will session. So part of me wants to do so my first, like when we open the stream, it's good fun, it's open, it's banter, I'm able to do market stuff, like market open stuff. Whereas the second session is like that sort of lunchtime crossover. It's a little bit difficult for me to analyze. It's like I struggle to find a high quality setup. So I'm thinking about doing something like come learn futures with me, you know, like having, you know, trying to learn outside and bringing what I've learned about the futures into the stream, and then, you know, having yourself, LJ, and Richard show me through the futures platform. Because again, I'm a complete green trader when it comes to the futures side. Now, I'm not going to go saying, let's see if I can pass the futures account. I'm more thinking, let's see if I can actually trade the futures account. And let's see if I can become competent and confident in trading the futures platform. So I may do something like that, but then part of me thinks that that's also going to be a little bit boring. So I may just buy an account anyway and see, and just restart I may do it on a 50K and see if I can scale up to 100K, or I may just go, screw it, let's do 100K and pass that and see if I can just literally start again on the 100K and see what I can do with it.
I would follow you with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I can run that with my futures account. I mean, that's through now, just as soon as it's active.
I mean, you can have 5. You can have 5 of them if you want. So you can have a stream only.
Pick up another one.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because, like, obviously, you know, I want something for stream only. And the play account is fun, but it's only a 10K account.
Yeah, but there's zero real risk there. It's just like...
Exactly,
It does feel as though when you're taking a trade that you're taking it for the fun of it. Whereas with the live stream only account, there's actual...
it's playable.
A little bit of skin in the game.
Because what I wanted to do and what really frustrated me on was that I got from like 8% down, 7% down, got back to break even. I thought, oh yeah, this is gonna be good now, boys. I was gonna get into like 1-2% profit. I was gonna get a payout live on stream. I was gonna go, guys, let's go get that payout. You know, and what I was gonna do, I was actually gonna get a payout, and I was gonna do something or buy something with that payout in my office that you guys can actually see what it's done. Only for me to go back into drawdown. And I was like, oh, that's a shame. That's a real shame, man. I was like, that would have been cool. I feel like, you know, putting that payout in live on stream, I feel like that just would have been an exciting feeling for everyone. And then I was going to be like, what do I buy with it? But it's got to be office related. So I was going to put into stream, like, here's the list of things that I want to buy for my office. You guys in stream pick what. So that's what I was going to do. But I mean,
10,000 bobbleheads. Just to put it on the wall.
literally. So I just ended up having like
$1 a
euro.
piece. That's your 10 grand gone. You know.
Done and
Yeah.
dusted.
So now I think it's just gonna have to be. I'm gonna start again P1, P2, celebrate with you guys, and be like, yay, pass P1, yay, pass P2, and then I'm gonna have to go into the payout stage. So give me a couple of more months, and then we'll see how it goes.
Now, did
I
you
like
make
that.
it?
Yeah.
You did it
By
once,
the
you
way-
can do it again.
Yeah. So answering your question, Rich, that's what's next. That's the plan.
So I know Richard Wells, you probably have to go in a sec. So if you need a dip before we keep chatting, then
To be honest, my next appointment is actually with Will. So I've kind of got this little bit of a window where we're going to be hopping in, we're going to be doing some stuff together. So I kind of had this small window. I do need to eat before that happens. So I will dip out ever so quickly. But yeah, great banter, guys. And cheers just keeping us company, having a chat with us. Will, I'm super excited for following along with what happens next. Just a bit of a side thought, and I'm going to plug it for those who haven't heard about the Trader's Journey. If any of you did open your own space and you did end up trading on stream, if you ever wanted to close the trades off stream or manage them, it would also give you a place where you'd be able to say and document it and keep you accountable to the stream. So it could be like an extension of your behavior from stream, off stream. Quickly, I see we had a comment in here saying saying
very good
in
salesmanship
fact,
there, Rich.
I'll tell you what, we'll go one further with this. Later on today, in a little over 3 hours, we got a performance call in the Discord for the 5ers traders. It's completely free. Now, in there today, I was feeling a little bit fruity. I was going to do something a bit special, and I was going to give away an account. Okay, we're going to give away hub credits. This is what we do, but I'm going to give away an account as well. If one of you 3 guys today, just one of you before that call in the next 3.5 hours, opens up your own Trader's Journey channel, I will upgrade the account that we are giving away and give away an account of value 3 times higher.
I'll tell you
Can't
what.
say exactly what it is.
What?
Just putting it out there.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell
I
you what.
have opened. I have
I'm
opened.
gonna say,
just
Rich,
haven't
Rich.
contributed.
LJ, hang on. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna do you a deal, and I'll say this live on stream because Rich has been trying to get me to open up this Trader's Journey section in the Discord, and I've just not had the time to. But I like Rich said, his next session is with me. So I'll tell you what. I'll do you one up, Rich, as I am going to be reintroducing a brand new fresh account for my live stream account. During our session or just after our session, I will, in front of you, open up my Trader's Journey, and that will be for the live stream account. How about
Love
that?
it. Love it. And it'll be so easy for us as traders to carry on because we've got, I think, nearly 400 traders that have accepted this role. So no pressure, but a lot of eyes are going to be looking to sort of learn and pick up bits along the way. And one thing you've done incredibly well is you've been consistent and transparent for 2 years trading an account in front of an audience. That is something that not many people can say, and just a massive congratulations, dude. Like you said earlier, a bit of a nod to streaming together, dude. You are a foundational block in my leveling up as a trader as well. Just the amount of time we spent as traders together on stream and the conversations we had in stream, off stream, and I look forward to that continuing. So get that channel open. If you do, we will give away a much bigger account within the call a little bit later on today. But
Rich, so
Catch up.
how long until
cool.
you're on from now? Hours
so-
time for everyone here?
what are we? We're 12:24 now. We're on at 3:45, so it's 3 hours and 20 minutes from now.
Okay, there you guys go. All right, got 3 hours. All right, I'll see if we can do it as well. You're front running me. You're pushing me. I said tomorrow. Like now, I've got 3 hours to get it done.
Now there's something
fair
at
enough.
stake here. Now LJ wants in. He's like, oh yeah,
Well, I'll
we
tell
can
you
give
what.
away an account 3 times larger.
Hey, I'm
need-
a man
I
of the
need to get in on
people.
this.
I'm a man of the people, right? I got to help the people. You know. So
Yep.
there we go.
Well, I'll tell you what. If one of you does it today, we'll give away an account today. If one of you does it tomorrow, I'll make sure we give away another account in tomorrow's session as well. So it's all to play for, but totally up to you guys. I'm going to leave you with it. Cheers for having us on, and I will catch you up with you a bit later on. Cheers, guys.
Hello, Rich. I'm
Cheers
going, man.
to Rich.
Thanks, Rich.
Yeah. Definitely an area to go and play around in is the idea of doing something on stream from start to finish. Very, very, very interesting. Charles asking, how can I join the Discord? It's very simple. You go and you register with the 5ers. There's a link in our description box below. You register with the 5ers as a trader and you purchase any of the accounts that's available for you to purchase. It can be a CFD account or a futures account. The size does not matter. You can buy the cheapest one, you can buy the most expensive one. And once you've purchased that account and it's been reflected as active, in the top left corner of the hub, you will have a Discord icon that you can then just click on, and it will direct you straight to the Discord. So it is a closed Discord, but it is a Discord for life. So if you've gained access once with one account that you've purchased, you will have access for life.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
5 ever. There you go.
Yeah. I quite like that. That's good.
Forever.
5 ever.
No, 5 ever.
Kavish, yes.
got
So,
it.
Rich, I can't enter the Discord because I have a gift account. That is correct. So,
Yes.
it is...
It's quite weird,
strictly-
actually.
Yeah. I mean, it's strictly for those that have purchased an account. But if you've passed that account, you can always use whatever proceeds you get from the profits that you made from that account. You can purchase yourself the cheapest account, and then you can gain access that way. Yeah.
Yes. Indeed.
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 Oh my god, this thing's still here.
Yeah, you need to delete it.
Yeah.
What are you guys thinking on gold? I see there's a few people asking gold analysis today for NFP, ideas on gold before the news. We do have the news in about an hour. What do we suspect?
Gold did nothing for me. I'll actually bring my chart up real quick. Oh yeah, no, I haven't already. Okay, I'll bring it up now.
Share it with us first.
Share it with you guys. So for those of you who are looking at the stream this morning, those who were watching, I wanted to see something happening in gold. We didn't get it. We were just pure consolidation. Price was moving really nicely, as you can see. Then it flattened off. As it flattened off, it was the identification of a consolidation zone. Really, really nice. I thought that this was super textbook consolidation. It was, it was just flattened price. So marked out the zone high, the zone low, or the range high, the range low. And then I wanted to see a break and close above. Break and close above would have given me some form of entry criteria to long up. Now, we didn't get it, so I didn't enter. I wanted to wait, and I thought, okay, maybe it'll just consolidate around and then break up for this session here to allow me to actually long it. It hasn't done that. So it's wicked below this range low here now, which is still quite nice because what that does there is it taps into this low, meaning that it may actually want to wick below the consolidation range and then start heading higher. But by the time, if it does, look, this may start breaking lower now, and if it breaks lower, if it fails to break above this high now, there's a good chance that this little range here will be the start of this downtrend. Now, if it does break higher, at that point, the point it becomes a valid buy for me, or a valid long, will be the point that I no longer trade, because that'll be too close to NFP. It'll be too close to that sort of New York Open. It'll just be, it's where I'm usually done for the day. Now, I'm treating this on Friday, so I don't trade Fridays because of this exact reason. And therefore, I can't see myself trading. Like I said to the guys watching earlier in this morning's open stream, was I will probably have this as my last session for the week. And I stand by it. I'm watching gold now. It didn't do what I wanted it to do. It is forming. If this was a Wednesday and NFP was on a Friday and we still had tomorrow of normal price action, I'd probably be looking at this thinking, okay, throughout New York, I think we're going to see some long opportunities in gold. Whereas for now, I don't think we're going to see anything too interesting. Even on the NASDAQ, again, NASDAQ has just been consolidating. if we can get a break and close above this high here on the 5 minute being 29,760, it may be a break above the consolidation range on the immediate. I'd love to see a break a little bit higher on the 29,777, making it a bullish order flow to the upside, meaning buying potential. But again, too close to the lunchtime crossover, too close to the NFP, and too close to New York session now, and too close to the end of the week. I'm done. I'm not interested in any more trades now.
I'm probably also not going to be trading tomorrow. We have, we'll be away for the weekend, so we'll be leaving tomorrow. So I'm probably also not going to try and find something tomorrow. So today will probably also be my last trading day as well. If it so happens that I don't get another trade for today, that's okay. I'll end today on that one little loss that I had this morning. Tis what it is. We'll move on to next week.
Indeed. Yeah, no, exactly that, mate.
I would say...
What about LG? I feel like LG's gonna be like, screw you guys, I'm entering in. Like, this trade's here.
Dude, yeah, I'm considering whether I stick with my very counter consensus view right now with everyone that I've heard on the street, on Bloomberg, all that kind of stuff, looking for these higher numbers. I think we could come in below 100k. So on that case, in the obviously the pop, I think the rest of the tangential data will actually still be pretty good. So I think if we do get that below 100k factor though, we could obviously see that pop in gold. Potentially gold I think would have the most potential to actually push on and actually break yesterday's highs and then run further. Where we end up, who knows? Like, you can get these weeks, especially when you're going into a holiday week, coming up towards like somewhere 4190, just like we had this massive run yesterday. Not so sure we'll exactly get that. I think we'd more likely come up, tackle this high, probably pull back in that next like 15 minutes, 30 minutes after the payroll number, and then potentially rebuild and come up into this sort of, hang on if I can drag my mouse, this top cluster just above here. So between those two areas, and we probably end up somewhere in that zone. So around that 4140 to 4120. That's what I see. Now, same deal with Euro. I think Euro's running right up. I think we could actually see 114.75 today, if that's the case. So similar deal. I think we get that pop higher, come up through here, pull back, and then probably seeing as we're going into that holiday weekend, you eventually sort of just trail on with the previous direction. It's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm debating right now. I'm in these trades, whether I hold them through NFP. We'll see. I feel like that will be one of my things. Like with Rich's Trader's Journey, obviously talk about macro here all the time. I've had a number of times where I just go, okay, this is what I've done, this is what I've analyzed, the whole market is saying this, I think it's completely different, and then bang, we get exactly that. There's a number of times where I have jumped in on that, and we've done that on stream and stuff, and then other times where I'm just like, oh yeah, I don't, but I then sit back here and kind of go,
oh, I should have,
this is everything I do this all the time. Why am I not just entering the trade? This is what I do. So yeah, maybe today I will actually hold this through and we can see. Well, we don't have stream tomorrow, but I guess on Friday, or actually later on. Actually, I'll be in the Trades That Go stream, covering NFP. Any guys that do want to jump in, not saying leave the stream here, obviously, but we'll be over there doing coverage pre-NFP in the lead up, and then trading through it as well. So, you know what? Maybe I will. Maybe I'll stick with it.
Speaking of the holiday tomorrow, we do need to let everybody know that there's some small changes with regards to the trading hours. So if you are trading on Fridays, The NAS 100, the US 30, the S&P 500, the Japan 225, spot metals, so gold and silver, and also WTI crude, XTI USD, they will all be closing GMT 1700, so 5 o'clock in the afternoon GMT. So tomorrow, just keep an eye out for that. We'll also have a slightly early close on Brent crude, which is going to be at 5:30 GMT. So for all of the other assets, UK 100, DAX 40, the Forex, the crypto, they are all going to be trading according to normal trading hours. So do take that into consideration if you are a NAS, US 30, S&P 500, Japan 225, gold trader or anything like that, it's going to have an early closure. So do remember that. There we go. Yeah, thanks LJ for bringing that up.
Yep. So yeah, early closes for these guys, just to remember. And then, yeah, Monday as well is also, there's some holiday disruption, I believe, too. So.
Yeah, I think Monday is also, yeah, you're correct.
Yeah. So just be aware for that. Yeah, I don't know. We'll
day shift thing.
See. We'll see.
It's because of the New York Stock Exchange will be closing early for that. So
it's America.
Yeah.
America.
But yeah.
Will said it. I was holding back.
America.
Yeah, well, you got it. Yeah, trust me to say it.
Dude, great movie. I showed my partner that movie because she had never seen it. She's just like, "Oh my god!"
I was gonna say, I mean, would you call it a great movie?
I think it's, I think it's great.
It's one of the movies of all
hilarious,
time,
dude.
mate. It is one
It
of
is,
the
yeah.
movies of all time.
It's certainly iconic. That is.
Pratik, please don't spam. We will get to your question. Spamming is the fastest way for you to get a timeout. So if you're going to be spamming, we're going to time you out and not answer your question. So
Yeah. So if you scoot back a little bit in the stream, this is what we're looking at. I did actually enter this, so I am in this trade. This is what we were talking about just before. So I am actually in that on gold right now currently. So this is on the 1 hour time frame. If we go down to say the more local time frame, I got in just after this tap into the 200 moving average. We came back up through here on that second bar locally down here, and then this is what we're pushing up towards. So just below yesterday's highs, and then if we have further momentum, I'll hold that beyond those highs up to these next set of levels, about 4140 if we get that. Now if we hit NFP, it does come out in the direction like we were talking about. We come up through here, we dip down, fail to come back, then I won't re-enter. So the idea would be to close this trade up around those tops and then see if we do get that return starting to build back up. It will probably be something more like that, like just above these highs here. And then I'd enter that looking for another drive beyond and have stops, something like that. So that would be the second follow-up trade. So in right here at 4,060, targeting 4,110 or so, just below yesterday's peak highs. And then I'd look for some kind of re-entry between 4,080 and 4,090. So this cluster in here. There you go.
Gosh.
Kavish saying, Rich, what is the Bloomberg terminal? Bloomberg terminal is a very expensive piece of software from Bloomberg.
very much so.
Very,
It
very,
cost you
very expensive.
$2,500 US a month. Now it's mostly used by institutional traders. It has the majority of, or it has basically a monopoly on all bond market data in particular across the globe. Very fast general news updates, all your other bits and pieces, commodities, FX, options, futures, the whole shebang. So it's much more of an institutional platform. Also has a bunch of things with like shipping lines and You can look up certain stocks and see where their entire supply chain comes from, each country, and how it's all put together and all this kind of stuff. As well as having like internal communication services, which is one of the primary things that institutions use it for, where people can talk to each other, kind of like having like I don't know, WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger or something like that, or Discord, but for everyone that's at like a hedge fund or institutions. They can send messages quickly between each other, people at other funds or banks or LPs, and get that back and forth chatter very quickly. So, yeah. Not something you really need unless you're doing very high tier. Yeah, unless you got 8, 9, maybe at 8 you'd start to consider high 7-figure bankroll. You could jump into it. You probably really only need it at like 8 plus. So unless you're running 10 mil of capital for either yourself or for other people, probably not necessary. Even then,
Yeah, it's very expensive. But if you are at that level where you can afford that, then it's not expensive at all, because then you can actually utilize all of that data properly. But if you're a beginner trader, none of that stuff is going to be worth it, because that price tag, $2,500, is going to not be something realistic for you in the beginning portions of your trading. So you can become successful without that information. But if you are a bonds trader, then that I would say is one of the much better things to have. Trying to basically edge up your gains a little bit more. Then
there's plenty of YouTube tutorials as well, where people put makeshift bits and pieces of like free components, and you kind of bandy them all together, and you get like a kind of 60-70% of the way there. So if you're just an individual or retail trader, that's completely fine. And yeah, as far as real-time news, definitely Financial Juice for like headlines, everything coming out, tweets, things from governments, things from defense contractors, all sorts of stuff. Definitely the best way to go.
So Kavish was saying, I just saw a Facebook post. It mentioned this terminal saying NFP will be positive, so I was confused. Don't worry.
So that'll just be the general economic calendar, right?
Yeah.
Right now, we're definitely expecting a positive number. Around 110 is the expectation right now. Let me double check. I think it was 110.
I think it was indicating positive, yeah.
Yeah, so 100. We're expecting around 110, right? And then the question is, do we get above 110 or below 110? So that's kind of the average base expectation. Now that number is made up of a number of like key economists, banks, all that kind of stuff that, some people will be at like 190, some people are at like 50, 70, 80, 90, 150, whatever. And that's like the average number. So that's the average consensus between all the respected peoples that give their view, and that kind of thing. So obviously then, say the dollar will move whether that comes in line, either above or below, right? So if we come in below, obviously dollar down. If we come in above that expectation, dollar up. So that's basically the number that you can look at to be sort of priced in, per se, for the market. Now, beyond just the headline number, we do also have the other tangentials. There's the unemployment rate. So you can get the jobs number actually coming out higher, but unemployment rate also goes higher. That's due to other fluctuations in the participation rate. You also have other things like average hourly earnings, which then leads into inflation. And then you also have to look up the seasonality factors of the headline number and what sectors those jobs were made up in, right? And was it majority like full-time, part-time, all that kind of stuff. So that's where that deeper introspection comes through, which is where we move off the headline number immediately in the market. Then we get like a lull. Everyone takes a minute to go deeper and actually make sure this is correct in the direction. then either we'll reverse the move or people buy back on that pullback and we continue. As long as once you do that deeper look, everything is confirmed, you continue.
Yeah. Also, we've got a break on gold now, or above some form of consolidation on a small range. Like I said, I'm not going to trade this because I don't think gold's in a position now in time, so close to the news, that I want to trade this. But I have drawn it out with a potential forecast as well. So I'm going to draw it out and see how it does. But this is a gold long from 4071.
I actually think that gold is now positioning itself pre-NFP. I actually think that LJ is bang on with his prediction.
I think so too. And gold is actually, funny you say that, Rich. Definitely, gold is one of the things I always watch pre-NFP all the time. For like gold, historically, it's always been the case. There's been heaps of manipulation between banks and collusion and that kind of stuff. They've been fined 1 million times. They end up doing it again, and it just keeps happening, all the time. Gold often ends up being one of the front runners pre-NFP, particularly in that final 15 minutes just before NFP. You'll see this push move, and then we get there, and you're like, oh, yep. So, yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
This is interesting. Gold is very popular. You do not need a big lot size. That is actually quite true. But this is from my own personal experiences with gold. Gold has a tendency of moving quite volatilely. There's quite a bit of volume coming in, especially around this time, like when we are closer to news events and so on. And that it's one of those times where a very little bit can go a very long way. So you don't have to have the largest of lot sizes with gold. You can have smaller entries, and you can, as it starts going in your direction, like in LJ's case, he would then add another position. You don't have to full margin gold. Full margin gold, I think, is just silly to do. So smaller positions, working your way up to a higher position, I think is very good, because gold has a tendency of, when it moves in one direction, to move in that direction quite solidly for quite a while.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kenneth is saying, can somebody please explain what is happening? I thought NFP was 15 minutes ago. Why is gold not either rising or falling? Well, that is because NFP has not happened yet. So NFP is
40 minutes.
Yeah, it's in about 45 minutes or so. I will show you on the Forex Factory. So this is GMT plus 2, which means that it is 1:30 GMT. And we're currently sitting, if you look down here, with the time, it is 13:48 my time. So my time, 2:30, is when NFP is coming out. So we have another 45 minutes or so before NFP comes out. So that's probably why you're not seeing the price move all that much. It's because NFP has not yet been released.
No, it has not. No, it has not. Right, guys, I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to head off slightly early today. I'm going to head off in about 2 minutes' time, because I got to sort a couple of stuff out before my session with Rich in 10 minutes. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to have to pop off early.
All good, mate.
So, like I said, unfortunately, I'd love to stay and analyze, but I'm seeing nothing in the markets right now. I am, however, seeing, like I said, something very similar to LJ, a little bit higher. My entry's a little bit higher up. My stop loss is probably closer to LJ's entry. This is the only thing that I'm seeing in the markets right now, and even then, that's a little bit. It's still on side, and it's a nice trade, but it's just too close to NFP for me to take something along these lines. But if we had we not have had NFP out today, I'd probably be in this trade right now, because I think this looks really nice. But anyway, guys, I'm going to leave you on that one. I shall love you and leave you. Have a fantastic weekend. Stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, and stay hydrated. guys, for those Americans out there, for my American buddies across the water, happy Independence Day and happy 4th of July. Do not celebrate too hard this weekend. I know you will in the good old style of America, because, you know, America. Oh, yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to love you and leave you. There's nearly 300 of you watching right now. I'm expecting 300 likes as well. So make sure you smash that like button, subscribe if you are new here, and welcome to the 5ers family. Anyway, peace.
Cheers, Will. The Boundless Blue, great name. Why is it coming on a Thursday? Well, that is because tomorrow is a bank holiday for the dollar. So bank holiday also means that bank releases or news releases from centralized exchanges and whatnot, or that affect centralized exchanges, don't occur. People are at home getting drunk, enjoying time with family, all of those lovely things. So that's why it's on a Thursday. So it's one day preceding the actual holiday.
Yeah, often they get delayed later, but because it's July 4th, in that case, like there's always like an extended period of holidays. You know, people have Friday off. They go on an extended holiday of the weekend into Monday, and then often take the whole next week off. So it actually works out better to do it the week prior, especially around this period when it does line up that way, because just after this, following, we're going into European summer later on. So as far as the financial outlets that collect and release this data, as far as like a streamlining of global market data, it works better that way. So, yeah.
Kavish, yes, this is NQ at the moment. NQ did have that downward movement, which then eventually reacted off of this breakpoint that we have. From there on, we were a little bit sideways for a little bit of time during this box. Started to push a little bit more bullishly, had a little bit of a bearish attempt, which then failed spectacularly. We came back into a little bit of consolidation. Now we're breaking out. This is just pre-NFP. Was a bit of a lull. And now we're getting closer and closer. So this is that preemptive positioning that potentially might come into play. So we'll see.
Yeah, we're coming up to that level that I talked about earlier, that we were highlighting, starting to approach there. I did look for those shorts just when Rich came in, like I said. Yeah, down a bit lower, and then, like you said, we didn't kick on at all. Scrap that.
Yeah.
I'm now long at the moment. So, I think the NASDAQ's probably the primary one that I'm not sure I'll hold into NFP.
I won't. I won't.
Yeah, NASDAQ can be very difficult how the numbers are actually interpolated into, is this good or bad? Because you can often get good news equals bad news equals good, or good equals good, or bad equals bad. Yeah. Especially right now, if we get a good jobs print, you would say that's better for stocks, for companies, for the economy in general, but you could also see that as further pressure for inflation, and obviously those tech companies are much more, further for interest rate hikes. Sorry, those tech companies are much more exposed to rate hikes.
You can see something, it's moving like this, and all of a sudden has the biggest of wicks, and then it closes up over here, as an example. Not to say that that's what's going to happen today, but the volatility increases a lot more. And I agree with you, LJ. I think it's a little bit more difficult to read what especially the indices, even the S&P as well, what they tend to want to do off of information like this. So
when we've got a new Fed chair, and there's already concerns around the AI trade, and then also the fact that we're still undecided. We've been up high for ages as far as the bond market in terms of rates. Central banks have held higher for longer. So you always get that split decision where the market just goes like, actually, all of a sudden, the Fed doesn't need to have rates higher. We got a good number, but actually we need to go down now. Everything's good. The economy's strong enough. They can, you get this weird balance of things. It can be very disruptive. So.
I mean, if you look at the DXY, the dollar index, yesterday we had what was effectively a very nice bullish day. You know, the earlier sessions, Tokyo and London session, was a very nice slowed upward ascent that we had here. It looked very nice. And then eventually pre-New York, so the pre-New York session, the pre-NYSE, we had this much stronger push up higher out of this lull that we had. And then we absolutely reached a peak, and then we just sank off with the open. And then what eventually happened afterwards, we had this lull of an attempt to go higher. However, this initial burst that we had here was more of a fake. It was a fake push, waiting for New York to open up to show what it wants to do. And lo and behold, today we have not really gone above the rollover. We've had a very strong sell-off. I don't know if this is pre-positioning, or if this is the beginning of a larger move going into next week, maybe the week after that. I don't know if this is NFP related, let's put it like that, necessarily.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that there's been more scares / worries, stuff around the whole AI trade, back and forth, people still calling it oversold, plus maybe also some early front running after we've got the new month, the new year, and we're basically coming up towards that European summer. We did also get that announcement, spoke about it with Dirk yesterday, in fact, saying that I expect Apple in particular to ask Trump to be able to buy Chinese DRAM, right? And then 10 hours later, after stream yesterday, we did get a headline coming out that Apple has asked Trump to buy the DRAM.
Yeah.
You know? So hence that plays like a weird situation, because it's obviously better for those major players like the FANG kind of stocks, but then it's arguably worse for all your chip makers. You know, Nvidia, Micron,
in general,
Hynix, because it eats into their margin, because going to be less demand. They're buying it from China, you know. So at the moment, though, the demand is still saturated. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue, but obviously markets move on that sentiment rather than
the actual
particular outcome. Yeah, the actual reality often.
Yeah.
So I will have to jump out, because I do have to jump over to the other side.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you have another stream.
Yeah, I do. So I'll see you guys tomorrow in the Discord for Friday. Any of you guys in the US that might be in here, enjoy your long weekend and everything. Outside of that, I'll see you guys on Monday or in the TSG stream. I'm
nice.
I'm not saying, you know, keep Rich company here. There's a lot of you guys here. We got quite a few of you in. So
keep me company, please.
But yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Don't leave me.
Ciao for now.
Cheers. All right. I just want to see something here very quickly. If you guys haven't already subscribed, please go ahead and do that. I would really appreciate it if you guys could push us to 110,000 subscribers. That would be awesome. And we may just have a giveaway if we reach 110. We're tantalizingly close to it. So it would be really awesome if you guys could help us get to that point. I would love to get to that point. I just wanted to see something here quickly. Let's save this. All right. Cool beans. Yes. Okay, good. All good. All right. So, LJ is going over to the TTP stream. He was asked to go and join them for a special NFP broadcast. So, if you guys would like to go and join them, you can go and search for Trade the Pool for today. Maybe I should drop the link in the description. Yeah, let's do that. I'll drop the link in the description for you guys. Just because I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. Well, it's the not Trade the Pool, it's TSG. My apologies. It's Trade Set Go. So it is Trade Set Go broker. There we go. All right. In chat, we drop it. There you guys can go. You can go to TSG if you want to. This YouTube channel right over here if you want to go and watch LJ talk about... it's LJ, Steve, and Yanis. Go and talk about their expectations for NFP as well. So I'm not a fundamental trader at all. I am a technical trader, so I look at technical positioning prior to a movement, and I don't generally trade the news events itself. I still stay well away from news purely because that excess volatility to me is a little jarring. So I have a smaller amount of take profit and a smaller amount of stop loss that I have to play with, that I want to play with, that I'm comfortable with. So I would not feel offended if you guys go and join the TSG channel. Anyway, so we here at the 5ers, we have multitude of streams that are going on. So we have a fair few companies that are part of the umbrella of the 5ers. So we have Trade Set Go, which is our brokerage. We do have TSG, that is TSG. We have TTP, which is Trade the Pool. That's our stock side. We've got a future side as well. So that is the 5ers futures. And then all of the links to those new areas will be in the description box. And then also we have a bunch of new YouTube streams in different languages. So for argument's sake, if you're a Dutch speaking person and you would like to listen to a person analyze gold in Dutch, we have a Dutch YouTube stream that you can go and join as well. And then also if you wanted to, we have Portuguese stream, which is going to be Pedro. Pedro is going to be joining us very soon as well. He is the front runner. He is the host. He is the manager of the Portuguese stream. And then we also have a new Italian stream as well. So if you wish to learn about trading in Italian, link in the description box below, guys. Yeah, I have two devices. I will play both streams just for knowledge and support. I love that. Thanks, Kavish. I appreciate you. Yanis is very, 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 very good trader. Very, very smart and quite a well-rounded, let's call it educator as well. He's very good as well. Charles asking, is it possible to learn how you trade the strategy you use? Yeah, I can explain my strategy very easily. Just give me a second and then I will do that for you. Richard, you think EU is going to drop? Let's have a little look at EU first. EU. This is the hourly chart. Okay, this was what we were drawing up yesterday. We were discussing it yesterday a little bit. So let's just get rid of some of these drawings. Those were the highs. That one got swept. All right. So this low here is yesterday's low and the previous day high. So Tuesday's high. We already swept today's or previous day's high on the London session, and then the Tokyo session. I think we've just missed it as well. Yeah, we missed the high of yesterday. Okay, so as of today, if you are on the hourly, you can see that we were, from yesterday coming into rollover, was this slowed momentum here. We started picking up a little bit of price action, pushing price higher. Strong 3 hours that we pushed coming out of the Tokyo session, and since then we've had a little bit more of a bearish pullback. We are trading above the 50 EMA at this point in time, which doesn't say all that much, apart from the fact that we are actually still stuck within this higher time frame range. So from last week, Friday's low and Friday's highs, being semi-respected, we haven't swept last week Friday's lows either. A little bit ranging as of right now. With NFP, obviously if like LJ was explaining, if the price, or not the price, if the result is positive, in general, that should be a better outcome for the dollar itself. And if the dollar is going to improve, you should then see with Euro USD, with Euro being the base currency and then the dollar being the quote currency, you should see it come down. So that's the general idea, to say that it becomes less expensive to buy euro because the dollar is so much stronger. So that is if it is going to be positive. If it is going to be negative and we still have the same sentiment that it's going to devalue the dollar, we should see euro pick up. I don't think that euro is going to pick up. I think that we're going to potentially see the euro sell off a little bit. I think that this movement that we had here this morning was based on the idea of trying to sweep the previous day highs, which we missed, and we're volumetrically trying to push lower. So I think that this area where we are right now is more, in my opinion, going to look like it wants to try and push lower. How deep is that drop going to be? Well, first and foremost, we need to break lower than the consolidation that we had at rollover. So the current daily low, which is in this point in time all the way down here. If that gets broken, then we need to test previous day lows. And then if that gets broken, we can probably go over to the 4-hourly to see if there's more structure for us to try and eat up there. Yeah, we do. We have these lows down here, this whole section down here to potentially come and test. So 113,400-ish. That's only if we can break through yesterday's lows and then continue pushing lower. As of right now, I'm looking more towards the idea of us potentially pushing lower on EU. Okay, there we go. Pushing lower on EU. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at. Opt me in for my language stream. What is your language stream, Mr. Success or Mrs. Success? What is your language? I used to watch Yanis stream all the time. Yeah, Yanis is great. I love Yanis. He's an awesome guy. All right. Is it possible to learn how to trade the strategy you use? All right. Here we go. So I predominantly trade NASDAQ. My trading style is very, very simple. I'm going to remove all of the drawings, and I'm going to just give a clean run of what it is that I normally look for. Okay, so I'm going to choose a random day. What is this? There we go. This is a random day. Yo, Pedro, what's up? I can't hear you. Oh no, Pedro has broken his mic again. Can you hear me, Pedro? Okay, cool. So it's on your side. Bear with us, guys, while Pedro sorts out his microphone. In the meantime, I'm going to walk you through what it is that I look for. I'm a very, very simplistic trader in the sense that I like trading reversals and I like trading trend continuations. So this is a random day that we're looking at. This was the 30th of June. This was Tuesday. All right. So what I do first thing in the morning when I look at the chart is I look for what I call established zones. An established zone in my mind is an area that had a reaction off of it. So let's say a previous day high, a previous day consolidation, a current session low, anything that when you look at it, you can clearly see that there was some sort of reaction. So this is in the past. So I look at it from a past point. Still can't hear you, Pedro. All right, cool. So if you just look at what happened on Tuesday, the Tokyo session low, I'm in South Africa, so Tokyo, I'm asleep. So the times that you see here at the bottom, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, is GMT plus 2, which is South African time. All right. Pedro. Yeah. So this, I would say, is an established zone, because at this point in time, this was the lowest price that the Tokyo session wanted to have. So generally, when I wake up, it's around about 6 o'clock, which is around about here. This is the 6 o'clock time frame. Then I go to the gym and stuff like that, come back home, and then I generally get in front of the chart anywhere in this zone over here. So I can clearly see that we were pushing bullish the previous day during. There we go. I can hear. Here's Si Pedro. There we go. I can clearly see that when we had rollover over here during the end portions of the New York session, we had consolidation. We were struggling, but when more market participants started coming into the game, it tried to push price lower and it failed. And what it eventually did was create this low down here. And from there on, price started to attempt to push higher, retested it, and then started pushing up. So to me, this is a clear area of interest for me. It is a definite area of saying, look, this is an established zone. This is an area where price struggled to go in one direction and then volumetrically moved away from. So what do I do after all of this stuff that I've just marked up now? I just do that to say, okay, cool, there's an established zone. So what I then look for is I look for reactions after the fact on these established zones. So this here was the establishment, the creation of it, and this was the reaction. So establishment and then reaction. This is the reaction. So now what am I looking for? I'm looking for when price comes back to these reactionary areas, back to these established zones. So created, established. Clear. All right. So from there on, what I'm looking for is I'm looking for price to either come back down to that area, react off of it, and then I'll look for a buy or a sell, or I look for how price acts around that area. So very simple. I will take this as an established area, and then I will take, for argument's sake, the Tokyo high as an established area as well, because it's basically two ranges. It's the low and the high of the range. Here, price struggled. It slowed down ever so slightly, started getting some momentum, some volume, trying to push price lower. And when we had another attempt to try and push price back up again, it was short-lived and we started gaining even more volume pushing price lower. So this candle over here as an example being a good indicator of a reaction. So now I have two zones. I have two areas where I know that if price were to come back to any one of these 2 points, I should theoretically have a similar reaction to what I had previously. So if price were to come back down, make its way back down to my established zone, I want to see whether or not it's going to have the same reaction it had previously. So then I start looking at momentum. I start looking at how fast or how slow, how bullish, how bearish price is at that point in time. I look for this kind of price action where it's very slowed. Yes, it's still technically bullish, but it's very slowed. I also look for argument's sake, higher highs and higher lows, and I want to see whether or not these higher highs and higher lows gets broken. So it's a very simple, straightforward way of looking at the market. I look for an area where a reversal or a continuation took place. I look for price to come back to that area and see how it reacts around that area. And then I will formulate an idea. I get both buys and sells on NASDAQ from this. So in this case here, price did not come all the way down to my established area. So that's okay. I'm not looking for a buy then at this specific point. I'm looking for price to potentially then break one of these two zones. And then I'll start looking for price to move up. Like in the New York session, to give you an example, here I would have wanted to take a trade somewhere over there as an example, where it broke through and then volumetrically continued. Then I will start looking for a trade idea from there. It's a very simplistic, very straightforward way of looking at the market. I know Pedro also has a similar way of like looking at a high swing get broken, or how volumetric price was when it reached that point or when it comes back to it. So volume, reversals, I like all of those for trading, yeah. Yo, Pedro.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? All good?
I can hear you loud and clear with your lovely voice.
Perfect. How is everyone doing? Pedro, are you a brother of Gareth Bev? No, Gareth Bev is my brother. That's the other way around, my friend. You have it. You have it the other way around.
Yes.
Yeah, he plays golf. I do trading. That's basically what's going on in here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's nice. And to be honest, the simpler the best. Like in terms of the approach to take into the market. And yes, we do like some approaches. I think then you can still manage to enter as price is evolving. I do struggle then to sometimes continue into those trade continuation setups. Maybe something I need to evolve. But yeah, it's a good system. And in the end, we kind of look somehow for those same zones initially. At least where we want the origin of the move to happen. And then you want to see
so
price
the originating movement for the reversal or for the continuation, but you can also get a continuation within a leg as well. Then I do drop-based drops and rally-based rallies. That's the other aspect of my trading,
Where did you heard again that concept? The rally-based rallies and the drop.
I can't remember when I learned about this, but I remember there was a trader. I can't remember his name. I think it was like Burned or something. If I can remember correctly, this is a long time ago. I'm talking.
Was it on Forex Factory or it was? Where were you reading that?
No. So it was a trader on YouTube. I think his name was Burned, something like that. But he always, his content was always about, he was the number one trader on the FTMO list and stuff like that. And I used to watch his videos, not so much so to learn from him, but I kind of like wanted to see what his whole spiel was about. And it was the same thing as what pretty much any other trader was doing at the time, and that was like trading from key points to key points and whatnot. But then he started talking about rallies and bases and drops and bases and rallies and bases, and I was like, what are you referring to when you're talking about a rally, a base, and a drop? What are these things? And that's where I learned that idea of rally-based rallies, and then it just stuck. Then the idea of rallies, bases, and stuck. But the reasoning behind it is something that I had to think about myself. So if you can imagine, this is one leg. So from the top down here to the bottom down here, this is one leg. So it's one movement. But within this movement, you have these areas where price is volumetrically moving and then trying to push up and then push down again. So to give you an example, if you just look at price is struggling here, and then eventually it gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bearish candles, and then 1 or 2 attempts at trying to push price higher. This would be a base. So you would have a drop, the base being the area where price is deciding what it wants to do next, and then you get the continuation of the drop following. So this would be a drop, base, drop. Just to give that as an example. And you get it on higher time frames as well, so hourly, 4 hourly, daily, and all of that kind of stuff. But it is effectively a continuation pattern within a move, within a trend. So you can see it here as well. You have a much larger pullback, and then a strong sell-off with an attempt, and then another strong sell-off. So this would then be the drop, this would be the base, and then this would be the drop again. And then you get drop-based rallies, rally-based drops, rally-based rallies, drop-based drops, and that was basically the idea. How it worked in my mind was that a base area was that back and forth. It was that arm wrestle between buyers and sellers. It's almost to say that, yes, we have the beginning of a new bearish leg trying to push price lower. However, at this point in time, this is when the bulls were trying to break that new bearish leg. It was trying to take over, and then whomever is in control would be the one forcing the other one down. So in this case, bears overwhelmed the bulls with this candle over here, confirming that they wanted to push price lower. So I use this concept when I'm looking for a trade that's in a trend already. The trend has already been established. This is what I use to look for potential trade entries. And then I would just base my stop loss and my take profit on back-tested data on what was the typical movement around a specific, within a specific trend during a specific session. And that's basically how I've built my rally-based rallies, drop-based drops. This would have been a perfect example of a nice drop, a base after a rally. So you had consolidation. Here you have the new leg rallying, trying to push up. Bears are trying to break this newly found momentum to try and push price up. They fail, and then I would look for trade entry on this candle here, on the closure of this candle. So I would look for an entry right there as an example, and then I would look for my 1 to 4, my 1 to 4 TP points as I normally do. This is within a trend. So that's the same thing that I tried to do here earlier. I tried to take a sell, and then it just knocked me out. I think I took the sell over here, and then because I thought we were going to have this continuation of price pushing lower. So doesn't always work, but when it works really well.
Yeah, it's the only reason I ask is because that's definitely a concept that is old school. Okay, that's not ICTs or SMCs or whatever terminology. That's why I asked. Okay, because I did study also that concept. It was also a long time ago. Most likely Gil as well, or for the founder of The5ers.
It could have been him as well.
Yeah, you could spend a few hours also just talking about base drop Ravis and Ravi base drops.
Yeah.
Or the opposite as well. That's kind of a reverse of base Ravi.
Yes.
Base Ravi base Ravi. RB. BRB.
So a rally based and then a drop would then be a reversal pattern, and then a rally based rally would be
or the continuation.
Yeah.
Whatever terminology.
I mean,
it needs to be. But that's the way then I try to use it is like I look for specific levels where those happen. Like, and that can be maybe in alignment with the support resistance level, can be in alignment again, or the last one that actually end up making the break of a structure, something like that. That those for me then become the most important, and eventually can become a supply and whatever. Yeah, there was. I spent many hours listening.
That's a similarity, because I refer to them as established zones, but that is just a support or a resistance, or a high or a low. That's
it's a decision point. Is it? Actually, I start calling it kind of just decision point, just to make it easier. So it doesn't matter now if it is a long one or a short one. Because it becomes exactly that. It's exactly that battle that you mentioned. Like it's kind of when finally maybe some buyers are trying to jump, but again they get defeated by the sellers, and price just kind of resumes the move, and you want to see a little bit of an indecision before price continues. Oh, that's nice.
What are your thoughts on NFP? What are you expecting? We've already had the discussion with LJ earlier today. He's expecting better than expected numbers, and he is looking for a potential continuation for gold to push up a little bit higher. And then, what are your thoughts? Because I know you also are a big fan of trading, or at least looking at the fundamentals.
I again, the expectation for today. What's the expectation today? 114, right? Yeah, it can be higher. I think if you pay attention to the previous, to the already this week's labor data that was announced, yes, ADP it was slightly lower, but the jobs was quite high, so that was good. But overall, I think you can have it. I don't know up until what point as well. The World Cup effect can have a little bit on these numbers, because I don't know if there's kind of some monetary hiring process just because of the World Cup. I don't know if that end up being reflected for here, because of course there's many events, many venues, many things going on. So that can be a little bit of a spike. I don't know if it's going to be reflected on this one or maybe on the next one. But overall, like when I was looking at the market, yes, I think gold can go higher. We kind of talked about the specific move in here. I think maybe we were in the live stream on Tuesday. Then I remember definitely on Tuesday evening when I was in the Portuguese live stream that we're looking for longs at around this level. Yes, actually, I think we mentioned because Tuesday was here, price had already broken. It was literally just about coming down to then go higher. We then managed to break also this structure. Now there you go. We did respect this Ravi base Ravi. Very nicely, and price could continue. Okay, if by any chance price actually comes or decides to come all the way back towards this level, maybe it can. but I think it could start driving even more. And maybe if there's any kind of spike to happen, maybe we can just spike today's lows and go higher from here. In alignment, I think the dollar also, that was another move that we have been looking for this week. It was the reaction from around that level. Price got really close, but didn't really or reacted from the level I had marked, but it did manage to fake out this high, so that's enough. Did manage now to break these lows as well, and one of the targets I've been looking for, it was kind of a little bit to retest last week's opening candle. Okay, so we got really close. We haven't really done that, and I think we can see a little bit more bearishness today. Even if then price wants to go higher, I think maybe we could try to squeeze a little bit lower first before going higher. So maybe trying to get a little bit close to this level. Now we did manage to go all the way and take basically this low. So we got a little bit in between this gap. Maybe haven't really touched the demand zone that I had marked. So yes, I'm expecting the way price looked like in here. Well, a lot of the move that I was looking for, it already happened, because it was kind of that setup from there. It doesn't look like a Quasimodo, but it's a traditional move that you can see as a reversal pattern after the top is created. I call it kind of the second leg move. But yes, I think we could find a little bit more weakness on the dollar today. Let's see until where price actually eventually goes towards we'll see what kind of spike we're going to have right now. What else? Yes. Yeah, 4 minutes to go. I don't really like the euro, to be honest. For the euro, I actually would have liked to see price going a little bit deeper before going higher. So the euro is maybe a little bit of the tricky one. It's reacting from both sides already. Again, if I just focus on the dollar, maybe can go a little bit lower. That means that maybe the euro can go a little bit higher. But I'm not really a big fan of what I can see in here on euro dollar at this point. So kind of skip it a little bit. The pound moved much more. The movement on the pound and the euro is completely different. Maybe there's a lot of if someone was looking for longs, I think maybe that already happened this week. I'll be looking maybe for a little bit of a deeper retracement before trying to look for longs. Should we look for shorts? I'm not sure. I would like a little bit more price action to look for shorts before and not just this high. In there. Another pair that, of course, the dollar yen already start moving. Like most likely, there's maybe some potential intervention already going on. That was already yesterday first move, second move. We may have a little bit of correction, but I'm curious maybe to see how price may react back into these 162s. At around this level, maybe this can be the top for now, which looks really good, to be honest, to be the top. We'll see. Dollar CAD is one that I've been kind of following a little bit, and I'm still looking for eventually the fake out of this move, potentially to look for shorts. I think there's more shorts somewhere around this level, but I would like to see first a high being created. So let the dollar maybe eventually spike up a little bit before moving to the downside. But yeah, kind of a quick one. Yeah, dollar, I could see it going a little bit lower. Gold going a little bit higher. US indices, I think NASDAQ could also go a little bit lower, but at least it already reacted from this top, so that's not a bad level where price reacted. It's already reacted exactly from this. That was basically this last high that created this swing low. So that's kind of a good target, to be honest. I've been bearish all the way until there. Now that price reacted from it, we'll see how price eventually is going to react back into this level. In there, and if you're going to have any bearishness or not. But again, depends on the numbers, right? So if the numbers are perfect, maybe we can have a little bit of a good move on the dollar. Maybe indices go down, just because then increases the possibility that we can have hikes somewhere in September or October, whenever the next meeting is, or the next of the next meeting is. We'll see. At this point, I'm not in any trade. There was someone asking, how do you trade NFP, or do you trade NFP or something like that. Maybe can answer that in a bit after the numbers came out.
1 minute before NFP, guys. So if you are trading the high stakes accounts, you cannot open up a new trade now. Until 3 minutes from now, you can then open up a new trade. So high stakes has a 2 minute before and 2 minute after red folder news break, where you're not allowed to enter a new trade or activate a new trade.
We have here the greatest cheat, selling sell gold. All right. Non-farm, buy or sell. So that's what everyone wants to know. Did you see how many trades this Trump executed this last year or so? I think there were some announcements of that he had to report now on this
Oh, I didn't.
tax. It was like a crazy number. Okay, it was like 80 trades per year. I don't know if it was like 80 trades per day or something like that. I don't know who's trading for him, but it was a crazy stat. The amount of trades he's taking. Yeah.
All right. So NFP in 3 seconds. We'll see now. Gold already starting to. Okay, gold having a bit of a reaction.
Look at the dollar as well. Yeah, dollar moving down. There you go. What's the number then?
Okay.
57, way weaker. Okay, yeah, 57. That's a way below the expectation, and we start having the initial reaction of the dollar moving down. It's basically what you just mentioned.
Gold is climbing currently.
Gold moving, yeah.
Unemployment rate was slightly better, 4.2% versus previous 4.3%. Hourly earnings came out exactly as expected, 0.3%, and unemployment claims has reduced ever so slightly from the previous claims, which was 216. Today it's 215. So overall, gold pushing up, NASDAQ pushing up, euro also pushing up. Did not come out all that good, to be honest, for the dollar.
Yeah, dollar down, like, so that would be a negative for the dollar if the numbers were worse than expected. So that's what's going on. And there you go. Finally, dollar now reacted from the target of the week that I had, which was to react exactly from the weekly open from last week. There you go. It finally got there, which was exactly this line.
Okay, I had a 1 contract open on gold, which has just closed out now. Not bad. So my for the futures account it was on 4,120, and it just hit it now. So I got a 1 contract little win there. Not bad. Hello, Victor. You snuck in. You sneaky person. You.
I came in the room and I saw Pedro's eyes wide open, your eyes wide open. I said, I'm not going to interrupt this suspenseful moment. And of course, I knew what it was because my charts were one big 1 minute candle. No one can.
Yep, no one can.
No one can.
It was about to share private information, guys,
and then
of course,
and then they were like,
"Yep,
no,
that's it." Victor was taken.
Victor. Rest in peace, Victor. I'll come and bail you out. Don't worry.
Yep. Do your trades privately, Victor. That's basically what.
Don't tell people exactly what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah. We have someone here saying that passed phase 1 in 1 second. Okay, so you traded the news, correct? Is that basically what happened in here?
Question, was it a high stakes account? In which case, I would go and have a look at the hub and see whether or not that actual trade played out, or if it was actually captured. Because I had this with one of my high stakes accounts where one of my take profits was during a news event, and it didn't count. Oh, it was another firm. Okay, well, in that case, congratulations to you, Novel Navigator.
Exactly.
Congratulations.
Just try again and try to pass another one in another second.
Yeah, I entered 10 minutes before NFP. I mean, what were you trading? Was it gold?
Yeah, but I'm saying here, Victor was a good man.
Rest in peace. Victor was a good man. Yes, it was luck, to be honest. Look, sometimes even if you have all of the skill in the world, you just need that little bit of luck, and that's if you can get that your AOA, mate. AOA. What was I saying? I forgot.
Yeah, there is a follow through now. So it's not just a spike. It's not just a small movement. It's actually a follow through on the direction. So it looks like that maybe this starts to determine exactly where we're headed, and basically this becomes the bottom for now on the euro, on the pound, and this becomes the top on the dollar, which again, based on the price action that I was just mentioning 1 minute before the NFP, it looked like it was a bit more of a good reversal pattern that was going on in here, and let's see until when. To be honest, the one thing that I didn't had in mind for this week was where to eventually look for longs. I don't really like anything in here. I'm not really sure about this level. Maybe all the way until here is maybe the next interesting zone to me. We do have this previous level support resistance, so maybe that can do something. But otherwise, I'm not the biggest fan of anything in here. So I'll just let it play out now and let it move without fighting it.
Yeah, I think don't try and stand in its way right now. The same with the NASDAQ right now. The NASDAQ is climbing as well very strongly. I'm always cautious just after a news event, even if it has follow through. I'm always cautious because with massive impulsive legs, there is usually some sort of reclaim price action. So price comes down a little bit, picks up a little bit more orders, and then starts picking up again. So I'm always a little not skeptical, but a little cautious, let's say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's climbing. Yeah, because honestly, even yesterday when Kevin Watch was speaking in Sintra, I don't think he gave much impression that is willing or eager to hike interest rates.
Yeah.
At least that was not the sentiment that I had after listening to him. And this news starts helping on that theme, like on that direction of not hiking.
Yeah.
So that's why the market is excited. Like it's one of those things. Like in theory, it's a bad news. Like in theory, it's bad news because the unemployment is just way more than expected. But the market is actually reacting quite positive because the market's already thinking about the future, and the future are the interest rates. Yeah,
a little bit more forward facing. If you were trading the 1 minute, you had a very nice base rally on the NASDAQ on the 1 minute chart. On gold also, but then again, it's still that issue of would you run the risk knowing that it's already moved? I think it's like one of those ideas where it's the move is done. The news event move is over. So you should always be careful.
Yeah.
Take profit on gold. Pratik saying he's taking profit on gold. Closes above 4116. Okay, all right. So then he'll take profit if it goes above 4116. Yeah,
basically, if it goes above this previous high, which basically yesterday's high as well, if not mistaken. Yeah, overall, honestly, this was great price action. The reversal price action that we had in here. And if anyone is interested in learning reversal patterns, they can look at gold, they can look at the dollar index, they can look at a few pairs, even maybe the pound, because they were really good. Even though it's not exactly a Quasimodo, because the Quasimodo it needed to have some previous breakoff struck. For example, this one maybe needed this top or this high kind of to come all the way here to make it as a Quasimodo. But it's one of those that it is something that you can trade out of this left shoulder already without price breaking this level, and mostly because of what we had in here, because this one already starts breaking structure in here. So that's already kind of a confirmation that price doesn't really need to come all the way to take these highs to see that there is already starting to see some bullishness signals within this leg. Also, again, the way price creates this bottom, it's always amazing, which is kind of an aggressive move down, gets rejected and goes up. I think on dollar index was quite similar as well. There was a kind of an aggressive move up, and then price just rejects and goes down. Even the price action that we see in here, and it's particularly this attempt to go higher and then price gets rejected, this is a really strong bullish signal. If you want to pay attention to it, okay? So that's really a strong bullish signal of seeing that prices are kind of, there is intention actually for price to eventually follow through and continue to move higher. But before that, it just comes all the way down, collects the orders then from the extreme, and then it's ready to go higher. And after that, it's just a continuation setup of price following through. Dollar index was quite the same. Okay, the main difference with the dollar index is that the high is created straight away from this move, and then the next price action is everything on the right side of this high, which is also quite interesting. While on gold, we had this manipulation here, faking out these lows in there, but the type of price action is also quite interesting, quite similar in a way, especially then on what's going to happen or what happened in there on the right side of the move as well. And if you want to actually have an interesting Quasimodo on the right side of the head already, and playing out in there. So yeah, that's a really nice move that we had in these two moves. And maybe just to finalize on that point, one of the most interesting points as well, this was last Thursday, and it's when we do have an aggressive move down. Okay, when you do have an aggressive move down, the price gets rejected straight away, respecting these lows, that's usually kind of a good sign that most likely that's it. This low has been defended and price is ready to move, especially when this top already kind of broke a little bit. You don't really want to see this top being broken again. Especially if you do have an aggressive move down, you want to see kind of follow through and break this low. If price actually defends this structure and then comes back and breaks this level, most likely this is the bottom of the move. And again, price action around here was already quite interesting as well. The same thing on the euro. And again, another point is if actually you see the same move happening across different assets basically at the same time, which is again aggressive move in here. We had that aggressive move in there exactly around the same time, 12.15. We have maybe go dollar index, we have the same thing. Maybe we have on gold as well, around the same thing as well. There's kind of some move, maybe not in gold, maybe there's some other pair. So you start looking for correlation, you start seeing that actually price is not just one asset, but several assets respecting the same structure, showing same signs of reversals, and all that combining is what you want to look for.
Excellent. For those of you wondering where Victor is, Victor just had to go and reset his router. He got kicked out of the streaming platform, and then it won't let him back in again. So he's just going to restart everything, and then he'll be back momentarily. So don't worry, guys. You'll have Pedro, Samir, and Victor to keep you all company. At least we'll have some more Quasimodo action. I honestly need to go and read up, or at least go and watch either Victor's explanations of Quasimodos, or I need to go and look up what it is and understand, because there's so many people that have found success with the Quasimodo setups. Peter being one of them, one of the people in chat that joined us with the 1v1s. Victor himself being very good at the Quasimodos. Yourself as well being a very, very good trader when you're looking at the Quasimodos as well. So my knowledge of that is very limited. So I should go and get a new perspective on what it actually is and how it works and why it works, rather than just trying to pay attention while you're talking about a Quasimodo and be like, is that the right shoulder or the left shoulder? What's going on here? Is that the head? Is this not just an inverse this? And then, so don't worry, guys. Even though I'm a good trader, I'm a profitable trader, I still have areas that I need to learn as well. So I know my system really well, and I know how to trade my way of trading. But it's always a good thing to see other people's viewpoints on how to do trading in a specific way that might either help you better understand your own system, or maybe find a way to have more diversification across different assets with different styles of trading. So I think I should go and do that, definitely.
Yeah, and again, based on what you said before as well, that you like to look for the structures, to look for those base rapid drops and whatever, BRB, DRD, and all that. I think that can connect really nicely with the quasi models as well. Even if you don't trade kind of automatic quasi models per se, just understanding maybe the flow of the pattern.
Yes.
Now you have maybe a target idea that can be maybe more extended, or maybe not so extended if price is not exactly already on the last phase of the pattern, maybe in the initial phase, and so on and so forth. So there are different ways that you can use this information. At least that's what I try to do. I'm not just trying to trade the right side of the left shoulder, or kind of the head of the left shoulder, or even thinking about head and shoulders, kind of that break of the neckline. Now there's much more that you can use from it.
The idea is, like I said, it's more the understanding of it rather than the implementation of it as a trading strategy. It's learning something that is outside of what I'm used to, and understanding why it moves the way that it does, and how replicatable is it potentially as a trading strategy. Like, to give you an example, I trade the 5-minute and the 15-minute as an example. But if I wanted to go and trade a higher time frame, maybe with a bit more of a swing type strategy, or a little bit more like hold it overnight kind of strategy, which I don't do at all, I won't be doing it with my strategy at all. I would be looking for a different approach, because my strategy was built around the 5-minute, was built around this idea. So I wouldn't want to try and force my strategy to align with another time frame, as an example. I know it works on my time frame, so I keep it there. All right. Victor is back in again. Glad that worked. We'll just give him a moment to set up everything again, and then he'll be in. I see there was an interesting comment here from Kate saying, from historical data, July has been about 80% probability, or has about an 80% probability of a major trend. The break is clear, so I guess major trend has to be started. It's an interesting observation. Is this on gold specifically? Or are we referring to the NASDAQ? Or which assets are we referring to when you're talking about historical data for July for 80% probability of a major trend? Or is this across the board? Is this in general, we have a trend being formed roughly 80% of the time during July?
That's a good question.
I'm back from the dead.
Hello, Victor. Hello,
guys.
Samir. How are you guys?
Hello.
Hello
To everyone. Hello to the 5ers team.
Thank you, everyone, for knowing the previous Victor. Richard, thank you for that tip. Thank you for that tip. It helped. So I'm back. Thank you. Thanks to you.
No, I did nothing whatsoever. It's you could have disregarded what I said at all, and it could have worked. And anyway, so yeah.
Don't be humble. You fixed it. You completely fixed it. You did your magic thing, and now I'm.
It's like
I'm
saying,
here.
have you tried switching it off and back on again? If anybody has watched IT Crowd, they'll get the reference. It's a joke. Have you tried switching it off back on again? No, happy that you're
I was in the middle. Thank you. I'm very glad that you're happy. We were looking. I was just describing the huge, gigantic outsized 1 minute candle before I vanished into the horizon. So what are you guys doing with this big bertha of a candle?
On gold specifically, or any
No,
of
on
them
E.
had this?
I think all the US, all the major pairs will have this. None of them will be able to absorb that kind of movement. So I'm pretty sure everyone, all the majors will have the similar move. Anything that's dollar denominated.
Okay, so I will give you my 10 cents, and then I'm going to hop out because it is my time to say au revoir, arrivederci, and all of that stuff. I'm looking for a little bit of a pullback, gold and on NASDAQ, which I believe we will see probably around the New York Open, after which I will wait for a confirmation of continuation of the original impulsed move, in this case being bullish. So I would look for a potential rally-based rally as a confirmation medium to say, look, we're going to potentially carry on moving up here. I am then going to wait for the momentum to start increasing towards the upside to look for buys. So I think pullback first, slowing momentum towards the downside, new fresh continuation pushing price higher, momentum increase, entry.
Good. Do you have any levels? I want levels. I want concrete levels, like specifics to the dot.
Oh,
What are
you
looking
know
for,
me,
Richard?
Victor. I don't trade levels. I trade what I see when I see it. So, let me say this.
I'm
What I
just playing
don't
with
want
you,
to see,
Richard.
what I don't want to see is I don't want to see the full move be taken up by the New York Open. So that would be price action.
You mean the original move does not have to be retraced completely, faded completely. If it does, that's a warning sign for you. You want to be either outside of this move, or you want to go the opposite direction.
Yes. So I don't want the full move to be taken up. Anything from, let's say, 80 to 50% of the move is fine. But if it starts breaking the low point of that move, of the impulse itself, the impulse leg, then I would most probably not. I won't be looking at buys anymore. I would then wait for sells to start developing, and then I'll look at that. But yeah, that's basically what I would be looking for.
All right. I'm just giving
Good. I like that.
the fresh looks to the charts. So I was drawing some levels, and NAS is not looking that clean today. I think US 30 can be a trade for me. If I have to select what I want to do, I think I will pick US 30 for today. This area is very solid. I would like price to pull back around this area, and then definitely I will plan for some kind of longs around this area. This is trade idea number 1. But what if we just impulse to the upside? I think this is gonna be the all-time high, and I don't want to short the all-time high. I think I will just wait for a kind of a pullback, and then I will trade the continuation once again. I don't want to take any kind of shorts as I don't have enough information. If we was having, there was some kind of good resistance area, then I would have said maybe we can take some shorts around this area. But as we don't have that information, so I will just stick with the trend, which is bullish right now. I think the shorting opportunity will come if we break this area and then do some kind of retest. This can be the VWAP, retest of the VWAP, and then continuation to the downside. This can be the trade idea if I plan for, if I see the shorts. As Rich mentioned, I do like to, follow the market, whatever market is doing. I can make my trade ideas. Okay, if market did this, I can react this way. So my trade idea for today is first trade idea, pullback and continuation. This, if we break with a huge impulsive momentum, I will like to wait for a pullback. Then I will like to take some shots around this area. Or if price impulse to the upside, I will just wait for a pullback and I will continue to long this trend that we have. Of course, this is not the strongest trend, but still price is moving to the upside. So you can say yes, trend is bullish. And overall also, if you just go to the daily time frame, see, look at this, even just look at these candles. So this is showing uptrend. And I think we are about to fill the wick today. It can be a wick fill day, but for that I do need a pullback and then continuation move. That will be good. As I mentioned, 3 trade ideas. Let's see what we get today. Let's talk about NAS. If we see anything.
Before you go
yeah.
to that one, Samir, I am going to have to jump off. But before I do that, I just want to tell and let everybody know that the moment the stream is over, you will be auto-directed to the Futures YouTube channel. So please go ahead and subscribe to the Futures channel and watch their content as well. It's always good to have more than one opinion, even if you're not a futures trader, to see how the futures platform also develops and so on. So for everybody that has joined us today, thank you so very much. I'm going to be jumping out. If you haven't already, please drop us a like and a subscribe, and then ask Pedro, Victor, and Samir as many questions as you can going forward. Gentlemen, I will see all of you next week, Monday. I am done for today. I'm going to take a weekend for myself. So I'm going to love and leave you all. Pedro, Victor, Samir, have a great day. Cheers.
Thank you.
Same to you, Rich, and thank you for being here. All right.
Have fun with your well-deserved weekend. We know how hard you work, so we are very thankful for everything you do. Go ahead, Samir. I think you.
Yes.
Samir, you can. I
Yeah.
believe you were in the middle of something before I ask about the smile on Pedro's face. I would like to allow you to continue.
All right, I'll just take a minute now because I'm almost done with NAS 100. All right, looking at the daily candle, let me see what daily candle is trying to do. We broke out these lows. We tapped this fair value gap. Are we going to hold this area, or are we going to, again come back to the downside? For that, we need to go to the lower time frame to see what price can do. Going to the 2-hour time frame, 2 hour, we do have this candle here that can act as a demand area. Okay, let's go to the 1-hour time frame to have some more information. Okay, this candle and this area is looking very good. So I think if we can retest here and we see some kind of pattern, I will plan for longs around this area. I think this is a solid area we have here. And there is going to be a VWAP, something like this. We can break VWAP a little bit. That's fine. Once we touch this area, I can look for some kind of longs here. By the way, guys, yesterday after that losing trade, I did manage to catch this shorts from here, right from here, and I closed around here. I didn't trade it the futures account. It is still in negative, but this trade I was able to capture in my 5ers CFD account. I shorted around here. Stop loss was somewhere around here. I think I took like 1 to 2, not too crazy. So that was a good day. But on the future side, I didn't took the trade because I was in drawdown. I was like, okay, let's take the trade tomorrow. So yeah, this is the plan for NAS for today. Either rejection from here, or we break to the downside, shift the structure, pull back. I will like to short this. I think this is the 2 plans I have for today. So I can target this area if shorting is the if price decide to go break this structure with the volume. Of course, it can also reject like this. Then there will be a different story that I will tell you once we are moving. We still have like 32 minutes left for the NYSE Open. For now, I can only make the plan, but when there is time to take action, I think then I have to see what the behavior, I mean, what kind of behavior we have in terms of kind of price, volume, all the things. I have to take that thing in consideration. For now, this is the plan. Let's see what we do now. And now, Victor or Pedro, you can share your point of view. I will not take too much of your time. I'll just I'll update if I see anything interesting, or if I decide to take any trade. I'll update you guys.
All right.
Nice.
So,
Pedro, when is? Go ahead.
can you hear me? I will just remove. Okay.
Yes.
It's off.
Yes.
Yes, I'm looking for. It's at
how is-
midnight. Sorry.
It is.
Yeah, it's today against Croatia, so I'm looking forward for the game. England won yesterday. Harry Kane did manage to score twice and put England through. So there's a big chance that eventually England is going to play against Brazil, but England actually has a strong game against Mexico in Mexico, so it's going to be a big one. But Portugal, we are going to play today, and Spain also plays today. And if both of the teams win, then it's going to be Portugal versus Spain, which is going to be quite difficult, to be honest. It's going to be quite difficult to pass. But yeah, it's going to be a midnight, so it's going to be a long night for me today. Usually by midnight I'm already either going to bed or already sleeping. So it's going to be today a long night.
Did you watch the Belgium game, Pedro?
Yeah, crazy. I watched yes, I was
Crazy.
watching a little bit. Yeah, that great recovery in 2
Man.
minutes. Great recovery.
That was
Great recovery.
an amazing comeback. I mean,
I think I'm missing the action
you know,
because I haven't seen.
yeah.
Come on,
I-
Samuel,
I-
you need to be part of the soccer
2-0.
World Cup.
Yes,
were-
from
they
today.
Belgium was
yeah.
behind 2 goals for the longest time. We were watching, the 90 minutes mark come in. It was minutes away. I think it was 7 minutes away, something like that. And
Yeah.
finally, Belgium makes a point. And then you still think it took them 80 something minutes to make their first point. They're never gonna be doing it again. Before this is over, they're out of the championship, and 3 minutes later, they tied the game. I mean, that was crazy. And minutes later in the extension, they actually got a penalty, so they won. They came back from 2-0 to actually win the game. It was completely unexpected.
Yeah, we have a friend here saying that Senegal was robbed. Maybe he's talking about that last minute penalty that Belgium got.
Was it a penalty, Pedro? You being an expert on
Yeah, it was
penalty,
a tricky
decision?
one. It was a tricky one. The reality is that the guy doesn't really touch the ball, and none of them actually touch the ball. But the guy, the defender, actually kicks him from behind a little bit. So that's of course it's no one wants to lose it on 120 minutes, just when everyone was expecting now to go to the penalty shootout. But it is what it is. It's Boas Antonio. It's it's football. It's World Cup. It's emotions. So yeah, but honestly, someone's saying here that
Do you know?
sorry.
Do you know, Pedro, the rule by which? What is the criteria for that decision? Is it the contact? The minute the defender contacts the foot without the ball, I mean, of the attacker, that's the limit, that's the line, or how is it? How is what is the criteria? I always ask myself, where's the edge where it isn't and it isn't, it is or it isn't a penalty, or do you have to somehow construct a intent or something like that?
Yeah, I think in its situation, I think it was important for the defender at least to touch the ball, which he didn't do it. So as long as he doesn't touch the ball, and if then he touches the attacker, that leaves margin for the referee to signal a penalty or to give a penalty on that tackle. So yeah, the defender definitely needs to touch the ball. The reality is that the attacker, the midfielder, the Belgian midfielder didn't really touch the ball. Neither. I think the ball just went through. But the moment he's about to hit it, he gets tackled from behind. So that's where it went. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm glad I'm not. It was not with Portugal that situation. Otherwise, it would be a little bit devastating. Yeah, it's a 50-50. Yeah, that's what our friend is saying here. But the difference between the 50-50 is that actually the defender still hit the attacker from behind, and that's where it leaves the margin for the penalty, unfortunately. But yeah, someone's saying here that Argentina is going to win it. I'm not sure about that. Like France looks like Brazil in the 90s or in 2000s. Like that France is way too strong. Like those guys at the front, like Mbappe, always. What's the guy from PSG as well? Then all the guys also in the Dembélé. Then all the guys in the bench, like France could play with two teams, and most likely both of them would get almost to the final. They are just too strong. They have weaknesses, of course they have weaknesses, but if those 3-4 guys are inspired, like it's going to be really difficult. It reminds me of Brazil in 2002 when they had Ronaldo, Rivaldo, Kaká, Ronaldinho, and like all those guys. Like they are just too strong. Like they are just too strong.
Well, you see, I mean, it's very, very obvious. France is in a league of their own. When they're playing, I mean, they're doing stuff. It's another level. It's like looking those great players from the 90s play that were out of the league. They were playing a different kind of football. You know, those guys, those legendary guys. And talking about legendary guys, Unbiased Trader here is talking about the hand of God. And for those, football fans, that's no other than Diego, right? That moment from Diego Armando Maradona, from, the late Diego now, which, very influential and very pivotal for Argentina. But yeah. Let's pivot back to the charts. The NFP came out, huge candle. What do you do? Each one of you, what are you looking for? How should the trader who's watching us at home, who may or may not have a lot of experience, how should they approach this? We ask this a lot, but it is important because these moments are the moments where traders can get too excited. They can get out of their comfort zone and then, do things that might hurt their account. So what would you say, Pedro? How would someone who's 6 months into this, maybe a year, wants a little bit of this action, what should they do?
Well, if they want some of this action, first of all, I think it's important in this move, particularly today, because what is the main difference between maybe today and any other day that we also have this type of news event, is that sometimes one of two things can happen, actually one of three things can happen. So the first one is that there is a big move down or up, regardless, so dollar index was down, gold was up, NASDAQ was up, but overall price has been maybe trading within this range, so there's maybe a big move down, and then price eventually just corrects and price dies off within the same trading session around here, so it's basically a ranging market overall. Even though we did manage to have a big spike down, price eventually comes back to equilibrium, and there's not really that much movement. So that would be scenario one, but most important part for anyone that is starting, maybe don't even get involved and just study this type of moves for today, and then kind of over the weekend go back to study how you could maybe capitalize on the strategy that you are applying, so the strategy that you are executing right now, how could you take advantage of this situation, of the moves that happened today, maybe a little bit of yesterday towards today. So, but this will be scenario one. Scenario two is slightly different, It's a situation where price maybe is going in a specific trend for a few days, and now may move quite aggressively down, maybe a spike like this, but then it bounces back and goes higher, so that could be eventually a reversal move of a trend, and then most likely the continuation now it will be more to the upside. Okay, this will be scenario 2. Scenario 1 is basically price spikes down but ends up being in a range. Scenario 2 is that actually price has been trending towards one direction, either down or up, and eventually have an extra spike or a strong move towards the previous direction, but then gets rejected immediately and price comes back into and actually price breaks basically in this case the previous higher where this initial move went down. Price ends up breaking it to the upside, and maybe this becomes the bottom and price can go. Scenario 3, which is maybe what you have for today, which is a little bit different, which is actually price had already has been moving down, but meanwhile the bottom or the top has been created already for a few days, which for example, we look at the dollar, we look at gold, and so on. There is basically previous breaks of structure around here, and now price is just retracing a little bit, respecting this previous structure, and now there is another big move to the upside. This, in my opinion, it looks like a little bit more of a continuation setup, which means in this case maybe what you can do is maybe just wait a little bit for retracement and maybe try to join again the move. Of course, pay a little bit attention, at least I would pay attention a little bit to see where price is reacting on the left side, or at least do some kind of analysis on the left side to see maybe where is the next either resistance level or support zone or supply or order block that eventually can hold price a little bit. But let's pretend that the next order block is a little bit higher, so maybe you have all this space that you can eventually still move or try to look for a continuation towards that next level. But in my opinion, today's move is a little bit more of a continuation setup. And again, now depending on the type of trader that you are, me personally, I either trade it in here or kind of a little bit in here. If I don't catch this kind of entries, then the move is gone for me. Okay, now I need to be patient eventually until price turns. If you are more of a trend continuation trader, and if you like to look for momentum and just a little bit of retracement to carry on trading in the same direction that price is definitely clearly showing that it wants to move on or move towards to, then just try to identify some kind of retracement and try to find your trigger entry, maybe a moving average where price now is retesting, or previous level of support resistance that price is retesting, or maybe a 50% Fibonacci retracement or 38 and then price just continues, whatever it may be that you use. Yeah, that's basically what I'll be doing. So looking at gold in this case situation, right? Because you can see gold, it was on the 30th of June, that was Tuesday. Meanwhile, confirmed with a move in here on Wednesday, broke structure already. It had already broken a little bit of this structure, retraced this morning or overnight, and now, as you can see, price is already a little bit in the middle of the structure and do another spike up and goes. So now it's retesting the structure. Maybe you can find some continuation setup. If, for example, if you presume that gold may still wants to come closer in here to 4,200s, okay, so that could be still a scenario where price and gold could move towards two. And if you look at the dollar, just to finalize with another example, it's exactly the same thing. Okay, so what we had that the dollar had created the top already on the 24th of June, is starting to trade lower, start to break some structure, creates beautiful manipulation here. It's again, I already talked a little bit about this reversal pattern that happened around this level. It starts breaking some structure again, retrace a little bit, NFP comes out, boom. Now that big breaks below this low, comes out of the way. Yes, now we are maybe approaching a previous level of support resistance in the higher time frame, but maybe the continuation can still be there. Okay, so this is where I mentioned that this looks like more zone or scenario 3, where price had already created a top or bottom, and this is more about a continuation that maybe accelerates into the next move or next trend that we're going to have maybe for the next week or 2 weeks. Okay, so that's and not exactly a range, neither exactly a bottom to now price just reverse. I'm not expecting a full reverse from here personally. So that's basically my advice for someone that is starting into trading a little bit, at least on these ones. Now, if you look at NASDAQ may be a little bit more into a little bit of a range, but especially gold, dollar, euro dollar, pound dollar, they look like more of a potential, a little bit continuation to the same trend where they started this week.
Okay.
How about you, Samir? What do you do when you see the market make huge moves on an asset that you trade? You don't trade the same ones Pedro and I do, but I mean, you see, let's say Dow big moves in one direction. How do you, and there was some kind of news, how do you set aside? Is that a sign for you to not do anything for the rest of the day? Or is that the call for you to come in and start clicking all kinds of buttons?
Okay, when there is a huge momentum in the market, which is abnormal, I used to call these type of momentum or these type of moves where market is just going in one direction. It can be due to news or normally any kind of thing can happen to a particular asset. I used to call this abnormal move, and I used to stay away from these kind of market condition unless we have a decent size range where there are some areas that I can use as a kind of area of interest, where I can wait price to get to that area, and then I can act accordingly. If I don't see anything, maybe Remy can put my screen. Okay, we don't have Remy here, so I think Victor have to help me.
There it is.
So I'll give you an example. Okay, for an example, this to me is abnormal momentum, and we don't even have any kind of area which I can rely on and I can use as a pullback area. Then I will not look for pullbacks. I will look for reversal trades around this type of momentum. So when I see abnormal momentum, I just go to the smaller time frame and I just wait for the my one-to-one strategy that I was using. And what is the part of the strategy? It is just when we have abnormal momentum, I'll just see some kind of consolidation, price squeezing and breakout. I can utilize this information and I can say to myself, okay, seems like price is overextended. And there are certain scenarios that I see. I don't call every impulsive move as a overextended move, and then the breakout strategy can play here. I keep the stop loss very wide. I just go for one-to-one. So in this type of scenario, this can be the play, or else I just skip trading for that day. To be honest, this was a good buy. Why I'm saying this? Because there was a gap, price filled that gap, and I can use this analogy that I just explained. Look for a pattern here, and I can place a wide stop loss because it is a reversal trade. I am not too confident about this. Actually not too confident. That will be a wrong word for this. I know this type of setups, but keeping the stop loss wide gives you a room if price overextended a little bit more. It has happened with me, so it's okay. Still you give it room and price can go to the one-to-one mark. So this is the only thing that I will do unless I see a decent pullback areas like we have today. And there is other scenario also. Let me talk about that also. Okay, this was a impulsive leg. We do have an area of interest. This is trade idea number 1. But what if we pushed higher and we don't have anything here? There we was having some kind of reference area. So then I cannot utilize that information that I just explained. It depends on the market condition. And in this type of scenario, I will not do anything. I can only do reversal trades if I have some kind of reference point. What do I mean by that? Let me delete everything. For an example, this was a high. Price took out this high. If this was some kind of news, push that, price pushed higher. I'm just giving you an example here. Of course, this was no news. But what if this was a news? Huge candle to the upside, some kind of momentum move to the upside. As I have a reference point, I can utilize my strategy to go for shorts. Okay, keep my stop loss wide. As we don't have that information here, this is a way to this is not a high quality liquidity point. We can swip higher and still can continue higher. So I will not classify this as high quality liquidity point. But this was a decent move because we broke some structures to the downside and then acted as a liquidity point. So there are a couple of scenarios that I explained here. So all of the things has to align, then only I will take action. In short, I will say just follow your plan, whatever your trading plan is. And here I have given you a few examples how I will react in certain scenarios. So yeah, unbiased trader.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
I was gonna answer that. I was also amazed the way those people put it, the clips together, and it really came out well. I'm glad that you liked, and the work the production guys did, that turned out to be good. So if you guys don't know, Unbiased Trade is talking about the documentary I did, which is kind of a trader's journey, and it is on the YouTube, but it is in the native language, which is Hindi, so many people will not be able to understand. But
Does it
yeah,
have?
it came
Does
out
it have the
nice.
translation? Does it have the captioned? So other people can read along with the those who do not are not blessed with the Hindi skill.
I think the YouTube automatically do that nowadays. So I don't know. I haven't checked it, but maybe.
Maybe you can put it in the chat for those who are
No,
interested.
it is not doing that right now. I just checked it. That option is not available right now. So
Okay.
yeah,
Maybe they can. You can put it in the chat. They can save it and check it in a couple of weeks. Who knows? Maybe by then YouTube has caught up with the translation team on this clip.
yeah. I think it take time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Samir, for sharing your journey, but also the way that you you approach high impact days or high range, a lot of big candles, much more bigger. I'll show you a little bit of what I do for those who are interested. Among these two giants in trading, humble me. If you guys allow me, I'll as well share my
The
ideas.
stage is all yours.
No, in principle, when you there's a couple of things that I take into consideration when you have let's say this is NASDAQ, but in the case, let's take EU, because you can see it more clearly on EU. Whenever there's a huge candle, the bigger the candle is, and this one is one of the biggest ones you will see for the rest of the month probably. This is the 5 minute. Let's go to the 1 minute. You'll see, you can, just measure it and compare it. You don't have to take my word for it. Just compare it with, go back and see where you have a 1 minute. Am I still here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you're back.
Okay, all right. I was asking when I probably wasn't here, asking if you guys were still there, but actually the question should be turned around. Am I still on the stage?
Yeah, you're fine.
Anyways, the 42 pips for 1 minute candle. That's completely out of whack. If you look at the ATR, you can clearly see how. Let me open this up. This is the range, the average true range of the 1 minute candle. You can see clearly this is roughly normal, right? When we are, let me measure how much this is. This is about 1 pip, 1.2. Maybe it goes to between 1.2, 1.3, and maybe the lowest point was 0.9. So between 9 pipettes and 13 pipettes. And suddenly you have one candle that is 42. That's clearly, many standard deviation out of the norm, out of away from the average. When you have these kind of movements, you have to put it, I think, in the right context. Right, so if there is a big news, let's say usually there is, right? It doesn't happen without a huge reason. And if that's the case, you confirm that there's an actual, event that happened, actual number that came out that's very relevant and impactful. One of the best things you can do is, one is to zoom out, right? So let's say you're trading on the 15-minute. Those levels, and even on the hourlies, those levels are not going to be as relevant for this kind of type of candles, right? So you have to zoom out, maybe go from 1 to 4 hour or even to the dailies to understand, okay, where can this what kind of damage is this candle doing? What is it trying to tell us? Because the bigger the candle is, the bigger the time frame you have to actually zoom out to. So if you go to if you look at the the lower time frames, let's say you were on the whatever time frame you were, the 5 minute or so, all these levels, all these highs, right? Completely, even if you go to the left, all these levels not relevant. Price goes through them like nothing. Even this high, which is from the 23rd of June. My lines aren't that aren't that straight, but you get the point. So if you go to the daily, you will see that actually you can see the bigger the candle is, the more you can zoom out, and you can more easily and more likely be able to find out possible structures that will stop price. Right. So even if in this case the actual move already hit it. But even let's say the candle was something like this, right? 40 pips, but it hasn't reached anything of a higher, let's say a daily, a 4 hour also good, but a daily or higher. You can understand that it's likely that is what it needs before it starts either retracing, fading that move, or deciding whether it wants to continue or not. So that's one thing you could do. So zoom out for something much bigger than you usually do. That's one thing. And if you're actually trading like scalping, I would actually argue that the 1 minute is too slow to trade this, because when the market is moving many dozens in one candle, or many pips in one candle, I mean that's too fast. So I would suggest you go to maybe the 15 seconds to get more information, to see what's breaking, what's holding, see the patterns. Because on the 1 minute, there's not a lot of patterns you're gonna be seeing as the market is going up. So you won't have the right information to get it. So one thing is zoom out to get the bigger picture. But if you're really going to trade the move, you have to go to the even lower than a 1 minute to actually get more information. To see the structures. So those are the things that if you normally don't trade the 1 minute, then by no means you should go to the seconds. So I would guess someone who has still learning the ropes, stick to the bigger time frames, go to the hourly, go a notch or two up, and to the lower time frames if you already know what you're doing and trading. That's one thing. The other is I would look for the ATR on the daily time frame. So if you, let's say this is in this occasion, it's not showing anything. I'm not sure why is that, but you can, something's happening with trading view apparently, but we can still see the value. So when we hover over this candle, today's candle, you can see that the ATR is 68.6, meaning the average candle, the average true range calculated by the formula true range is considered, it's 68. And because today isn't a normal and average day, you can at least expect, or not at least, but it has a very good chance of going 130, 140, 150% that. So you can, days like these, it can go like 68 times 1.5, right? What's that? 105 almost. So if you measure today's candle, right now it's 98, right? So basically that's pretty close to 105, which is actually 70 times 1.5. So it's not too far away. What does that mean? Well, it did actually, the expansion it did today is already quite full, you would say. So that gives you an idea how likely it is. For example, let's say you're trading and you're putting your stop, your targets all the way up here. Well, maybe that's not very likely to happen. Maybe, yes, price will continue, but depending on how far you put your stop, your target, and depending if you're expecting that to happen within a day, that's not going to happen. And you always have to consider, your target needs to be full or as much as possible, but also reasonable to hit. If they're gonna be, it has a very low chance of being hitting, you're gonna be in the trade too long, and likely maybe things might change completely and you're still in the trade and without catching the good part of the trade, the good part of the profit that you could have. So those are the things, a few things that I could I would say to someone who's starting. Pedro, the New York is open in a couple of seconds. Are you looking to anything specific to be trading anything on the New York session?
I was looking at NASDAQ just to try to understand where it is, but it's literally a little bit in the middle of the structure, and yeah, that's not the level that I want to be looking at. I would like to see at least NASDAQ to get a little bit higher to try to look for shorts. Right now, it actually just starts spiking a little bit lower, just as we are about to open in 10 seconds the session. Maybe wants to come back to this level before going higher, but I'm not the biggest fan of trying to buy here, to be honest. I would actually prefer to try to see price coming back to the highs to try to sell it instead of just buying it. For buys, I would like to see price actually getting a little bit closer to something around here. Now, the difference is that S&P is a little bit higher. Okay, S&P actually moved a little bit more to the upside. It's actually quite close in here to these tops. So maybe S&P would be my preferable option. If price actually spikes a little bit more to the upside and then breaks some kind of low, maybe we can try to squeeze it. We are creating this kind of channel at this point on the S&P, so we'll see what may happen at around this level. Looking at the Dow, yeah, the Dow may wants to take new highs. Yeah, I'll be struggling to try to short. Maybe there's a little bit of a reaction, but you never manage to break any structure to the downside. So with that, I will struggle to sell it at the highs. I prefer to see a new high than moving a little bit to the downside. Yeah, that would be more or less. Yeah, dollar CAD just died as well. Yeah, I don't have anything on my radar for today, to be honest. After today's move, price had already moved. Basically, the trades were more in the beginning of the week when you are closer to the tops or the bottoms. Now it's more of a continuation, so it's more of a wait and see for me at this point. Yeah, it's a pity dollar CAD.
Yeah, the NAS, the market is open, and I got a couple of things before we switch to Samir. Got a couple of things to talk quite quickly because I don't know, the market is right there where it is relevant for what I'm going to say. You know, we are getting ready, or we're getting in a level where we have previously created bearish structures on a weekly time frame. So that's not something that needs to happen today or even tomorrow. But you know, one of these days you could see a reaction because that's not coincidence that the market is creating these structures, these bearish order blocks. It is something, it is building that supply zone, and who knows if it is able to break and continue. I mean, the market has been very, very bullish, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is able to go through it. But I mean, the price action is telling you, telling us, you know, the market is having difficulty. It's getting sold each time it gets there. Seller pressure are lining up as soon as we get to these levels. So you want to be careful when it gets there. Do you see the reaction? Does it start to break structures and so on? You want to be looking for that possible short. On the lower time frame, it doesn't look that bad at all. If you look at the daily time frame, you can see that there is a quasi. I'm gonna indicate it very quickly. To the left shoulder, the head, the neckline, it did break structure. So that also makes you a little bit of cautious about, you know, are we maybe forming some kind of a top? Are we getting ready for a sort of a third top? Because this is already a second top. The one thing that we did mention is that this pattern doesn't have a selling point, meaning it doesn't have an entry order block on that quasi. That makes it less likely to be used. It can still be used, but it's not as strong. Does it mean that eventually it's a trap? Maybe that could be the case, but I'm not too sure yet because, you know, the market is kind of ambiguous into what it tries to tell us. On one side, it does break the structure here, but on the other side, if you look at it, we've been building some nice bullish pressure since then. So will that be enough or not to break the reversal pattern and continue higher? One of the things we could see is just follow the most recent order flow, meaning it's been bullish, went up, come back, retest that order block, created a new one, actually 2 side by side, and then continue higher. So I'm looking to go long this level again if it even gets that low. And then on the 4 hour, if we go closely, you can see that level, how it, this is the daily that I just talked about. If we manage to get that level, we have an H4 for that refinement. But that's something that's quite interesting. But the market doesn't always get all the way to these entry order blocks. Sometimes the market just reverses before it and continues without looking back for a long time. So if that's the case, and we get here, this gets a little bit tricky. As you can see, we have 3 structures next to each other very closely. I mean, which one is going to win this? It's difficult to say. It's almost, without having any external confirmation, it's very difficult to do that, right? So one thing you could say is we did manage to hold the first bullish level or structure, and then we created a new one. And at the same time, at the same moment, you're saying we're not actually completely breaking to the upside as well, because we have a bearish structure that's holding us. So if you go to the lower time frame, right, without assuming which side is going to win, you could be looking for shorts from above and looking for longs from below, and that's perfectly fine and valid way to trade. I do it all the time. And it works for me, and why wouldn't it work for you as well? So what I do is I go to lower time frame and I entertain both ideas, right? So shorts from this, which makes sense because the market has been pulling back quite strongly, and the structure to the left has been broken by these close, meaning this isn't as relevant anymore. It tells you maybe we're going to continue some other time to those lower levels. That is a perfectly valid hypothesis. At the same time, you can see that the market is creating bullish structure, even though yes, it did invalidate it, but it created another one. So it's trying. We'll have to see. Time will tell if it will be successful or not. But if we go to lower time frame to get to actually what I'm trying to say or show is the following. So let me mark this on the 1 hour, and then we'll go to see how all the big stack of cash that Samir is compiling, collecting on his accounts. All right, so we do have a quasi here on the H2, and we do have an H4 that has been created. See it here? Yeah, actually hasn't been created yet. We have to wait 23 minutes for that to be created. But once it's closed, assuming that it does closes above this line, which is 30,052 round, that means that we could be looking for this level to be bought, and that could be something to be that certainly could happen today. And if you go to lower time frames, maybe to the 15-second, you can see, and this is the reason I wanted you guys to see it, you can already see the market reacting to one of the 3 entry order blocks on the 50-minute. This one is the one that makes me, is the one that attracts my attention, because it is within the H4, it is within the H1 and the 15-minute. You got all of 3 giving you all these, great alignments to take this trade that increases your chances that if there is a reaction from this level, that could be the reaction that actually turns the market, where the market actually goes in the opposite direction and continues. So that will be something very interesting to be looking, but we can see already that the market is being reacting. Make sure you are aware of your levels, and not necessarily these, but I mean your levels where your strategy or your setup invalidates. I think there's today could be, especially with the macroeconomical numbers that came out, it could be a very profitable day. I've been scalping the move on EU, and I've already done twice what I normally do on a day since the stream has started. Actually, that's not completely true. I traded before the news as well, but I mean, over the day, it's so. Anyways, volatility is great for fishing. So back to you, Samir.
Before we continue, I just want to know, did you close your trade when it was about the news, or you was avoiding this thing? I know you have mentioned You just follow your trading plan, no matter if there is a news or not. But if you was in any position, was it around the news or you avoided it? I just want to know this.
Sure. On the main strategy, I explain how I take the trades regardless of the news. The only thing is that minutes before the news, 15, 5 minutes, 10 minutes before the news, I will check to see how far I am from my stop, and I will decide using that and the TP what I'm actually risking against what I'm want to win or I'm potentially gonna win, and I'm gonna make that decision on that assessment minutes before, 15 minutes before, 20 minutes before, etc. And if it isn't favorable, I'll just take the trade out. That's what I do. And on the scalping, I'm out of the market because that's too much volatility for. I mean, I trade it, but not the actual release because that's way too much gamble for me. That's
Have you
way
tried
too much
that?
uncertainty.
Have you tried that buy stop and sell stop thing that people do on YouTube when there is a news?
I a long time ago I straddled. That's the straddle strategy. A long time ago I have traded those strategies as well. Yes.
All right. I haven't done that, to be honest. That was way too scary from me from day one.
You can manage your risk with position sizing, but that's many straddle strategies around news are not allowed on many prop firms. It's easily used, not in a way that's not really trading at its core, meaning reading price action and actually trading it. It can be used in a different way, which is not what prop firms are looking for. I mean, we want real traders. Okay. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I took a trade on NQ. It is MNQ. I did a mistake that day. I entered on NQ. I think it was like I forgot how much quantity it was, but it was large quantity. Assuming that it is NQ, but now, I haven't even kept it here. I just have YM. I haven't even kept NQ here. So let me explain you guys why I took this trade. For that, I have to go to the 1 hour time frame. As I was talking about that I want to take longs around. Oh, I took a wrong tool. Let me delete it. Okay. As I mentioned, I was planning to take longs around this area, and this area alone didn't give me the confidence to go for longs. The confidence I got from these moves. I think, this was the daily low, which was already swept in the morning, and this was the yesterday's low, and I mean day before yesterday. Both of the lows are gone. Why will price break this area if it wants to go lower? So that is just some kind of psychology talk that I was doing with myself, or some kind of strategy talk, trying to build the story around here. So that was the story that I was putting in place when I was looking at this trade. Now I was like, okay, this low is swept, which is daily lows, and price is going to the upside. If I want to take some longs, where I will like to take some longs? I was like, there is the area. If I drag it, this is the retest area from where price can retest. And now the most important thing, where should be my stop loss? It should be at the logical area. If you go to the 5-minute time frame, it is a good structure. This is a good structure. So below this, I place my stop loss, and this is a retest area. If you drag it, now you will have a more better rejections around this area. So that was the analogy behind this trade. And there was also one trend line which price has already broken, and this was not at all a, what do we call that, a low volume candle. This was a decent candle. I know there was news, this breakout was caused by news, but still this candle is volumetric candle. So I was like, okay, all the things are aligning, so let's take a buy here. and accept the outcome, and took a buy. Yesterday, remember, I took a loss, and this account I'm trading on the stream only. I am not really trading this account off stream. So every trade that I have taken on this account, the analysis behind the trade is shared here only. So now let's see if it hits the stop loss, fine. If it hits the TP, that's also fine. So followed my plan. Now I have to accept the outcome. While being in the trade, I do a self-talking with myself. Okay, if this happened, what I will do next. So now, as I am telling to you guys, this is the same thing I say to myself. Okay, if this is a stop loss, what if price, coming in profit, and now it is just going aggressively to my stop loss? What will be my behavior at that point? So then I tell myself what I need to do. After this, I think I should not take the trade, because the impulsiveness and all those these type of candles going against me, it will make me take some bad decisions. It has happened with me, so that's why I have came up with one trade a day idea. So that's how it works good for me. If it hits the TP, of course everyone loves TP, I also love TP. So but if it hits the stop loss, that is the most important thing, what a traders do after that. So I don't want to do this. Okay, yeah, that was the analogy behind the trade. Now all I have to do is wait. I was looking at gold also. We are breaking this area. I think as this is a volumetric candle, we are also retesting this. Not this. Okay, we are also retesting. We retested here, and now we are breaking. I think we can test. Okay, we are already around that high, so that can be the first area if you decide to take a buy around this retest. Let's zoom in and let's see what behavior it was printing around that area. As I have mentioned many times, once it get to your area, you need to see what kind of behavior it is printing. And this behavior, this is the behavior that I trade on day-to-day basis, or this is the behavior I look for when it comes to indices. Very beautiful consolidation right at that retest area. I don't even mind to take aggressive entry right at the retest, keeping my stop loss, I don't know, maybe just aligning it with 1-to-1. So that's it. It was a beautiful trade here. I'm just giving thoughts around this trade, but now I will not take this trade. If anybody took a trade here, that's good. Now this is the target that I would have aimed for if I would have entered longs here. I am in the MNQ trade. Still it is hovering around this area. Okay, we have rejected from this demand area also. So let's see, it is a volume time. So candlesticks are having some kind of volume, and this is, as I mentioned, volume time, NYSE open. I don't want it to go to the downside. I want it to continue with this rejection candle, the momentum to the upside. And a lot of things are actually I'm using as a confluence that yes, it can go to the upside. So very beautiful analysis. I think I did any mistake here. The most important thing is for me is that I don't make a mistake analysis wise, and taking the action when it comes to take a trade. I have to make sure I am following my plan. I am not making any mistake. So here, as I can see, I am making zero mistakes here, and the outcome, whatever outcome is it is providing me, I have to accept it as I have followed my plan. So that is the most important thing for me. Yeah.
I can see your it is. Do I see?
It is around 700
contract. Okay.
Yeah, it is 3 contract. And I've risked around $700-ish. So as this setup was high quality, so normally I risk around 400. So, and as this is high quality, I put it 1 contract more. I wanted to risk 500, but I was not able to take the point wise lot size as we take in MT5. So I was bound to take 3 I can't really do anything.
Or two.
I wanted to risk 500. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, that's nice. Someone in the chat said, Mubashir asked me, hi there, how are you doing? Long time no see as well, my friend. You saying you are not able to hear me well. I would like to ask everyone else who is listening,
We hear you fine.
having this difficulty? Are you having the same difficulty? Because I do hear that from time to time, but at the same time, everyone else, at least, I don't know everyone else, but I mean, many others are saying that they don't have this issue. So sometimes I think it's good to ask others to give some feedback as to, because if it is the case, then if everyone is unable to hear me, then I need to do something about it. I don't know what exactly, but I don't know. Maybe I can put, I don't know. I'll think of something. But anyways, let me know in the chat if that's the case. Everyone else who is listening besides Mubashir, thank you for coming in, Mubashir. For those who are interested in more content from the 5ers, there is a Discord session today, yes, and it's going to be the in-house performance coach. Yes, we do have one which is focused solely on your performance, on helping you become better. You can go into the website. There's a course there, and he will be whose name is Richard Wells. He will be having a session today on Discord. You can go there. You can ask him questions. You can maybe share your setup and have him, give you some feedback, or simply just have a good time. Go ahead.
You are breaking a little bit, but we are able to understand. But now I think you're fine. Try to say something.
Something?
Yeah, now it seems fine. Yeah. You was breaking a little bit, but now it's fine.
We have this session, especially for you, completely free. Just have to go to the Discord community. In your hub, there's a portal to go there. Go there. I mean, it's all for your benefit. Everything the 5ers does, the whole community, the prizes, the championships, the sessions on weekdays. This stream is all for, to help and support their traders, because that's how they how the 5ers roll, basically. Pedro, there's also a session in a different than English language today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that is in Portuguese. It's going to be at 2 p.m. Not 2 p.m. It's almost in 2 hours at 5 p.m. UK time, Portuguese time. It's going to be an interesting one. We just crossed 6K on our channel, so we continue to grow, and we are planning many things for our community in Portuguese. So that's just the beginning again. That's the sensation that we have, and we are looking forward to it. I can see that there is maybe a TP on Samir. Is that correct?
I just took a TP, perfect 1 to 1.5-ish type of trade. On my CFD account, this trade is still running, but on my futures account, as there is 40% consistency, so I don't want to make beyond 1200 mark, because that is the max that I can make. Else I need to make more. I was seeing the history. What kind of win rate I have here? Does it shows 62 kind of % win rate, and I have taken how many trades? I have taken 8 trades. So I think it is a solid stats. I am observing this trade. Here I could have done better, because I lost around $900. I need to see why it happened. Maybe later on I will analyze this thing. 18th. Yeah, it is on 7. Yeah, I have to journal this trade. Anyways, so that is a lesson that you guys also can take. And as I mentioned, CFD account still it is running, but here on the future side I am done for the day. And if you notice here, I haven't taken. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say just shortly, Samir's biggest concern today is not making too much profit. That's the biggest concern he has today. Not to make too much profit, so his consistency rule doesn't mess up. Go ahead, Samir.
Yeah, guys, you can't really make too much profits when it comes to the consistency. So yeah. By the way, guys, I'm trying to pass this account. This is not the live account. I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah,
That's
I
my
forgot.
fault. Sorry. Yeah, you said something about
No, it's
journaling.
fine. Yeah, I will journal this trade. I will see what I could have done better. So maybe stop loss wise or position size. I'll review it. But analysis wise, this story was making sense to me. I took the trade. Now, whatever outcome it is, why I'm saying this, because still the CFD account we are running this, I am in the trade. So still whatever outcome it provides me, I have to accept it. So yeah, just follow my plan. I am happy. Yes. I think start of the week was rough. Monday, Tuesday, it was a loss. And these 2 days, yesterday also it was a good day. Today, considering the futures trade, it is a good day. So this week is almost 50% win rate, I think, which is fine. And pips chaser, I am from India. I don't know where you are from. Let me know in the chat, guys. Whoever want to participate in this conversation, where you are from, let us know. And pip chaser, I want to know where you are from. Yes.
There is a delay, so perhaps Pips Chaser will answer in about 20 seconds or so, not including his typing delay. Pedro, last week you mentioned on stream that there was some Morocco. Oh no, that's Novel Navigate. I thought it was Mubashir. I thought it was Pips Chaser. And we are having everyone in here everyone in the chat putting their locations. Awesome. We like to see that. Pedro, you mentioned last time there was some kind of like a special thing running. The more goals the teams made, the more accounts you were giving away during your session, your Portuguese session. Is that correct? And before you answer, does that include penalties?
No, it includes normal penalties, not the penalty shootout.
Okay, so
yes,
within the 90 minutes.
90 minutes and extra time. 90 minutes and extra time is considered.
Not expensive.
Yeah, so we already gave a few counts, okay? It's basically counting Portugal, Brazil, and Cape Verde, which has been the surprise of the World Cup. And now tomorrow they will eliminate Argentina from the World Cup. But yes, so any goals that Portugal, Brazil, and Cape Verde scores, that's going to be basically 1 goal, 1 account. If it is more than 3 goals in the same game, instead of being a 5k account, it becomes a 10k account. So let's see. If Portugal scores quite a few tonight, everyone's going to be happy. The reason I'm doing that as well is so everyone can send positive energy for Portugal. That's why I'm doing that, because then everyone wants account, so everyone's going to be supporting Portugal at the same time. So I'm trying to create here a good karma for Portugal. So yeah, we'll see. Last time it was not good because we drew 0-0 against Colombia, so there was no accounts to be given. Let's see later on tonight what's going to happen. It's going to be interesting.
And we now know where Pips Chaser is from. He's from Pakistan. Thank you for sharing that with us, Pips Chaser. We are in the last few seconds of our stream. So there is your session coming on. There's Richard Wells with a performance coach session later on Discord as well. There's a lot, as you guys can see, there's a lot of things. The 5ers is not standing still, sitting still, working very hard to, give you the best kind of conditions and community for you to succeed. Let's take a look at the market. Last 1 minute, maybe one of you can do that, or I can take a look at NASDAQ to see which way it is. Things are pointing currently. Let me take a look at NASDAQ. You have
This is looking solid. Yeah, you have to put your screen if you want to share the view. Okay, now it's fine.
There we go. So we have that reversal pattern. The market opened right on this candle, that one candle that Samir took his trade on, and it looks solid for a reversal, right? You can also see I didn't use these trend lines, but you can see how the market, as it breaks these trend lines, comes back to retest them, squeezes them a little bit, and then goes in the opposite direction. That's also a nice indication that something has changed. Maybe this is the new direction we're going to be heading, a reversal that is. And the other thing you could look for those who are watching today, there was someone who asked us about, someone who asked about what time frame should a beginner trader trade from, and we don't have enough time actually. We only have about less than a minute, so I think it's best we discuss this in our next session on Monday, that is on the main channel. This is the 15-minute opening range, and one idea we can talk about, I share this a lot of the time. If the market is going to go in that direction, a lot of the times it will go and not look back, right? It's NASDAQ, it's very impulsive, does that a lot of the times. Other times it does make makes its message. It wants to break out. It does break out, but it comes back to retest, that same range to some degree before it continues. And if you want to catch that move out, that's a safer, not necessarily safe, but a safer place to get in, because you get in at a better price. And whether you take the whole range or something else, that's up to you. But to get in at a better price instead of, getting in and you are, you can't, if you put your stop loss, where do you put it? Do you put it all the way back into the range, maybe closer by? It gets you a better win rate. And that would be something I would, advise or recommend or suggest people to try out. I mean, if you're just looking to get your toes into the market, and, wait for those pullbacks. And especially if you look on the 5 minute, you can start to check. Well, in this case, the 5 minute that didn't give you anything. You could be looking for perhaps this area for price to come back to retest. It doesn't do that all the time, but maybe it will today. And if it does, that could be a great area. But read price action when you do it, because because there's an area there, a demand zone, doesn't mean it's going to reverse all the time. But if it does, and you got these breakout structures on the micro level on, let's say, the 1 minute, then you could be getting in at the best possible price. Maybe something like this, as it takes out the high, and you target something outside of the range, and you go with it. Very easy. Well, not very easy necessarily, but I mean relatively easy to trade, trading just the ranges of the opening session. All right. That's it for today's session. We have we are
just 1 second, just
beyond
before
our
we
time.
just before we finalize, just to quickly, I just saw this comment here, to be honest. I took 3 trades during high impact news for passing the challenge, but I count only 1 trade for profit. So I think everyone could think a little bit about what this trader just shared and what is actually wrong with what he just shared, right? So basically he just tried to gamble to pass the challenge. That's the way I read it. That's the way I can understand what he tried to do here, and with that tried to pass challenge. That's one of the reasons actually, and that's actually a great comment, to see why prop firms actually start implementing those rules of not being able to trade 2 minutes before or 2 minutes after the news. Is exactly because of that. And if you think that's actually against the trader, no, it's actually to save the trader from most likely destroying their accounts by trying to trade. And as Samir mentioned, the breakout setup, kind of pinning orders above and below of the news event, because that's actually dangerous and that's not trading. Okay, so yeah, just reflect a little bit on this approach, because even if you passed, okay, what I wanted to think about is, even if you pass the challenge with these three trades that you trade during the high impact news, how actually then you are going to trade once you are funded? Okay, is your strategy actually working? If it's working, if it's profitable, maybe you don't really need to be trading news events to try to force something just to pass it quicker. Okay, if your strategy is not working, and if you just start to rely on news events or some random trades just to quickly pass some challenges, then you need to work a little bit more maybe on your strategy. And then there is the other part of urgency, like why the need to try to pass everything just in 5 minutes in a news event type of approach. Do you think that's how you're going to then pass the challenge and get funded, and once actually the money really matters, do you think that's how you're going to trade? Or once you actually have bigger accounts, do you think that's how you're going to trade? Most likely not. Okay, in the same way that as quick as you gain any kind of challenges just by trading the news, as quick as you give the money back and as quick you lose their accounts, is basically the same way. Okay, so sometimes slowly is actually better, or slowly is actually faster, and not the other way around. But yeah, I just saw this comment here, and I think it's a little bit important to reflect, because that's not what you want to do long term for sure. And no one is going to give you money. Okay, forget about even the prop firms, or forget about the 5ers. If you have a private investor and if you approach him just saying that you just took 3 trades just to pass something, the private investor will run away from you. And that's more of the thought process that you want to have long term, how to actually do things correctly to become a profitable trader. But yeah, there you go, guys. Now you can go.
Yes, and anyone wondering why that is the case, or what are the rules about it? It's nothing secret. It's nothing hidden within the rules, which are on the website, and it is each one trader who participates in these challenges and this evaluation. It is your responsibility. It is as a trader, as the risk manager, it is your job to make sure that you know the rules of engagement. Basically, what are the rules, what is allowed, what is not allowed. And it's fine to trade the news. You're not gonna lose the account, right? So if you happen to not, you forgot there was a news, you didn't know there was a news, you will not lose the account, right? We want you to keep the account. However, because of what Pedro just mentioned, because of the risk management, we want to make it safe for, have rules that are conducive for, keeping longevity among the traders. So the rule that is Pedro is talking about is 2 minutes before and after high impact news. This one right here, and high impact news is defined as the Forex Factory news calendar. High impact news there. 2 minutes before and after, you're not allowed to enter any trades. If you're already in the trades, that's a different thing. After that window, that 4 minute, 2 minutes before, 2 minutes after, that 4 minutes, beyond that, you're able to trade perfectly fine. Everything counts. But if you enter within those 4 minutes, then the profits will not count towards your goals, but the losses will, right? That's to desensitize or take away the incentive to trade those, because actually it does. It's long term. We know, we have data. We have been in the business a very, very long time, 10 years actually, and we know what helps the traders. And these are the moments where our traders who are trying very hard, that's where they lose. Eventually, they lose their account. So we try to instill good practice here by having these guardrails basically for your benefit and for us as well. All right, that's it for today. Any last comments, Pedro and Samir, before we leave our beautiful traders?
Yeah.
I have one comment, so go ahead, you guys.
I wanted to cover one topic, but that will take too much of our time. So I'll save it for Monday, guys. So I'll see you on Monday. Thank you so much for being here. And with that being said, we will see you on Monday.
Let's go, Portugal.
Perfect.
That's it.